You can't even take a joke. Dad laughed after humiliating me at Christmas. He stopped laughing when I showed up to his birthday as his new landlord and fired my brother-in-law. My parents handed me a condescending self-help book for dropouts, and laughed in my face at a family dinner, completely unaware that I was actually the CEO of the multi-million-dollar tech company my brother-in-law worked for. So, I quietly bought their house out of foreclosure through an anonymous shell company, showed up to my dad's 60th birthday dinner, and handed them a 90-day eviction notice in front of the entire family. Original post. I am 34 years old, and for the last 13 years, I have been the designated failure of my family. My dad actually looked at me last winter, right before Christmas, and told me that just looking at a dropout made him lose his appetizer. Later that same night, my sister's husband casually asked about my job, and I will absolutely never forget the look of utter horror on my dad's face when I finally told them my company's name. This all culminated last winter, right around the holidays, when my sister, Maya, decided to host the annual family Christmas dinner at her house. Technically, it was her and her husband Liam's house, but we all knew my parents had helped with the down payment, which meant they effectively owned the narrative. My family is not the warm, hugging, emotionally supportive type. Growing up in that house meant learning how to dodge biting sarcasm better than playground dodgeballs. You had to figure out how to constantly downplay your own wins so nobody thought you were getting too big for your britches, while simultaneously over-celebrating whatever golden achievement my parents deemed worthy. They weren't cruel in the obvious, reportable ways. There were no broken bones, no empty pantries, no screaming matches that the neighbors could hear. But they knew exactly how to chip away at your self-esteem, piece by microscopic piece, quietly, consistently. Sometimes I genuinely wonder if it would have been easier to process if they had just screamed in my face like normal dysfunctional parents. I dropped out of college when I was 21. That is the single headline they have clung to ever since. It doesn't matter that I left school because the predictive analytics business I started in my cramped dorm room, between empty pizza boxes and an overheating laptop, suddenly exploded in user base, and I physically couldn't manage the server loads between my midterms. It doesn't matter that I sold that very same company 6 years later for an 8-figure amount that I still haven't fully processed to this day. To them, I quit. I couldn't hack it. I was the family's ultimate cautionary tale. Every single time my name came up in conversation, it was followed by that long, dramatic, performative sigh. The one that silently screams, "Imagine if Julian had just stayed in school and gotten a real job." Because of this exhausting dynamic, I rarely go to these family gatherings. The last time I had shown up for a holiday dinner was 3 years ago, and my mom had cornered me by the appetizers to ask if I was still figuring things out. At the time, I had literally just landed a massive enterprise contract with a Fortune 500 company. I remember just staring at her across the kitchen island, holding my glass of water midair, seriously wondering if she actually didn't know, or if she just aggressively didn't care. Either way, I stayed silent. I've learned over the years that it is significantly easier that way. Less friction, less temptation to remind them who I really am, less energy wasted on people committed to misunderstanding me. But this time felt different. My sister Maya had personally called me to invite me. She was always the desperate peacemaker growing up, constantly trying to balance between my brooding, defensive silence and our parents' performative judgment. She sounded exhausted on the phone. She said she missed me, that the holidays just weren't the same without me, and that I should at least come for dessert if I didn't want to sit through the whole dinner. And then came the part that actually made me hesitate. She said Dad had softened up, that he was really trying, that he had asked about me. Against my better judgment, against every screaming instinct in my body, I told her I would think about it. As the week rolled on, I figured, why not? Why not show my face, eat some overpriced pie, and leave before anyone got too nosy or too deep into the wine? I pulled into their massive, perfectly shoveled driveway 10 minutes late. Not enough to make a scene, but enough to avoid the awkward opening speeches and the forced coat-taking rituals. The lights inside the house glowed warm and golden, making it look like a picture-perfect holiday card. For a brief, stupid second, standing on the frosted welcome mat, I almost believed this time would be different. Then the front door creaked open. Dad was standing in the foyer. He saw me before anyone else did. He didn't say hello. He didn't smile. He just looked me up and down, took in my thrifted peacoat and scuffed boots, and smirked. Didn't know they let dropouts in here. You're making me lose my appetizer, Julian. Just like that. 13 years of distance, and that was his opening line. I could have left right then. I should have turned around, gotten back into my heated car, and driven back to my quiet, peaceful penthouse downtown. But something dark inside me, some volatile mix of morbid curiosity and quiet, burning defiance, made me stay. Maybe I just wanted to see exactly how far they would go this time. Maybe I was just exhausted from running from people who never even bothered to try and catch up to me. The dining room was absolutely packed. Long tables stretched almost wall to wall, Covered in beige and gold Pinterest-style decorations, the kind of immaculate setup that screams, "We only use this to impress people we don't even like." Every single seat was taken except for the one wobbly chair shoved in the far corner near the kitchen draft. I passed by cousins I hadn't seen in half a decade, their kids completely glued to glowing tablets. The smell of cinnamon, roasted turkey, and fake pine was thick and suffocating in the air. My mom barely even glanced at me as I squeezed past her chair. She just gave a tight wave, said, "Oh, you actually came," and immediately turned back to her incredibly riveting conversation about someone else's destination wedding. I sat quietly, observing the room. I had gotten very good at being invisible over the years. My cousin Leo was holding court at the center of the table, talking loudly about his brand new promotion at some mid-tier insurance firm. His wife was chiming in every few seconds, practically reciting his LinkedIn resume from memory. Everyone nodded, congratulated him, and raised their glasses in a toast. I just picked at the cold bread rolls. No one asked me a single question, which, honestly, was a massive relief at first. Then, during the second round of expensive wine, someone clinked their glass with a fork. Time for the family career check-in. It was supposed to be a joke, kind of. Uncle Dave had started this toxic little tradition years ago, and unfortunately, it stuck. Each person would go around the table and give a quick, heavily sanitized update on what they were doing with their lives. Promotions, new jobs, real estate purchases, even disguised firings masked as pivots. It was all part of the sick ritual. The adults always pretended it was just lighthearted catching up, but you could physically feel the tension build in the room as the spotlight moved from chair to chair. My turn came dead last. Maya tried to smoothly skip over me, offering to go grab the pies, but Uncle Dave laughed his booming, obnoxious laugh and pointed his wine glass right at me. "Hold on now, what about Julian? Still chasing the startup dream in your basement, buddy?" I looked up from my water glass. "Yeah," I said, keeping my voice entirely flat. "Still chasing." A few people chuckled awkwardly. My dad smirked and shook his head, taking a slow sip of his Pinot Noir. That is exactly when Maya's husband, Liam, leaned over. Liam is relatively newer to the family machine. He married my sister a few years ago. Nice enough guy, very polished, very corporate. We had never really talked beyond standard pleasantries about the weather or sports. "Where do you actually work anyway, Julian?" Liam asked casually, like he was just trying to be polite and wasn't expecting much more than the name of a local coffee shop or an IT help desk. I paused. I seriously thought about lying. I thought about just saying I was in freelance consulting or something equally vague to get the spotlight off me. But I was so tired. I was so incredibly tired of minimizing my entire existence. I was tired of pretending I was small so they could feel big. I looked Liam dead in the eye and told him the exact name of my company. Liam blinked. He stopped chewing. He looked me over, from my messy hair down to my scuffed boots, like I had just spoken fluent, flawless Mandarin. "Wait," Liam said, his voice dropping an octave, his eyes narrowing in intense confusion. Wait, you're my CEO?" The entire dining room went utterly silent, and I don't mean a lull in conversation. I mean dead, suffocating, vacuum-sealed silence. Forks literally stopped moving halfway to people's mouths. Even the tablet-obsessed kids looked up. And that was the exact moment I realized that absolutely no one in this room knew. Not even my sister Maya. I looked at Liam, completely deadpan. "Yeah, small world, Liam." He let out a short, sharp, nervous laugh. "You're kidding, right?" I didn't smile. I didn't blink. I just stared at him. The silence stretched out, becoming agonizing. My dad's face shifted rapidly through a spectrum of emotions. Confusion, then deep denial, then something much harder and darker to read. My mom blinked rapidly like she had water in her eyes. Uncle Dave cleared his throat loudly. No one said a single word. I reached for my water glass, took a slow sip, and just let the suffocating tension hang there. But that was only the very beginning. Because the second Liam pulled out his iPhone under the table and frantically fact-checked me, the entire dynamic of the room started to violently unravel. And trust me, I hadn't even gotten to the dessert course yet. Liam stared at me like he was trying to aggressively rewrite everything he thought he knew about reality. The bright screen of his phone glowed visibly beneath the tablecloth as his thumb furiously scrolled, no doubt checking the official company website, the executive roster, maybe even our corporate LinkedIn page. I didn't need to look at his screen. I knew exactly what he would find. My name was right there at the very top of the page. Julian Mercer, Chief Executive Officer, Co-founder, the exact title they had all scoffed at for over a decade. Liam looked up again. His face was completely flushed red, his eyebrows raised so high they were practically in his hairline. He looked like he was buffering. "You're Julian Mercer," he muttered, just loud enough for the silence to amplify it. "As in, the Times Julian Mercer?" Maya turned toward her husband, her face twisted in genuine confusion. "Wait, Liam, what are you talking about? What is going on?" I could feel every single set of eyes in that room burning into my skin. All the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the in-laws. Some were pretending to still cut their turkey. Most weren't even breathing. Liam gave another half laugh, like he was desperately praying I would suddenly yell gotcha. And break the tension. Maya, he owns the company I work for. Liam said, his voice trembling slightly. Like, the whole company. I've seen him in virtual all-hands meetings, but I thought. I don't know what I thought. Liam trailed off, clearly struggling to reconcile the awkward, silent black sheep sitting at the corner of the table in a thrifted coat with the polished, authoritative executive voice he had heard dictating corporate strategy on quarterly earnings calls. Maya blinked, her mouth falling open. She turned to me. Wait, Julian, you run that entire company? You never told me that. I shrugged, keeping my posture completely relaxed. You never asked, Maya. She sat back in her chair slowly, as if the wind had been knocked out of her. Liam just shook his head, and I could literally see the terrifying realization dawning on him. The awkward, outcast brother of his wife's family, whom everyone openly mocked and barely acknowledged, was the man personally signing his incredibly lucrative paychecks. Then, my dad laughed, but it wasn't a laugh of joy, or shock, or even pleasant surprise. It was that dry, wheezy, dismissive scoff he always used whenever someone else's success made him feel small and uncomfortable. So what? Dad sneered, waving his butter knife at me. You own some little tech company. Doesn't mean you actually do anything important. These days, every kid with a MacBook and a Wi-Fi connection thinks they're a CEO. There it was, the immediate deflection, the desperate dismissal. I had seen it coming from a mile away, but it still made my jaw clench. I started it in my dorm room, Dad. I said, my voice eerily calm, cutting through the room. We went public last year. We're valued at over $200 million. My mom finally found her voice, her tone shrill and defensive. Well, you certainly never brought it up before, Julian. You could have said something instead of just sitting there letting everyone assume things. Assume what, Mom? I asked, not bothering to hide the sharp, icy edge in my voice anymore. Assume that I was a complete burnout? Assume that I failed at life? Silence slammed back into the room. I didn't correct anyone. I continued, leaning forward slightly, because none of you ever bothered to ask. You all collectively decided who I was 13 years ago when I dropped out. And anything that didn't perfectly fit that pathetic little version of me just didn't exist to you. I genuinely hadn't planned to say any of that. I had planned to eat my pie and leave. But once the words started coming out of my mouth, I physically couldn't stop them. The dam had broken. Dad slammed his fork down onto his expensive china plate. His tone sharpened into a familiar, threatening growl. Don't get dramatic, Julian. You're ruining the dinner. If we treated you differently, it's because you acted differently. You quit school, you stopped calling your mother, you clearly didn't want to be part of this family. No, I said, my voice remarkably steady despite the adrenaline pounding in my ears. I just got tired of being treated like a walking punchline. I got tired of being told my path didn't count just because it wasn't the exact one you demanded I take. The energy in the room was suffocating. Maya looked down at her lap, visibly twisting her napkin into knots. A few of the aunts exchanged wide-eyed, terrified glances. Dad was still staring at me like I was an alien species that had just crash-landed on his dining table. Naturally, Uncle Dave tried to jump in and smooth things over with his trademark fake, booming laugh. Well, hey, look at that. Maybe now Julian can buy us all a family vacation to Hawaii, huh? Since you're such a big shot now. A few people chuckled nervously, desperate to grab onto the lifeline and break the excruciating tension. But that stupid joke made something completely snap inside my chest. Because that is exactly how it always went with them. The second things got too real, the second they had to face accountability, they turned it into a joke. Redirect, deflect, move on, pretend it never happened. Except this time, I refused to move on. I easily could, I said, my voice dropping to a dead serious whisper that carried across the silent room. But I won't. That got their attention. The nervous chuckling instantly died. I am not here to impress anyone, I said, looking around the table. I came tonight because Maya practically begged me to. But if all you people are going to do is sit here and pretend this toxic behavior isn't a massive, lifelong pattern, I will save you the trouble of inviting me next year. Dad scoffed again, crossing his arms. There he goes. Always so damn sensitive. Can't even take a joke. And that is when the absolute breaking point happened. Liam, still tightly gripping his phone under the table, cleared his throat loudly. Actually, Richard, Liam said, looking directly at my dad. I've got something to say. Everyone whipped their heads toward Liam. Even I was surprised. I've been working under Julian's company for almost 4 years, Liam said, his voice shaking but gaining strength. He built that entire infrastructure from the ground up. We had massive industry-wide layoffs during the pandemic, and Julian personally took a pay cut to make sure absolutely no one on my specific team lost their job or their health insurance. I didn't even know who he really was at the time, but now that I do, I think this is the first time in my entire life I've seen someone actively hide massive, life-changing success just because they were terrified of how their own family would react. Liam turned to his wife. Maya, how did you not know this? Maya looked like she was about to burst into tears. Her lip was trembling. He never talks about work, Liam. I thought he did freelance coding stuff. I didn't know. That stung, deeper than I expected. I didn't talk about it, Maya, I said quietly, because the last time I tried to tell Dad about a minor success, I was accused of bragging and making Leo feel bad. Dad snorted loudly, his face turning a deep shade of red. Oh, so now we're the problem? You've always thought you were better than us, Julian. Always sitting in the corner, judging everyone. No, I said, standing up from my chair. I didn't do it dramatically. I just stood up, signaling that I was officially done being cornered at the metaphorical kids' table while the adults played their sick games of pretend. I spent my entire 20s hoping you would finally be proud of me. But eventually, I realized that was never, ever going to happen. I could literally cure cancer, and you would still tell everyone you wished I had gone back to get my degree. Mom opened her mouth, probably to launch into a guilt trip about how much she sacrificed for me, but I held up a hand and stopped her dead. I'm not doing this anymore. I am completely done shrinking myself so you people can feel comfortable in your mediocrity. I turned to Maya. Thanks for inviting me, Maya. The food smelled great, but I think I've stayed long enough. I grabbed my coat from the back of my chair and started heading toward the front door, and that is exactly when the ultimate betrayal happened. Wait, Maya said, her voice cracking loudly. I stopped and turned around. She had stood up and was holding something awkwardly behind her back. It was a small, rectangular box wrapped in cheap, shiny red foil. I was going to give this to you later, she stammered, holding it out with trembling hands. It's from everyone. A joint gift. I walked back slowly and took the box from her hands. It felt heavy. I tore the red foil off in one swift motion. It was a book. A hardcover self-help book. The title, in massive, glossy yellow letters, read, Finding Success After Failure. How to Rebuild Your Life When You've Hit Rock Bottom. I just stood there, staring at the cover. I felt the air leave my lungs. I looked up at Maya, my own sister, the supposed peacemaker. You all picked this out together? I asked, my voice completely hollow. She hesitated, her eyes darting nervously toward our parents. It was Dad's idea, she whispered. He said, maybe it would help you get your life back on track. The room was silent again. Even Liam looked absolutely horrified, his mouth hanging open in shock. I didn't say anything. I didn't throw the book at the wall. I didn't shout or flip the table. I just gently set the book down right in the middle of Maya's pristine, beige table runner, next to the cranberry sauce. I turned around, walked down the hallway, opened the front door, and walked out into the freezing snow. And just as the heavy oak door was clicking shut behind me, I distinctly heard my dad's voice echo from the dining room. See? Can't even take a joke. That was the absolute last time I spoke to a single one of them. At least, for a while. But what they didn't know, what none of those arrogant, small-minded people realized in that moment, was that their cruel words that night, the way they laughed at me, that deeply insulting book. That was the exact moment something inside my brain finally snapped. Because I wasn't the terrified, insecure dropout anymore. I was a multimillionaire. I was their boss. I was their future landlord. I was their unacknowledged, hidden success story. And for the first time in my entire life, I was not going to let that immense power go to waste. Edit. A few of you in the comments asked why I didn't just tell Maya the truth about my success years ago, outside of the family dynamic. The truth is, Maya has always been a flying monkey for my parents. Anything I told her in confidence inevitably made its way back to them, usually twisted to fit their narrative. If I had told her I was wealthy, my parents would have immediately demanded financial support while still treating me like garbage. Silence was my only true armor. Until it wasn't. Update 1. When I stepped out into the freezing cold air that Christmas night, I didn't feel powerful. I didn't feel smug, or victorious, or any of the triumphant things you would imagine someone feels after dropping a massive truth bomb on their abusers. I just felt completely, devastatingly hollow. The night air wrapped around me like a wet blanket, and as I walked to my car, I could still faintly hear the echoes of forced laughter and silverware clinking through the frosted windows behind me. You would think that walking out like that, on your own terms with your dignity fully intact, would feel like pure freedom, but it didn't. Not yet. It felt exactly like walking out of a burning house, only to realize you had accidentally left crucial pieces of your own soul inside the flames. I sat in my freezing car for a long time, the engine running, the heater blasting, my fingers gripping the leather steering wheel until my knuckles turned stark white. I thought about driving straight to the corporate office to bury myself in spreadsheets. I thought about Maya's terrified face when she handed me that insulting book, like she genuinely, truly believed it was an act of love. The sick thing is, when your own family hands you a book titled Times Finding Success After Failure, it isn't just a gag gift. It is a deeply calculated message, wrapped up in cheap holiday paper and forced, tight-lipped smiles. It is a message that loudly says, "We do not see you, we do not hear you, we refuse to acknowledge reality, we still think you are a pathetic failure." And the saddest part? I realize that somewhere deep down, I still believe them. Even after all the massive enterprise contracts, the glowing tech magazine headlines, the IPO celebrations, and the 8-figure bank account, there was still that terrified 21-year-old kid sitting in the back row of his life, absolutely desperate for a single nod of parental approval that was never, ever going to come. That night, I didn't sleep a single minute. I paced my massive penthouse apartment, completely restless, obsessively replaying the entire dinner like a lawyer reviewing courtroom footage. I saw their faces, I heard the silence. I heard Dad sneer, "Can't even take a joke," as if I was the one who made things toxic. I thought about Liam, too. How insanely quickly he went from utter disbelief to quiet, submissive silence. Like once the initial shock wore off, he remembered his exact place in the family hierarchy and adjusted his behavior accordingly to avoid Dad's wrath. By the time the sun came up, something fundamental in my psychology had shifted. I didn't spiral into recklessness, but I heavily withdrew. Over the next few weeks, I stopped responding to emails that didn't require my immediate CEO authority. I stopped showing up for optional investor calls. I still ran the company, obviously, but I started aggressively letting my executive team take the spotlight. I started showing up to the office in plain black hoodies and faded jeans instead of the tailored, bespoke blazers I usually wore like protective armor. People in the office definitely noticed, but no one dared say a word. I guess when you're the CEO, people just assume you are playing some 4D chess move, even when you are actively unraveling. I was shedding. I was violently peeling back the psychological layers I didn't even realize I had been wearing to protect myself from my family's judgment. I stopped going to my private gym. I started eating terrible takeout at 3 a.m. The nights completely blurred into the mornings. I found myself obsessively rereading my old college journals, my original messy pitch decks, and even some of my freshman essays. I was frantically searching for the exact moment I became that guy, the failure my parents could only describe with a heavy sigh of disappointment. And somewhere in the absolute mess of my home office, inside a dusty cardboard box, I found something I had completely forgotten existed. A printed letter. It was an email from my freshman year computer science professor, printed out and folded tightly into quarters. It was his response to a panicked email I had sent him right after I officially dropped out. Back then, at 21, I had written him a long, pathetic apology for wasting his time, for not seeing the degree through, for not being the brilliant academic he thought I could be. His reply, printed on faded paper, was incredibly short. "Julian, you are not a failure, you just outgrew the room. It is terrifying, but outgrowing a room is not the same thing as quitting. Keep building your vision. The rest of the world will catch up to you eventually." I must have stood in my office and read that faded piece of paper 10 times in a row. And on the 11th read, the lock in my brain finally clicked open. I hadn't failed. I had evolved. My parents didn't want evolution. They wanted blind obedience. They wanted predictability. They wanted a perfectly packaged version of success that looked exactly like a framed university degree, a miserable middle management cubicle, and a 30-year mortgage by the time I was 30. They lacked the basic mental capacity to process someone who skipped all their required steps and still came out vastly ahead of them. I spent the next month entirely unplugging. Not from my company, I still handled the critical infrastructure and checked in with my VP, but from the suffocating noise of expectations. I stopped trying to prove anything to anyone. I mentored a 20-year-old kid named Tyler who had built a clunky but brilliant mobile app. I helped him polish his pitch, connected him with some angel investors in Denver, and watched him secure his first round of real funding. Watching Tyler succeed without his own parents' support healed a part of me I didn't know was bleeding. I wasn't just rebuilding my self-worth, I was redefining my entire concept of legacy. Meanwhile, my family stayed absolutely dead silent. No phone calls. No text messages. No apologies. Maya sent exactly one, "Hope you're doing well," text in mid-January, which I left on read. I wasn't being petty, I was simply done doing 100% of the emotional labor for people who hated me. Then, in late February, the dominoes began to fall. First, I got a highly confidential message from my head of HR. Apparently, Liam had formally requested an immediate transfer to a different department, citing a conflict of interest and deeply uncomfortable family dynamics. I didn't stop the transfer. I didn't even reply to the HR email, I just let it happen. But the timing was incredibly interesting, because exactly 2 days after Liam's transfer request crossed my desk, I received a thick, certified letter in the mail. It was from my parents. Or, more accurately, it was from their estate lawyer. They were selling their massive, pristine house. And in the letter, They were graciously offering me the exclusive first opportunity to buy it at a generous family rate before they officially listed it on the open market. I stood in my kitchen, holding the heavy parchment paper, and I laughed out loud. It wasn't a joyful laugh. It was a dark, cynical laugh, because it was just so perfectly, disgustingly times them. After 13 years of writing me off, after belittling my massive achievements to my face, and after literally handing me a self-help book for failures at Christmas dinner, their very first real point of contact was a desperate real estate pitch. I didn't respond right away. I sat down and really thought about what I wanted. What had felt like a burning need for revenge 6 weeks ago had crystallized into something entirely different. I wasn't interested in a screaming match. I wasn't interested in proving a point just for pride. I was interested in absolute, surgical control. I stared at that legal letter for an hour, then I opened my laptop, cracked my knuckles, and began drafting a very different kind of response. Because the funny thing about hitting rock bottom is that it provides a fantastic, solid foundation to build a fortress on. I didn't reply to their lawyer. Instead, I did some deep digging. One of the massive perks of owning a tech company that specializes in enterprise financial software integration is that you have access. Not illegal access, mind you, but incredibly deep connections, sweeping public records data, real estate filings, and market trend algorithms. 3 phone calls later, I had the entire, pathetic picture. Turns out, my arrogant, judgmental parents were completely broke, not flatline, living on the street bankrupt, but dangerously close. Their aggressive retirement fund had taken a massive hit during the last market dip. And Dad, I worked hard for everything I have and dropouts are lazy, had secretly refinanced the family house 2 years ago to heavily fund a sketchy investment opportunity. He had dumped hundreds of thousands of dollars into a completely nonsense crypto startup run by a guy named Chase, a 20-something scammer with frosted tips and a leased Lamborghini. The crypto startup completely tanked. It vanished overnight. And now, my parents were desperately trying to sell the house before the bank started knocking on the door with foreclosure papers. Their generous pitch to me as the first family buyer wasn't about mending fences or offering me a deal. It was a desperate, panicked attempt to skip the massive realtor fees and avoid the public humiliation of a bank seizure. Everything clicked into perfect, sickening place. The self-help book. The silence. The sudden need to reconnect via certified mail. They didn't want their son back. They wanted a bailout from the bank account of the son they despised. And that is exactly when I decided I wasn't just going to reject their pathetic offer. I was going to surgically dismantle their entire reality. I sat down at my desk and made a precise, step-by-step list. This wasn't a petty, burn-it-all-down revenge fantasy. This was about permanently resetting the table. Step 1. Buy the house, but absolutely not from them. I contacted the lending bank directly. I didn't use a third-party broker. I called a guy I had met years ago at a TechCrunch Disrupt conference in Denver, a mid-level account manager who had recently been promoted to VP of lending at that exact bank. After a very brief, highly confidential conversation, I learned that the official foreclosure was actually much closer than my parents had let on. They were praying to sell before the public notice hit the county records to avoid the social embarrassment in their country club circle. I made a quiet, all-cash offer directly to the bank. I used a completely anonymous shell company I had set up years ago for commercial property investments. There were absolutely no ties to the Mercer name on any of the paperwork. The bank, desperate to offload a toxic asset without the legal headache of a drawn-out eviction, was absolutely thrilled. I bypassed my parents entirely and bought my own childhood home for 25% below market value. No drama, no family negotiations. Just cold, hard corporate business. Step 2. Set the psychological stage. I didn't evict them immediately. That would have been way too obvious, way too fast. I needed them to feel completely safe. I needed them to believe they had successfully dodged a massive bullet and somehow come out ahead. So, I waited. I hired a ruthless, highly professional property manager from 3 states over someone with zero connections to my tech company or my family to play the role of the representative for the anonymous new corporate landlord. I gave her incredibly strict instructions. Do not rush anything. Let the tenants enjoy the remainder of their current implied lease. Pay the utilities quietly. Just send them a standard corporate letter notifying them that the debt had been acquired by a private firm and the property would eventually be repurposed. When that terrifying corporate letter arrived in their mailbox a month later, Mom completely panicked. She called Maya in hysterics. Maya immediately texted me, "Julian, did you buy the house? Mom is freaking out." I left her on read. She sent another text the next morning, "Julian, please answer me. They think you did this. You didn't, right?" I swiped the notification away. I wasn't being needlessly cruel. I wanted them to sit in the agonizing uncertainty. I wanted them to feel exactly what I had felt for 13 years, ignored, dismissed and completely out of the loop of my own life. Step 3. Gather the remaining pieces. A week later, Liam officially quit my company. He didn't give a reason. And he didn't have to. HR flagged his exit interview for me, and I just let him walk. But I did have my team keep a very close eye on his next career steps. Turns out, Liam landed a job at a much smaller, drastically underfunded competitor of ours. I made a few discreet calls, not to sabotage him, I'm not that petty, but to understand the board. What I learned was hilarious. Liam had aggressively pitched himself as a senior executive strategist at his new company. He had plastered my company's name all over his resume, heavily implying that he and I worked hand in hand on high-level enterprise contracts. He conveniently omitted the fact that he was 3 rungs below the department head and had never once been in a private room with me. I filed that leverage away, I didn't need it yet. Step 4. The re-invite. By late March, the trap was fully set. That's when I got another text from Maya. Julian. Dad is turning 60 inches April. He wants a small dinner. Just family. Absolutely no drama. Dad. He specifically asked me to invite you. Please come. I stared at the glowing screen for a long time. This was it. The final move. The exact moment where the power dynamic would permanently shatter. I waited exactly 4 hours to let her sweat, and then I replied. Sure, Maya, I'll come. Let me know when and where. Simple, polite, no snark. Let them think I had moved on. Let them believe the awkwardness of Christmas was water under the bridge. But behind the curtain, I was orchestrating the final act of the play. Because if my parents thought this 60th birthday dinner was going to be just another gathering where I sat quietly in the corner while they danced around the truth, they had absolutely no idea what kind of hell I was bringing to the table. Update 2. The table was perfectly set. The deed to the house was locked in my safe. The power had completely shifted, and I was entirely done playing small. I arrived at the restaurant exactly 5 minutes early. I debated whether to show up fashionably late to make an entrance, but something primal told me that being the first one at the table held more power. There is an undeniable dominance in watching your abusers walk into a room where you are already comfortably seated. The birthday dinner was at a ridiculously high-end, painfully quiet steakhouse downtown. The kind of establishment with heavy mahogany chairs, dim candlelight, pristine white tablecloths, and menus that arrogantly don't list the prices. Maya had reserved a private dining room near the back wine cellar. 12 seats. 1 long table. The exact same number of people who had sat around the dining table at Christmas when they handed me that humiliating self-help book. The poetry of it was almost too perfect. I dressed for a funeral. I wore a bespoke, dark navy suit. No tie. Just polished and expensive enough to draw a massive, neon line between the thrift store kid I used to be and the multimillionaire CEO I was. I was wearing a new, custom engraved watch, a gift to myself. The inscription on the back metal read, "You built this." I didn't expect a single person at that table to notice the watch. That wasn't the point. I knew it was there. Maya arrived next. She walked into the private room, saw me sitting at the head of the table sipping sparkling water, and froze. She gave me a tight-lipped, incredibly nervous smile, and offered an awkward half-hug. It was the kind of hug where you can physically feel all the desperate words the person wants to say vibrating in their chest, but they are too cowardly to speak them. I just nodded, perfectly calm. Thanks for the invite, Maya. Then the rest of the family trickled in. Mom arrived wearing that ever-practiced, strained country club smile. Uncle Dave was already loudly chuckling about some miserable traffic joke. Cousin Leo walked in looking smug. And finally, Dad walked through the heavy wooden doors. He walked in like he owned the entire building, puffing his chest out. He completely ignored me at first, greeting everyone else, until we finally locked eyes across the room. Glad you could make it, Julian, Dad said. His tone was incredibly neutral, measured, almost uncomfortably careful. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Dad, I replied, my voice smooth as glass. Dinner started civilly enough. Painfully boring small talk. The weather, Leo's car, the kids' schools. Someone brought up a new true crime documentary on Netflix. I just sat back, cutting my incredibly expensive steak, letting the inane chatter wash completely over me. I wasn't there to engage in their banter. I was a sniper waiting for the wind to die down. Timing was everything. Liam arrived 20 minutes late, looking incredibly sheepish and stressed. He gave me a quick, terrified nod and practically threw himself into the chair next to Maya, violently fidgeting with his cloth napkin. He hadn't made direct eye contact with me once since the exact day he quit my company. The wine flowed heavily. The night ambled on until the main courses were fully cleared away by the silent waitstaff. That is when I saw my window open. Maya stood up and gently clinked her champagne glass with her knife. Okay, everyone, she said, her voice slightly shaky. Before they bring out the cake, I just wanted to say a quick toast. Dad, happy 60th birthday. We all love you so much, and we really hope this next chapter of your life brings you peace, deep rest, and a whole lot of fishing trips. Light, polite laughter rippled around the table. Glasses clinked. A few murmurs of, here, here. Then, it was his turn. Dad wiped his mouth with his napkin, stood up slowly, and held his glass of expensive red wine high. "Thanks, everyone," Dad began, looking around the room with a practiced look of humility. "Really. I wasn't sure if we'd all be able to get together like this again after. Well, anyway, I'm glad we did. It means a lot to see all of you here tonight." Then, he turned his head and looked directly at me. He looked exactly like a politician trying to read a forced apology off an invisible teleprompter. "Especially you, Julian. I know things haven't always been perfect between us. But I've always wanted the absolute best for you, even if I didn't always say it the right way. I'm proud of you, son." That caught a lot of shocked looks from the cousins. Mom even reached out and squeezed his wrist, looking at him like she had been desperately waiting for him to utter those words for 13 years. It was a beautiful, touching, completely fabricated lie. He wasn't proud of me. He was terrified of me. He knew I had money, and he knew he was secretly drowning in debt. I gave a small, slow nod. "I appreciate that, Dad." He sat back down, looking incredibly relieved. A few people clapped. Maya let out a massive breath she had clearly been holding. The tension in the room plummeted, and people started relaxing back into their chairs, assuming the hatchet had finally been buried. But I wasn't relaxed, because now, it was my turn. I waited until the waiter brought out the dessert, a modest, dark chocolate cake with a 60 candle burning brightly on top. They sang the song. They took the photos. And then, as forks started dipping into the slices, I slowly pushed my chair back and stood up. "Before we all head out tonight," I said, raising my glass of water, my voice cutting through the chatter like a scalpel, "I'd actually like to share something, too. Just a quick family announcement." Every single head in the room snapped toward me. I took my time. I had absolutely no rush, no nerves, no elevated heart rate. I was ice. Most of you here know that I've spent the last decade building my tech company. I started, making deliberate eye contact with Uncle Dave, then Leo, then Mom. It's been a massive journey. Lots of ups and downs, late nights, learning the hard way. But I am incredibly proud of what it has become. And recently, with some liquid capital, I started exploring something entirely new. Commercial real estate. A few polite, confused nods from the aunts. "I'm not talking about flipping cheap houses," I continued, pacing slightly behind my chair. "I'm talking about building something deeply meaningful. A series of community projects, mixed-use developments, and legacy properties. And recently, one specific property came up for sale that meant a great deal to me. It carried a lot of personal history. So, I bought it." The room instantly tensed. I could physically feel the atmospheric pressure drop. I turned slowly and locked eyes completely with my father. "It was yours, Dad." Dad froze. The fork halfway to his mouth stopped dead. I didn't stop. I kept my voice entirely conversational, completely devoid of emotion. "I didn't buy it from you, though. I bought it directly from the bank. You were in pre-foreclosure. You probably thought you had a few more weeks to hide it from Mom and the family, but unfortunately, your crypto guy Chase, was it? The kid with the Lamborghini? Tanked your entire retirement fund much faster than you expected." Dad's face completely drained of color. He looked like a corpse. Mom's heavy silver fork slipped from her fingers and clattered loudly onto her porcelain plate. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't gloating. I was speaking with the steady, measured cadence of a CEO reading a quarterly earnings report to a board of directors. "I used an anonymous shell company," I explained smoothly. "I've let you stay there these past 3 months. I quietly covered your back utilities. I didn't raise your rent. I didn't kick you out in the snow. I wanted to make sure you were entirely comfortable while I finalized the permits." "What? What are you saying?" Dad's voice was a low, sharp, terrified rasp. "I'm saying," I replied, leaning slightly over the table, "that you will be getting a formal, certified letter in the mail this coming Tuesday. You have exactly 90 days to vacate the premises. After that, the property is being completely gutted and converted into a startup incubator for severely underserved, low-income tech founders. It's the flagship project for the new foundation I'm launching." Mom gasped violently, clutching her pearls. "Julian, you're evicting us? From your own childhood home?" I looked at her. Not with cruelty, but with absolute, terrifying clarity. "I am reclaiming something that was never yours to weaponize against me, Mom." Silence. Dead, thick, suffocating silence. "You could have called us," Mom whispered, tears finally spilling down her perfectly powdered cheeks. "You could have just talked to us. You could have believed in me," I replied instantly, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "At any point in the last 13 years. But instead, you mocked me. You dismissed me. You used me as a punchline to make yourselves feel superior. And when I finally showed up at Christmas as vastly more successful than you could ever comprehend, you handed me a book about failing." I gestured to the empty space on the table. "So, yeah, I bought the house. And I am finally using it for something good." Dad violently pushed his chair back and stood up, his face flushed a dangerous, explosive purple. "You think this makes you a man, Julian? You think this makes you better than us? No, Dad, I said quietly, looking him dead in the eye. It makes me free. Liam was staring intensely at his half-eaten cake, looking like he wanted to physically melt into the floorboards. Maya was silently sobbing into her napkin. I reached into my tailored suit jacket and pulled out a crisp, white envelope. I slid it across the mahogany table directly toward Maya. What is this? Maya choked out, refusing to touch it. Something for your kids, I said softly. It's an irrevocable trust and scholarship fund, fully paid college tuition, wherever they want to go. Or seed money if they want to start a business, absolutely no strings attached. Just because I still love you, Maya, and I know you were the only one who actually tried. Her eyes welled up even more. She put her hand over her mouth and just stared at the envelope. Dad's chair scraped aggressively against the hardwood floor. You have always been an arrogant, ungrateful little bastard, he spat, his fists clenched at his sides. No, I said, entirely unfazed by his rage. I have just finally stopped apologizing for existing on my own terms. Dad stormed out of the private room, slamming the heavy wooden door so hard the wine glasses rattled. Mom scrambled out of her chair and followed right behind him, muttering something tearful about unbelievable cruelty. Uncle Dave and Cousin Leo just sat there, completely stunned, looking like they had just watched a Shakespearean tragedy unfold in real time. I calmly sat back down, picked up my sparkling water, and took a sip. Maya looked at me. She really, truly looked at me for the first time in over a decade. I didn't know it was that bad for you, Julian, she whispered, her voice breaking. I swear to God, I didn't know. I nodded slowly. That's because I stopped telling you when it started hurting. She said nothing for a long time. She just stared at the white envelope containing her children's future. Then, finally, she leaned across the table and whispered, "Thank you." I nodded again. By the time the waiter nervously brought the check, half the table had already awkwardly cleared out. Only Maya and Liam remained. Liam still hadn't spoken a single word. He hadn't even looked up. As I stood up to leave, I reached into my pocket and placed a second, slightly thicker envelope directly in front of Liam. He finally looked up, his eyes wide with panic. What is this, a lawsuit? A choice, I said flatly. Your new employer is about to be aggressively audited by the SEC. They are absolutely not ready for it, and they are going to go under in 6 months. You can stay there and sink with the ship, or you can jump ship right now and join a new competitor firm I am quietly funding in Denver. Higher salary, better title, and absolutely zero family drama. But if you take it, you never put my name on your resume again. It's your call. Liam opened his mouth, closed it, and slowly nodded. He looked completely defeated, but incredibly relieved. I didn't wait for a thank you. I didn't need one. I turned around and walked out of the restaurant into the freezing downtown night. The air was crisp, clean, and sharp in my lungs. The city skyline stretched wide and glowing above me. There was no fanfare, no dramatic applause, no movie-ending music. There was just profound, absolute peace. And for the first time in 13 years, I wasn't running away from anything, and I wasn't chasing anyone's approval. I was simply walking toward a future that was entirely my own. I wasn't the dropout anymore, I was the landlord. And more importantly, I was the legacy. Top comments. User 1, this is absolute, surgical perfection. The fact that you didn't just scream at them, but systematically dismantled their entire false reality using their own financial incompetence is beautiful. Your dad's ego couldn't handle that his dropout son was bailing him out, so he chose rage instead of gratitude. Enjoy your freedom, man, you earned every bit of it. User 2, the self-help book is what gets me. Narcissistic parents will literally watch you pull up in a Bentley and still hand you a pamphlet on how to get a job at a gas station just to keep you in the little box they built for you. The 90-day eviction notice for a charity incubator is the most poetic justice I've ever read on this site. User 3, good on you for taking care of Maya's kids despite her enabling behavior. A lot of people would have cut the whole tree down, but you recognized she was just surviving in the toxic environment they created. And honestly, offering Liam that job out of the sinking ship was a boss move. You established total dominance without being a tyrant. 10/10 execution. Mom threw her wine at me when she realized I was a CEO. Then my sister tried to contest Grandma's will, so I destroyed her entire career by defeat her in court. My family spent 28 years treating me like an invisible background character while worshipping my golden child sister, eventually cutting me out of the holidays entirely when they realized I had secretly become a self-made tech millionaire. But when my sister tried to drag me into court to steal the massive inheritance our grandmother rightfully left me, she didn't realize I had found decades of hidden journals documenting their abuse. I didn't just defeat her in front of a judge, I released a documentary that permanently dismantled her career, her reputation, and the entire family's fake perfect image. Original post. My name is Julian, and I'm 28 years old. I currently live in Chicago, and I don't just mean I rent a decent place in the suburbs. I live in a sprawling, 4,500 square foot penthouse in the Gold Coast. I have floor-to-ceiling windows that offer an unobstructed, dizzying view of Lake Michigan, polished imported marble floors that reflect the city lights at night, and a private elevator that opens directly into my foyer. But if you were to ask my family to describe me, they wouldn't mention any of that. They'd probably still describe me as Chloe's quiet, awkward little brother. Not because I am actually quiet, but because they simply never bothered to listen to a word I said. I guess every family has their favorite, but ours didn't even pretend to hide it. Chloe, my older sister by 3 years, has always been the absolute golden child. Since the day she was born, she was the family's shining star. She was the first to walk, the first to talk. She was the one who won the state mock trial championships, the girl who had the perfect custom-tailored prom dress, the one who always knew exactly what to say to make adults fawn over her. And me? I was just the kid who didn't need much. That was my mother Brenda's favorite way of justifying the massive disparity in how we were treated. Julian doesn't mind, she'd say with a dismissive wave of her perfectly manicured hand, whenever a relative questioned why Chloe got a brand new car for her sweet 16 while my birthday was just a lukewarm pizza dinner at home. Chloe's milestones were celebrated with rented banquet halls, professional photographers, and ice sculptures. Mine were barely a footnote. It was like watching someone be handed the blazing sun, while you're patted on the head and told, "Hey, there's still a little bit of starlight left over. That counts, too, right?" I didn't resent Chloe at first. Not when we were really little. She was just my big sister, and I thought she was cool. She painted her nails in weird colors, blasted loud music in her room, and taught me how to tell fake friends from real ones on the playground. But over time, the dynamic shifted. She started treating me the exact same way everyone else in our family did, like I was some irrelevant background prop in the movie of her spectacular life. She would smile brightly at me when the home video camera was rolling, but completely dismiss me the second it was turned off. My mom, Brenda, certainly didn't help the situation. She was pathologically obsessed with appearances. Our family holiday cards had to be perfectly color coordinated. Her social media posts were curated like high-end museum exhibits, and Chloe, naturally, was always the centerpiece. The future high-powered lawyer, the beauty with brains, the ultimate pride of the family. I still vividly remember my mom bragging at Thanksgiving dinner a few years ago. Chloe got into Northwestern law, she announced, her voice trembling with manufactured pride. Early decision, full ride. The entire table erupted into applause. Then, almost as an afterthought, my mom turned to me and said, "Julian, are you still doing that little computer stuff in your bedroom?" I had just landed my first paid internship at a major software startup, but I didn't say anything. I just smiled tightly, looked down at my plate, and passed the gravy. That was the game we played. Stay quiet, stay small, stay out of the way. I got incredibly good at it. Until I didn't. Things started shifting dramatically after college. I moved to the city and told them I was working in IT, which was technically true, but I was also building my own software on the side. 2 years later, I had launched my own company, an AI-driven supply chain logistics platform. I had no loans, no financial help from my parents, just endless lines of code, gallons of black coffee, and brutal nights spent debugging until my eyes stung and my vision blurred. I didn't tell my family about my success, not because I was actively hiding it, but because they literally never asked. I think the very first time Chloe noticed I might have changed was at my dad's retirement dinner. It was held at some overpriced, stuffy country club in the suburbs. We were all crammed around a long mahogany table under massive crystal chandeliers. Chloe showed up 45 minutes late, wearing a stunning crimson designer dress, acting like she was walking a Hollywood red carpet rather than coming to honor the man who had paid for her entire undergraduate tuition. My parents immediately stood up to greet her, knocking over a water glass in the process. My Aunt Helen scooted over to make room. My dad clapped like an angel had just descended from heaven. I just sat there in the corner, quietly sipping my bourbon. When she finally noticed me sitting there, she tilted her head, looked me up and down, and said, "Oh, wow, Julian, you've really grown into your face." I smiled back, maintaining total eye contact. "And you've grown into your personality, Chloe." There was a heavy beat of dead silence, and then she let out a loud, fake laugh like it was a joke, but I meant every single word of it. Later that night, as we all toasted my dad, Chloe stood up and gave a speech. It was incredibly long, flowery, and entirely overly dramatic. She even quoted Churchill at one point. She called him her hero, her rock, the wind beneath her wings. Everyone clapped until their hands were red. Then my mom nudged me sharply in the ribs. "Say a few words, sweetie, don't be rude." I stood up, cleared my throat, and kept it very short. I thanked my dad for teaching me how to work hard, how to stay disciplined, and how to be entirely independent. It was simple. But it was true. As I sat back down, I clearly heard Chloe whisper to her fiancé, "God, he's so socially awkward." And they both laughed. Loud enough for me to hear it perfectly. Loud enough for everyone at the table to pretend they didn't. That night, I walked out to the freezing parking lot completely alone while Chloe was surrounded by a mob of relatives and friends taking endless selfies. The funny thing is, by that point, I could have easily afforded to leave in a chauffeur-driven Maybach. I could have flown home in a private helicopter if I wanted to. But I still drove the exact same used Honda Civic I bought 6 years ago. Just because I'd outgrown them financially didn't mean I was done with them. Not yet. Then came Grandma Rose's 75th birthday party. Grandma Rose is the absolute only person in my entire extended family who ever treated me like I actually mattered as a human being. She used to mail me thick sci-fi novels when I was little. She would send me old, dense computer manuals she found at garage sales, with little sticky notes in the margins saying things like, "I don't understand a word of this, but I bet my genius grandson will." We weren't constantly calling each other, but we had a very deep, quiet bond. She actually saw me. I absolutely did not want to miss her big day. It was a huge, pretentious gathering at this massive, fancy estate out in Lake Geneva. My mom had planned it like it was a royal coronation. We had matching family polo shirts, rigidly coordinated speech schedules, and a massive projector slideshow spanning 7 decades of Grandma's life. Chloe was, of course, the master of ceremonies. She wore a pale blue silk dress and expensive heels that clicked loudly and obnoxiously on the hardwood floors. Her voice boomed confidently through the microphone. She managed to force herself to cry at least 3 separate times during her introduction. "This incredible woman raised us," she said dramatically, wiping away a non-existent tear. "She taught me what it means to be a woman of true strength and endless grace." She looked directly at me when she said the word grace, then quickly looked away with a slight smirk. I stood near the back of the room by the patio doors, holding a glass of sparkling water, just watching the circus. People circulated around the room, gossiping, laughing, drinking heavily. My cousin Sophie eventually wandered over to me and said, "Hey Julian, is it true you're working in tech now?" Before I could answer, Chloe materialized out of nowhere and chimed in, "Oh, he just fixes internet routers or something for a little startup." I laughed softly, "Something like that." Then my uncle Marcus, who is notoriously loud and nosy, joined our little circle. "You still living in that tiny, depressing apartment out in the suburbs, Julian?" I took a slow sip of my water and shrugged. "Nah, I moved a while ago." Uncle Marcus raised a bushy eyebrow. "Oh yeah, where to? The city?" I nodded. "Yeah, downtown." He whistled loudly. "Downtown Chicago? That's not cheap, kid." "Where exactly?" I looked out the window at the manicured lawns for a second before answering. "Gold Coast." They both blinked in unison. Sophie laughed nervously. "You're messing with us. Gold Coast is billionaire territory." I smiled warmly. "Nope. I'm on the top floor. 2 massive balconies. I've got a pretty clear, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan." I didn't say it to show off. It just naturally came out. For once in my entire life, I didn't instinctively downplay my existence. Across the room, I saw Chloe completely freeze mid-conversation. Her head whipped around so fast I thought she might snap her neck. My mom, who was standing a few feet away, suddenly stopped smiling. The wine glass in her hand began to tremble visibly. Uncle Marcus stared at me like he was frantically recalibrating the entire mental image he had of who I was, like I'd just stepped out of the shadows and ruined his favorite painting. And then it happened. My mom, who usually never drank more than 1 polite glass of wine at family events, suddenly lifted her glass and threw it straight at the floor. The $20 Cabernet splashed across the pristine white marble tiles in a violent, perfect arc, the glass shattering into 100 pieces. She didn't say a single word. She just turned and stormed toward the back patio doors like she was suffocating and desperately needed air. Chloe looked absolutely furious, but it wasn't just confusion on her face, it was sheer panic. And then Uncle Marcus, usually so loud and aggressively opinionated, said very quietly, almost like he was just thinking aloud to himself, "Huh, I guess Brenda backed the wrong kid." That was the exact moment the entire room truly went dead silent. People turned their heads. Grandma Rose blinked in surprise. Chloe's cheeks flushed a deep, angry crimson. And for the very first time in my 28 years of life, I wasn't the one being completely ignored. I was the absolute center of gravity in the room. And the crazy part was, I hadn't even really started yet. I didn't say anything else for a while after that night. I just left the Lake Geneva estate with a tight, satisfied smile and took a slow, peaceful walk back to my car while the rest of them frantically fumbled around in damage control mode. I didn't owe them a single explanation. Not then. Not after decades of them pretending I didn't exist unless they specifically needed something heavy moved, a computer fixed, or a dinner bill quietly paid. But that precise moment, the dramatic wine throw, the suffocating silence, Uncle Marcus's accidental, brutal truth, it was a massive crack in the family wall. And once a wall that thick cracks, it doesn't stay standing for very long. 2 days later, my mom finally called me. She didn't ask how I was doing. She didn't offer an apology for hurling a glass of red wine across a crowded room in front of 70 family members and friends. She just went straight into the attack. her voice tight and strained like she was holding her breath. Julian, you really should have told us about the penthouse. I leaned back on my expensive leather couch, crossing one leg over the other, just staring out at the gorgeous city skyline through my massive windows. Why? You weren't exactly interested when I got my first apartment. You didn't even help me move. She completely ignored that. It just caught everyone incredibly off guard. You made your sister look bad. There it was. Not, you embarrassed me. Not, you shocked the family. But, you made Chloe look bad. I held the phone to my ear and just let the silence sit there for a few agonizing seconds. Is that what this is really about, Mom? Her voice hardened into ice. Don't act like you don't know exactly what you did. You knew how it would make her feel. She's been under a tremendous amount of pressure lately at her law firm. She's trying to make partner. I interrupted her smoothly. Mom, she's 31 years old. I'm 28. We are both adults. If me having a nice apartment threatens her entire existence, that sounds like a her problem. She is doing something incredibly important with her life. My mom snapped. And I wasn't. That was the heavy implication. It has always been the implication. If I wasn't carrying a briefcase to a courtroom or quoting Winston Churchill at fancy cocktail parties, my life simply wasn't worth acknowledging. I hung up the phone not long after that. I did it politely, calmly, without raising my voice, but my chest burned with a deep, toxic anger for hours afterward. The very next week, I got a text message from Chloe. Chloe, just wanted to say congrats. Mom said you got a nice place. Me, thanks, Chloe. Chloe, hope it's not too much pressure having to keep up with something that expensive in the city. You know tech startups fail every day, right? Me. Hope the law firm isn't too much pressure pretending you still actually care about your clients. She didn't respond. I will fully admit I was being a little petty there, but it wasn't just a random jab. It was a very specific reference that I knew she would understand. Years ago, before she even started law school, Chloe confessed to me after 3 large glasses of cheap vodka on my old, stained couch that she didn't even like the law. She hated arguing. She had only picked it because of our mom. Because our family absolutely worshipped the prestigious idea of having Chloe the high-powered attorney to brag about on their holiday cards, she actually wanted to be a baker. She used to bake these incredible, complex pastries, full of flavor and creativity, but she buried that deep down because being a baker wasn't prestigious enough for Brenda's country club friends. She actively chose their toxic approval over her own genuine happiness. Maybe that's the absolute only thing we ever had in common. Except, I eventually stopped chasing their approval. She never did. A few months passed. I didn't go home for Thanksgiving. I didn't get invited, actually. My mom sent a massive group text to the extended family, complete with a ridiculous flyer-style invitation she made in Canva, titled Giving Thanks with the Family and dictating a dress code of autumnal elegance. It was genuinely nauseating. Chloe's name was listed right under the hosted by section in a fancy, sweeping italic font. My name wasn't on it, not even in the tiny body text at the bottom. So, I replied to the entire group chat, just to test the waters. Just checking in, what should I bring? No response. Not for 6 long hours. Then, finally, a direct message from my mom. Actually, Julian, it's going to be a very small, intimate gathering this year. Just immediate family. Immediate family. Like I was some distant, extended relative. I scrolled back through the group list. There were second cousins and great aunts on that list. People I hadn't seen since I was in middle school. But I wasn't invited. Not officially. Not really. Chloe didn't say a single word to defend me, and that is exactly when something permanent shifted inside my chest. Before, I had been annoyed. I had been hurt, sure, but I was still grounded, still somewhat rational. I figured they'd always overlook me, and that was just the sad pattern of my life. But this was something entirely different. This was a razor-sharp, deliberate exclusion. I stared at that text message for a very long time, and then I did something incredibly petty again. I ordered a massive, extravagant Thanksgiving meal from a Michelin-starred restaurant downtown. I got the full spread, truffle-infused risotto, dry-aged Wagyu beef, a delicate dessert flight, the whole 9 yards, and I posted a single, high-quality picture on Instagram. My massive marble dining table, beautifully set for exactly 1 person, against the stunning backdrop of the illuminated Chicago skyline. No caption, just the photo. Chloe viewed it, so did my mom. Neither of them liked it. But I knew for a fact they saw it. That was enough for me. Christmas was somehow even worse. Not only was I not invited, but they actively lied to me about it. Around mid-December, Chloe texted me, "Hey Julian, just so you're in the loop, Mom is exhausted. We're keeping it super simple this year. Everyone's just doing their own thing at home. No big family Christmas party." I replied, "Cool, hope you enjoy the rest." Christmas morning rolled around. I was sitting in my penthouse, drinking espresso, and I got curious. Just a weird gut hunch. So, I opened Facebook. Chloe had gone live. There she was, standing in my parents' giant living room, completely decked out in expensive gold ornaments, standing in front of a 12-foot Christmas tree surrounded by absolute mountains of wrapped gifts. My mom and dad were wearing matching silk pajamas. Grandma Rose was there, sitting in the corner, holding her classic spiked eggnog. Cousins, aunts, even loud Uncle Marcus. Literally everyone in the family was there. Except for me. I didn't watch the whole sickening video. Just enough to feel the tight knot in my stomach harden into something sharp and cold. Just enough to hear someone I am 99% sure it was my mom say loudly in the background, "Thank God Julian's gloomy little cloud isn't here to ruin the aesthetics this year." That one sentence stuck in my brain like a rusty nail. I didn't text them. I didn't call and scream. I just quietly closed the app and sat there in total silence. The warm lights from my own designer tree were reflecting off the freezing glass windows. I was completely alone, but strangely, I felt incredibly clear-headed, because something inside me finally broke that day. And sometimes, when something breaks completely, you stop tiptoeing around the shards. You stop shrinking yourself down to fit into their tiny, suffocating frame, and instead, you start building your own damn house. It didn't happen overnight, but that precise moment, that fake-out Christmas betrayal, that was the absolute last time I ever let myself be the quiet, obedient shadow in the background of their lives. And I really wish I could say the story ended right there, that I just cut them off, enjoyed my millions, and moved on peacefully. But no, the real, earth-shattering betrayal hadn't even happened yet. That came in the spring. Update 1. It was early April, just as the bitter Chicago snow finally started to melt and the air in the city turned sharp with the possibility of spring. I got an unexpected phone call from Grandma Rose. She very rarely called my phone. She usually just sent postcards from her travels, or sometimes a weirdly formatted email with no subject line. But this time, she called. "Julian, honey," she said, her voice sounding incredibly warm but noticeably shaky. "I need a rather large favor." "Anything, Grandma," I said immediately, standing up from my desk. "I need you to come with me to my lawyer's office downtown." That was definitely new. "Are you okay? Is it your heart?" "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just getting my final affairs in order. I thought you should be there in the room. I'm changing some very important things." I didn't press her for details. I just told her I'd meet her there. When I showed up at the address, she gave me a long, tight hug and told me how incredibly proud she was of me. She said she saw my photo in some obscure business article online. "Your company was mentioned in Forbes, Julian," she whispered to me in the lobby like it was a highly classified state secret. I smiled gently. "You read Forbes now, Grandma?" She patted my cheek. "I read absolutely everything if it mentions my handsome grandson." We sat down in a quiet, aggressively air-conditioned office overlooking the Chicago River while her lawyer, a very sharp, no-nonsense man named Elias, went through her newly revised will. I honestly didn't even know Grandma Rose had that much wealth to leave behind, but apparently, she did. She owned a historic brownstone in the city, a massive portfolio of blue-chip stocks she'd been quietly holding since the 80s, some very valuable vintage jewelry, and a few classic cars. And she had legally left the vast majority of it, nearly 85% of her total estate, not to my mom Brenda, not to the golden child Chloe, but to me. I sat there stunned. I didn't know what to say. I didn't ask for this money. I didn't need it, and I certainly didn't want to be caught in the middle of the inevitable family bloodbath. Grandma just reached over, patted my hand firmly, and said, "Julian, you've always made your own way in this world. Absolutely no one in this family ever gave you a single thing. This is just me finally giving back to the only one who deserves it." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Grandma, are you sure this won't cause massive problems?" She let out a dry, raspy laugh. "Oh, honey, the problems already exist. This just brings them into the light." A week later, Chloe somehow found out, and the entire family dynamic completely exploded. I still don't know exactly how Chloe learned about the specific will changes right away. I had never been explicitly told to keep it a secret, but Grandma and I had a mutual, unspoken understanding. We weren't broadcasting it to the world. It wasn't about revenge for me. It wasn't about the money at all. It was about pure acknowledgement. A quiet, profound thank you from the only person in my entire bloodline who ever really saw me. But Chloe? Chloe absolutely did not see it that way. It started with an aggressive text message on a Tuesday night. "Chloe, we need to talk. Right now." I stared at my glowing screen for a full minute before responding. "Me, is everything okay? Chloe, did you manipulate Grandma Rose?" I blinked at the screen. I literally laughed out loud in my empty apartment. The accusation was so completely absurd, so incredibly unhinged, I thought it had to be a typo or a sick joke, but I knew her tone. I knew exactly how sharp and vicious she could be when she was cornered. Her claws always came out when control started slipping through her perfectly manicured fingers. "Me? Excuse me? Chloe, I just spoke to Mom. She heard from Aunt Helen, who heard from Grandma's neighbor, who saw you leaving her lawyer's office downtown." So, I'll ask you again, Julian, what exactly did you do to her? Me, I didn't do anything. Chloe, Grandma made her own choices about her own life. Chloe, don't be smug with me, you little freak, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. And just like that, the golden child went totally nuclear. The next few weeks were eerily quiet on the surface, but behind the scenes, I started getting massive waves of subtle, coordinated family backlash. My mom stopped replying to my texts entirely, not even a passive-aggressive thumbs-up emoji. My dad, who usually played the cowardly, neutral middleman in family disputes, called my voicemail and left a message that was just a long, heavy sigh, followed by, "I really hope you're happy with what you've torn apart." Then came the email from Chloe. It was long, unhinged, and clearly written after days of bitter stewing. The subject line read, "You need to understand the damage you've done." In the email, Chloe outlined every single perceived injustice she had ever suffered in her life. She talked about how she had carried the heavy burden of the family legacy on her shoulders. How she had sacrificed the best years of her youth to study law while I just played around with computers in the basement. How Mom had bent over backward to keep the peace between us. A total lie. And how I had shattered that fragile peace with one greedy, selfish, manipulative act. I reread one specific line 3 times. "You manipulated a vulnerable elderly woman when she wasn't in her right mind." That one hit me hard. Not because I believed it for a second, but because I realized with terrifying clarity that she actually believed it. She truly believed I had somehow schemed my way into Grandma's will like some cartoon soap opera villain. She had convinced herself that I hovered over a frail woman, whispering poison into her ear. Chloe literally couldn't imagine a reality where someone in our family, someone not named Chloe, could be chosen simply because they deserved to be loved. It cracked me open in a really weird way. I was hurt, yes. But more than that, I felt a strange sense of clarity. That was the very first time I fully, truly accepted that my sister didn't see me as a human being, not really. She saw me as a narrative obstacle, a shadowy footnote in her biography, and now I had stepped out of line and taken up way too much space on her stage, and the rest of the family eagerly followed her lead. That spring was incredibly cold, not just literally. Chicago was still shaking off the bitter winter frost, but emotionally. I went weeks without a single message from home. No one called to ask how my company was doing. No invites for Easter dinner. No thinking of you texts. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just being overlooked by them, I was being actively, aggressively excluded as an enemy. And yeah, I'll admit, it got to me a lot more than I care to admit. There were long nights where I just sat alone in my massive penthouse, this beautiful, ridiculous, expensive place I'd dreamed about owning since I was a broke 20-year-old eating ramen. And I felt entirely hollow. I felt like I'd built this incredible life, climbed out of the mud with my bare hands, planted my flag at the top of the mountain, only to realize that literally no one cared. Worse, they actively resented me for surviving. I stopped checking my social media. I stopped taking phone calls from unknown numbers. I went into what I called maintenance mode. Wake up at 5 a.m., shower, code for 1-2 hours, hit the gym, sleep, repeat. No joy, no passion, just pure survival. The absolute lowest point came in late April. I was scheduled to be a guest keynote speaker at a major tech startup conference downtown. It was a huge honor. But that morning, I woke up, stared at my exhausted face in the bathroom mirror, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't move. I couldn't put on the expensive tailored blazer or force the fake, confident smile I usually summoned from nowhere. Instead, I emailed the event organizer and made up a pathetic excuse. I said I had severe food poisoning, anything to avoid showing up and being perceived. Then I sat down on the cold floor of my kitchen, my back pressed against the mahogany cabinets, all the lights off, while the city pulsed and breathed around me, totally alive and completely uncaring. That was rock bottom. And from there, something unexpected finally happened. I broke, but not in the tragic way I feared. I finally let go. I let go of their toxic voices in my head. I let go of the crushing expectations, of the desperate idea that I'd ever be good enough for Brenda and Chloe, or that I even needed to be. It started very small. I took a long walk through Millennium Park without my phone. I sat on a freezing wooden bench for 2 hours and just watched strangers pass by, realizing they all had their own complex lives. Then I walked into an indie bookstore and bought a paperback novel. Fiction, not business strategy. I read the entire thing in 2 days. I started saying yes to things again. Quiet, normal things. I got coffee with an old college buddy. I accepted a dinner invite from my neighbor down the hall. I completely stopped performing and just showed up as myself. I called Grandma Rose one night, and we talked on the phone for 3 straight hours. We didn't talk about the will, or the money, or Chloe's insanity. We just talked about life. She told me about her very first job as a switchboard operator in the 1960s, and how she used to knit sweaters during her breaks. I told her I'd started sketching again, a hobby I hadn't touched since high school art class. "Send me one of your drawings, Julian," she demanded warmly. So I did. It was a rough, messy charcoal sketch of the Chicago skyline at dusk, but she framed it in silver and hung it in her hallway. "You've got your own beautiful way of seeing the world," she told me. "Don't you ever let those miserable people take that away from you." Something major shifted in my brain after that phone call. Work got significantly better, not because the market changed, but because my mindset did. I started actively mentoring the younger junior developers on our software team. I took deep pride in helping them find their footing in a brutal industry. I stopped obsessing over hitting the next billion-dollar milestone and started actually enjoying the massive success I'd already built. Then, out of nowhere, I got a LinkedIn message from a woman named Maya. She was a senior producer at a boutique documentary startup, one of those edgy, high-quality human interest companies with a massive cult following on YouTube. She'd seen my name on that obscure Forbes list and dug much deeper. She saw the open-source coding libraries I'd helped build for free. She wanted to do a short, 20-minute video feature on me, the invisible founder. She wanted to call it the anti-spotlight tech guy who built an empire in total silence. I hesitated at first. A deep part of me still violently flinched at the thought of being perceived by the public. But another part, a newer, much stronger part, leaned into the fear. I said yes. We filmed for an entire week. Nothing flashy or arrogant. Just me in my apartment, making espresso, walking through the snowy city streets, talking openly about building things when absolutely no one is watching you. About being the invisible glass child in a family, and how sometimes the dark background is where the real, structural work gets done. The video went viral. Not instantly overnight, but slowly and steadily. The way truly good things grow. The YouTube comment section was flooded with thousands of people saying they felt incredibly seen, that they deeply related to my pain, that they, too, had been overlooked, ignored, and discarded by their own families in favor of a golden sibling, and that my story made them feel slightly less alone in the world. I sat in my dark office, laptop open, reading strangers say the exact words I'd waited my entire life to hear from my own mother. I cried. Not dramatically, just quietly. That was the exact moment I realized a fundamental truth. I didn't need my family's permission to matter. I never did. But still, just when I had finally found my peace, just when I had completely stopped caring what they thought about me, Chloe came back. And this time, she didn't just come with angry texts. She brought lawyers. She brought wild accusations. And she brought a legal storm I honestly didn't see coming. Update 2. When Chloe re-entered my life, she didn't knock politely. She kicked the front door off its hinges with a mountain of legal paperwork. It started with a thick, heavy envelope from a boutique law firm I'd never heard of. The paper was expensive, with a smug, embossed gold logo at the very top. I remember standing in my kitchen, holding it in my hands for a long moment, just staring at my name printed in sharp black ink, Julian D. Vance. There was something incredibly cold and final about it, like someone had taken a red highlighter to my life and decided this was the chapter where the war officially begins. The letter inside was packed with dense legalese, but the core gist was brutally simple. Chloe was officially contesting Grandma Rose's newly revised will. She was formally claiming that Grandma was suffering from a lack of testamentary capacity. She claimed that I had exerted undue influence, and that I had maliciously manipulated a frail, confused elderly woman into rewriting her entire estate to benefit myself. I sat down on my couch for a long while, that stupid, heavy letter resting open in my lap. I just breathed. I didn't even think about the logistics yet. I just breathed in and out. And then, slowly, I started to laugh. Not because it was funny, but because it was exactly, perfectly what I should have expected from her. This was Chloe's ultimate endgame. If she couldn't control the narrative of my life, she was going to rewrite it by force in a courtroom. I immediately called Grandma Rose, and gently told her about the legal letter. She was quiet for a long moment, and then she let out this dry, bitter chuckle. I was honestly wondering when that greedy girl would pull something exactly like this. "She's legally claiming you aren't of sound mind, Grandma," I said softly, hating the words as they left my mouth. "Oh, please," Grandma replied sharply. "I am more lucid at 75 than your mother Brenda was at 40. That made me smile, but it didn't change the grim reality of the situation. If this dragged on, it could get incredibly messy, wildly expensive, and very public, and Chloe knew that. She was betting the house that I would fold. She assumed I would get exhausted, that I would walk away from the money just to preserve my newly found peace. She completely failed to realize that something fundamental inside me had permanently changed. I wasn't playing defense anymore. For most of my life, I had responded to my family's abuse by shrinking, getting smaller, softer, and easier to step on. But now I was totally done being quiet. And if she really wanted a war, I wasn't going to fight it like a terrified victim. I was going to fight it like a man who had finally learned how to stand up and destroy his enemies. So, I hired a lawyer. And I didn't just hire any lawyer. I hired Elias Vance. Elias was a ruthless corporate litigator who owed me a massive favor from my early startup days. He wasn't flashy, He didn't wear bright power suits or scream in court. He was cold, surgical, methodical, and absolutely terrifying during cross-examinations. He met me at a high-end coffee shop near the Loop, shook my hand firmly, and said, "Julian, are you ready to play the long, ugly game?" I nodded. "Burn it down, Elias." We immediately got to work. The very first thing Elias did was pull Grandma Rose's medical records. Not just the basics, but the extensive files Grandma had voluntarily submitted during her initial estate planning meetings. We had her recent physicals, her intensive neurological exams, and a signed, sworn affidavit from her primary care doctor confirming her perfect cognitive health. Elias organized all of it into a massive, intimidating black binder the size of a cinder block and affectionately labeled it Exhibit Fortress. Next, Elias's private investigators dug deep into Chloe's personal timeline. We wanted to know exactly when she was told about the will, how long she waited to contest it, and most importantly, her current financial situation. It turned out the Golden Girl was slipping badly. Chloe was drowning. She had maxed out 4 separate credit cards to the tune of $150,000. She had completely defaulted on her massive law school loans. And the biggest secret of all? She hadn't just taken a leave of absence from her prestigious law firm. She had been quietly, permanently fired 6 months ago for severe ethical violations regarding client billing. The perfect, flawless daughter was entirely broke and desperate, and now she desperately needed Grandma's estate as a financial lifeline. Meanwhile, I started building a completely different kind of case. Not legal, but personal. I began meticulously documenting everything from our past. I pulled every single family photo I had that clearly showed the insane difference in how we were treated. Birthday party photos where Chloe had towering, multi-tiered custom cakes while mine had a single, sad candle stuck in a grocery store muffin. Christmas morning photos showing the tree buried in expensive gifts with Chloe's name tags, while my tiny pile had maybe 3 cheap shirts. I found old, saved emails from my mom completely dismissing my college achievements. I printed out texts from Chloe mocking my early tech career, all perfectly dated, all archived, but the real, devastating preparation started when I made a final decision. If I was going to fight this lawsuit, I wasn't just going to protect myself and my money, I was going to expose the entire toxic rot of my family to the light. Not out of petty spite, but out of a desperate need for the truth. Because if Chloe was willing to literally burn down Grandma's legacy and drag her name through court just to get her greedy hands on a brownstone and some stocks, the absolute least I could do was make sure the entire world knew exactly what kind of monster she really was. I called Grandma Rose again and asked her if she was okay with me documenting the dark side of our family history. She didn't hesitate. "Do it, Julian. Tell the absolute truth. I am so tired of people pretending." So, I got to work. I started writing, recording, and piecing it all together like a massive jigsaw puzzle. My childhood, the blatant favoritism, the emotional erasure. The way every single success of mine was treated like a lucky fluke, while every minor, expected achievement of Chloe's was paraded around like the second coming of Christ. I tracked down my old high school science teacher, who vividly remembered how Mom used to send massive, expensive gift baskets when Chloe got a B+, but how I once brought home the first place state science trophy and Brenda told me, "That's nice, Julian, but try to be a bit more well-rounded like your sister." I even tracked down my old high school guidance counselor, who remembered how my college recommendation letters almost didn't get sent, because my mom literally insisted Chloe needed priority bandwidth on the home computer to chat with her friends. One by one, I stitched together a massive, suffocating quilt of quiet, insidious injustices. I didn't know exactly how I'd use it yet, but it felt amazing, like sharpening a very long blade and just waiting for the right moment to swing. Then Elias called me. "Chloe's legal team is officially requesting mediation." I paused, surprised. "Already? One?" "They're incredibly nervous," Elias said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "They're trying to find a quiet compromise before this hits a public courtroom and becomes something bigger." I knew exactly what that meant. They wanted hush money. They would come in with big, empathetic words and fake concern. "Let's avoid hurting the family," they'd say. "Maybe you keep the stock portfolio, she gets the brownstone, and you both walk away as friends." Elias was quiet for a second. "You absolutely do not have to agree to this, Julian, we can go straight to court and crush them. But mediation is a very good place to show them exactly how outmatched they are." I smiled coldly. "Book the room." We chose a completely neutral space, a high-end firm in downtown Chicago that specialized in wealthy family mediations. It had glass walls, soft ambient lighting, and absolutely no clocks on the walls. The kind of expensive place specifically designed to feel safe while tearing people's lives apart. Chloe walked in wearing an all-white cashmere sweater, highly symbolic, playing the pure, innocent victim. She looked exhausted, hollow in the eyes, her makeup failing to hide the dark circles. But when she saw me sitting there, she immediately smirked like this was just another high school debate performance she was destined to win. I didn't speak a single word for the first hour. Her overpriced lawyer laid out her concerns in soft, polite tones. They heavily implied Grandma Rose had been confused, that I had deliberately isolated her from the family, that I had maliciously taken advantage of her fondness for me to steal the inheritance. Elias just sat there, completely stone-faced, and let them finish their entire pathetic speech. Then, Elias calmly opened the exhibit fortress binder. He began ruthlessly, methodically flipping through the exhibits. He showed them the airtight medical forms, the timestamps, the emails. He played a crystal clear voicemail from Grandma Rose on his laptop that said, "I know Brenda and Chloe won't understand, but I am doing this for Julian. He has earned it, and they have done nothing but take." Chloe didn't flinch. Not once. She just sat there, her jaw clenched, waiting until it was her turn to speak again. And that's when she made her absolute final, fatal mistake. "I'm just saying," Chloe said, her voice thick and syrupy with fake concern. "It's incredibly interesting that Julian suddenly became so close to Grandma right after she sold those vintage cars. The ones we didn't know were so valuable." Elias slowly raised an eyebrow. "Are you officially suggesting financial misconduct on my client's part, Miss Vance?" Chloe shrugged innocently. "I don't know. I just think it's very interesting timing." That was her brilliant new strategy. Not just to paint me as manipulative, but as an active, dangerous financial predator. And in that precise moment, I knew this wasn't about the inheritance money at all. It never was. It was purely about control. She physically couldn't bear the thought that I possessed something she didn't. Not the money, not the property, but the dignity, the legacy. The one thing she had desperately chased her entire miserable life and never actually earned. That night, I went back to my penthouse and opened my laptop. I took all the stories, the emails, the damning evidence, the recordings, and I started building a new narrative. Not just for the judge, but for the entire world. I called the project The Glass Sibling. What happens when the quiet one finally speaks? I didn't post it. Not yet. I was still waiting for the final, devastating piece of the puzzle. Because earlier that month, I had found something else. Something incredible in Grandma Rose's rented storage unit that she had completely forgotten about, something from decades ago. And when I opened that dusty cardboard box and saw what was inside, it changed absolutely everything. The box was simply labeled 1985 to 2010. Personal. It was written on a piece of peeling masking tape and Grandma's faded blue marker. It had been sitting completely untouched in a climate-controlled storage unit she rented back when she sold her original family home. I never would have found it if I hadn't offered to help her clear the space out to save on rental fees. I honestly thought it would just be old winter sweaters, faded family photos, maybe some dusty kitchen knickknacks, but inside that box was the absolute final nail in Chloe's perfectly polished coffin. There were 4 thick, leather-bound journals. They were heavily worn from years of flipping pages. At first, I hesitated to open them. It felt invasive. But Grandma was sitting right beside me in a folding chair, a blanket over her knees. She nodded at the books and said, "Go on, Julian. Read them. I saved them for a very specific reason." So, I opened the first one. What I found inside wasn't just a quaint family history. It was a meticulous, devastating record. A quiet, undeniable witness to everything I had been aggressively gaslit into forgetting. There were hundreds of entries spanning decades. Detailed descriptions of ruined birthdays, hijacked holidays, and ignored report cards. My name came up constantly. She wrote about how I had always tried to help Mom in the kitchen, only to be shooed away. How I had made Grandma laugh when I was 7 by pretending to be a robot. How my mom never attended a single one of my middle school science fairs because Chloe had very important cheerleading practice. And then, the smoking guns. Grandma had documented how Chloe once literally stole a prestigious tech camp scholarship application I was supposed to mail out, and threw it in the trash so I wouldn't embarrass her by going to the same summer program as her friends. There were physical copies of letters Grandma had sent to my parents, begging them to treat me with more care and attention. And attached were copies of their replies, cold, dismissive, arrogant letters always circling back to, "Chloe needs our full attention right now, Julian is fine on his own." One specific entry from the 14th of October 2002 stopped me completely cold. "Julian asked me today why his parents never come to his chess tournaments. He was so incredibly quiet when he asked. He looked down at his shoes the whole time. I wanted to cry. I told him they were just very busy with work. But the ugly truth is, Brenda told me yesterday that Julian is not really a performer, and that he's just not built for competition like Chloe. I think about that poor boy a lot. How a child so young can already fully understand what it means to be utterly unwanted." I put the heavy journal down. My chest felt incredibly heavy. Not with sadness, but with something much closer to profound confirmation. It was the kind of deep grief that comes not from surprise, but from sudden recognition. Like finally finding the one lost piece that proves your puzzle wasn't broken, it was just missing the truth. This was it. This was the exact weapon I needed. The very next morning, I called Elias. "I want to go to trial," I said, my voice rock steady. "Absolutely no settlement. No mediation. I want every single piece of this on the public court record. Elias paused for a moment. Are you entirely sure, Julian? Once we open this box in court, you can't close it. She started this war, I said, let me finish it. We officially filed for trial, and while the slow court system prepared its gears, I prepared my own massive strike. The documentary piece I had started with Maya, the glass sibling, wasn't just a vanity project anymore. I turned it into a full, 45-minute narrative feature. It wasn't just about my tech success anymore, it was about children who are sidelined, gaslit, and erased in favor of a golden sibling. The overlooked. The underestimated. I partnered heavily with Maya's media group, and we built out a stunning, heartbreaking film. It featured personal stories, expert psychological interviews on family scapegoating, B-roll footage from my lonely childhood, screenshots of the toxic texts, and yes, high-resolution scans of select pages from Grandma Rose's journals. We changed a few minor names for legal safety, but absolutely anyone in my family watching would know exactly who and what they were seeing. I didn't release it yet. That devastating drop would come later, at the absolutely perfect time. Trial day finally arrived. The courtroom was freezing cold. Chloe arrived flanked by a team of 3 expensive lawyers in sharp suits carrying leather briefcases. She wore a conservative navy dress and subtle makeup designed to make her look sympathetic. I arrived with Elias and Grandma Rose, who insisted on being wheeled in despite her arthritis acting up. The judge was a no-nonsense, gray-haired woman in her 60s with small glasses, the kind of veteran judge who had seen through every cheap legal trick in the book. From the very first second, Elias completely controlled the room. He was calm, focused, and lethal. He immediately brought up the medical documentation, the timestamps, the signed doctor letters, and the video testimony we had recorded with Grandma months earlier. The video where she clearly, lucidly stated in her own words, I am not being pressured by anyone, I know exactly what I am doing. Julian has always been there for me. This is my choice, and mine alone. Chloe's legal team started frantically trying to poke holes. They brought up my sudden suspicious interest in the family. They tried to suggest I had always been withdrawn, calculating, and emotionally distant, framing my childhood neglect as a personality defect. Then, Chloe took the stand to testify. She actually managed to force real tears. She told the court she loved Grandma deeply, that she was only fighting for what was fair and right, that she didn't want to sue her own brother, but she had to because she was terrified Grandma had been cruelly misled by me. Then Elias stood up for cross-examination. He walked slowly to the podium, adjusted his notes, and asked one single question. Miss Vance, do you recall ever taking deliberate steps to limit Julian's academic or financial opportunities? Chloe blinked, clearly thrown off. Excuse me? Did you ever intentionally interfere with his scholarships, his college applications, or his educational opportunities? Chloe's lead lawyer shot up. Objection, relevance. The judge held up a hand, her eyes locked on Chloe. Overruled. Answer the question, Miss Vance. Chloe shifted uncomfortably in her wooden seat. No, of course not, we were children. Elias nodded slowly. Then perhaps you can explain this to the court. He walked over to the evidence table and picked up a clear plastic sleeve. Inside was the crumpled tech camp scholarship form from 2004. My name was at the top. And in the margins, in Chloe's unmistakable, loopy handwriting, were the words, he's not even going to get in. Just don't give him false hope. Chloe completely froze. The color instantly drained from her face. Her lawyer looked like he wanted to melt into the floorboards. But Elias wasn't even close to done. He brought out the journals. Not all of them, just the highly relevant entries. The ones that explicitly showed a consistent, years-long pattern of emotional neglect, manipulation, and active silencing by Chloe and Brenda. He read them aloud, slowly, letting the heavy silence after each devastating word hang in the freezing courtroom air. And then came Elias's final closing argument. He stood in the center of the room, hands folded, and said, Your Honor, this case is not about a stolen inheritance. This case is about basic acknowledgement. It is about a profoundly toxic family that built its entire world around one golden child, and casually discarded the other. And now that discarded child, the quiet one, is simply receiving what his grandmother legally and morally believes he deserves. Not because he manipulated her. Not because he asked for it. But, simply because he earned it. The verdict was swift and absolutely brutal. The judge ruled entirely in my favor. The court upheld Grandma Rose's revised will as 100% valid and legally unchallengeable. Furthermore, Chloe was sternly ordered to pay my substantial legal fees for filing a blatantly frivolous and malicious contestation. She left the courtroom without saying a single word, her face pale and furious. But I wasn't done. That very same night, I hit upload. I released the Glass Sibling documentary on YouTube and across all major social media platforms. It didn't just go viral overnight, it exploded in a matter of hours. Tens of thousands of views became hundreds of thousands, then millions. National journalists reached out, Major podcasts wanted interviews. Thousands of people, adult children, family therapists, domestic abuse advocates reached out to thank me for putting something so invisible and painful into words. The fallout for Chloe was absolute and total. The internet is undefeated when it comes to identifying villains. Within 48 hours, her former law firm released a statement distancing themselves from her. A new residency offer she had been desperately trying to secure was quietly and permanently withdrawn. Her fiancé, the one who laughed at me at the retirement dinner, broke off the engagement when the extent of her massive secret debt became public knowledge. Her public social media accounts were flooded with angry comments until she was forced to delete them entirely. The Golden Girl was reduced to ash. A few extended family members, including loud Uncle Marcus, called me privately to say, "Julian, we had absolutely no idea it was this bad." I didn't respond to a single one of them. Because it wasn't about revenge anymore, it was about pure, undeniable clarity. It was about finally forcing them to look at reality and saying, "This happened. I was here. I mattered." My mom, Brenda, eventually called. She left a pathetic, shaking voicemail. "I don't know why you had to do all this to us, Julian. You destroyed your sister's life. I hope you're incredibly proud of yourself." I didn't call her back. I simply blocked the number and deleted the voicemail. Last week, Grandma Rose and I spent her 76th birthday together. We sat out on the massive balcony of my Gold Coast penthouse, drinking expensive champagne and watching the beautiful city lights dance against the dark water of Lake Michigan. She looked over at me, smiled her warm, familiar smile, and said, "Took long enough to get here, huh?" "Yeah," I said, smiling back as the cold wind hit my face. "But I finally got here." And as the sun began to rise over the city we both loved, I finally let the heavy, suffocating past rest. Because for the first time in my entire life, I wasn't desperately trying to prove anything to anyone. I had absolutely nothing left to prove. The quiet one never stays quiet forever. Sometimes, he just waits patiently in the shadows until the entire world is finally forced to listen. "Don't destroy the family over a mistake," Dad said after my brother slept with my fiancée. I nodded, cut their funding, and let the law did the rest. Original post. I want to be unequivocally clear about something before I get into the weeds of this nightmare. I am not writing this because I need sympathy, and I am certainly not writing this to process my trauma. I am writing this because the full, unvarnished picture of what happened start to finish, every agonizing detail is the kind of thing that needs to exist somewhere outside of my own head. So, here it is. My real name doesn't matter, but you can call me Liam. What matters is that I built something real. I was 24 years old when I started my company. We specialize in cold chain medical logistics, automated temperature-controlled transport systems, secure routing for sensitive biologics, and operational consulting for pharmaceutical distribution. It is not glamorous. It is not the kind of thing you explain at a dinner party without watching someone's eyes glaze over into a comatose stare. But it is profitable in ways that most exciting industries could never even dream of. I had spent 3 grueling years after college working a soul-crushing warehouse job during the day, while doing inventory audits for a small medical supplier on nights and weekends. I saved exactly $6,000. I knew one guy with a regional pharmacy operation who needed better cold storage sourcing and couldn't afford a full vendor relationship. I became that vendor for him. Then I became that for 3 more like him. Then I hired someone. Then 2 more people. Then I stopped counting employees and started counting multi-state contracts. By the time I was 29, the business was pulling 7 figures annually. By 32, which is where this story truly begins, I had 22 full-time staff members, active contracts across 4 states, and a pristine reputation in a highly lucrative niche industry. I didn't take shortcuts. I didn't take venture capital investors who wanted board seats and control. I owned it completely, and I ran it the exact same way I built it, carefully, methodically, and without making unnecessary noise. The money changed things for my family. It happened gradually at first, and then all at once. My father, Arthur, had retired from municipal contracting the year I turned 27. He had done fine for himself over the decades, but retirement thinned their financial margins incredibly quickly. My mother, Helen, did part-time administrative work for a local real estate office. It was enough to keep her busy, but nowhere near enough to cover their actual living expenses. When my business started producing real, life-altering money, I didn't make a massive production out of helping them. I just quietly did it. Arthur needed a new truck because his transmission blew. I handled it. The roof and the kitchen in their aging house had been falling apart for a decade. I had them completely gutted and renovated. Small things at first, then much bigger ones. The biggest one was the house itself. It was a beautiful 5-bedroom colonial with a decent-sized yard in a neighborhood that had appreciated steadily over the years. I bought it outright in cash when I was 28. I put their names on the occupancy registry, but I held the deed. I covered the property taxes, the utilities, the HOA fees, and the maintenance without ever making it a monthly conversation. It was their home, I just happened to own the physical structure. That was simply how things worked in my head at the time. I was providing. Then, my older brother Marcus moved back into that house about 18 months before everything completely collapsed. Marcus is 38, 6 years older than me, and he possesses a unique, terrifying gift for being between opportunities in a way that always sounds temporary but never quite is. His previous venture had been some kind of crypto-adjacent startup that never gained an inch of traction. Before that, it was a drop-shipping franchise arrangement that spectacularly fell apart. He has charm. The specific kind of aggressive charm that works flawlessly on people who refuse to look at historical patterns. I looked at the pattern, I knew exactly who he was, and I helped him anyway because he was my brother and that felt like what a good son was supposed to do. I put Marcus on my company payroll as a compliance consultant. It was a low-level role, mostly vendor coordination, nothing that touched core corporate financials. It gave him an income that looked entirely legitimate on paper. In exchange, he had access to secondary vendor accounts and a company credit line meant strictly for minor operational purchases. I genuinely thought I was giving him a stable foothold to rebuild his life. I wasn't watching him closely enough to see what he was actually doing with that foothold. Then there was Elena. I met her at a corporate compliance seminar 3 years before all of this went down. She was working as a corporate auditor at the time. She was a phenomenally sharp dresser, impeccably good at reading rooms, and incredibly comfortable navigating conversations that other people found intimidating or difficult. We were in the same breakout session. She made a point about regulatory loopholes that I fundamentally disagreed with, and I told her so directly in front of the room. She laughed instead of getting defensive. I liked that immediately. We dated for 2 wonderful years before I proposed. She said yes without a single second of hesitation. I believed every single part of it. 8 months into our engagement, she abruptly left her auditing job and started describing her new work as independent consulting. The details were always incredibly vague whenever I asked. Client confidentiality, she would say. I'm still getting the LLC established, it's complicated. I let it go because my business was in a massive expansion phase, I was working 80-hour weeks, and I trusted her completely. That trust was a fatal error. The wedding was exactly 4 months out. The luxury venue was booked. The massive deposits were paid across the board. We had Sunday dinners at my parents' house every single week. Elena and my mother Helen got along famously. Marcus was always making the table laugh with his exaggerated stories. Arthur was always topping up everyone's wine glasses. Everything looked exactly like it was supposed to look. It was the perfect family portrait. I came home early on a random Tuesday afternoon. A massive client meeting had been abruptly cancelled, so I decided to take the rest of the day to decompress. Marcus's truck was parked in my driveway, which wasn't entirely unusual. He stopped by the house regularly to drop off paperwork or grab a beer. I didn't think anything of it. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, heard a specific kind of sound, and stood completely still in the foyer for a second while my brain desperately tried to catch up with what my ears were telling it. Then, I walked down the hardwood hallway toward the master bedroom. The door was open about 3 inches. I pushed it the rest of the way open and stood silently in the doorframe. I have replayed that exact moment in my head 1,000 times since it happened. What I saw in that room didn't break me. What actually broke me was what happened in the 2 hours immediately after. Specifically, what my own parents chose to say to me before I even had time to breathe through the shock. Elena saw me first. She went completely, terrifyingly still. It wasn't the stillness of genuine shock or panic, it was the stillness of rapid, cold calculation. Marcus turned over slowly, looking exactly like a man who had already started running the mathematical probabilities of his survival before he had even fully registered that I was standing there. Neither of them spoke a single word, neither did I. I stood in that doorframe for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 seconds. And then, I said quietly, without raising my voice even a fraction of a decibel, "Get out of my house." That was it. I turned around, walked into the kitchen, and sat down at the marble island. Marcus was dressed and sprinting out the front door in under 2 minutes. On his way through the kitchen, he actually slowed down, looked me dead in the eye, and said the most pathetic sentence I have ever heard. "Bro, it just happened." Like those 4 utterly meaningless words were going to magically fix the universe. I didn't look at him. I didn't respond. I kept my eyes locked on the countertop until I heard the front door slam shut and his truck engine roar to life in the driveway. Elena took a little longer. She eventually came to the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, her eyes artificially red, and said, "Liam, I can explain this." I looked up at her and said, "No, you really can't." She stood there for another agonizing 30 seconds, waiting for me to scream, to cry, to throw something, to say literally anything else. I didn't. So, she left. I sat at that kitchen island for 20 minutes without moving a single muscle. No music, no television, just the hollow sound of the house settling around me. I wasn't in shock, exactly. It was more like the deeply unsettling feeling of a massive calculation finally completing in my head. It was like some buried part of my subconscious had suspected this answer for months and had just been violently handed the empirical confirmation. Then, my cell phone rang. It was my mother. That caller ID alone told me absolutely everything I needed to know about the very first phone call Marcus made from his truck as he peeled out of my driveway. He hadn't called her to cry or apologize. He had called her to get ahead of the narrative. And my mother, Helen, who had eaten dinner at my table every Sunday for years, who had hugged Elena and called her a daughter, opened the conversation with these exact words: "Liam, please. It was a mistake. He's your brother." I didn't reply. I pressed end and set the phone face down. Arthur called exactly 4 minutes later. My father's opening line was much more considered, like he had taken the time to think about the psychological framing. "Son, don't do something rash that destroys this family over one bad decision. Think about what we've built together." That word. Together. I sat in the deafening silence of my kitchen and let that word bounce around in my skull. What exactly had we built times together? The logistics business was entirely mine. Every contract negotiated, every employee hired, every agonizing decision made at 5 a.m. before anyone else in the world was awake, that was me. The house they lived in was mine. The truck parked in my father's garage was mine. The luxury kitchen my mother cooked in every Sunday had been completely gutted and rebuilt using my money. The steady stream of income that funded every single comfortable, insulated corner of all their lives came from exactly one source: me. And yet, the absolute second the people they had chosen to protect over me got violently exposed, suddenly it was a shared structure. Suddenly, there was a together that I apparently had a moral obligation to preserve. Update 1. I didn't sleep a single second that night. Elena came back around 10 p.m. I unlocked the door and let her in solely because I wanted to hear her talk. I wanted to see the exact mechanics of her lies. She gave a long, beautifully rehearsed explanation. She talked about the distance in our relationship due to my work hours. She talked about her profound loneliness. She claimed Marcus had aggressively pursued her. She swore it had only been going on for a few months and that it meant absolutely nothing. The words flowed out of her mouth in that specific, polished way that only happens when someone has been preparing a speech in their head for much longer than the crisis they are currently using it for. I listened to the entire monologue without interrupting once. Then, she said the one sentence that shifted the entire tectonic plate of my reality. "Liam, your parents knew things had been strained between us. I talked to your mother about it extensively. She understood." She said it like it was a softening detail, like it would somehow help her case. Helen had known Elena and Marcus had been spending significant time together alone. She had known the relationship was supposedly strained, and she had said absolutely nothing to me. Not once, not a single solitary word across dozens of Sunday dinners, casual weekly phone calls, and 100 different opportunities to say something. She had actively chosen to protect their disgusting arrangement over her own son. I didn't scream. I didn't react with anger. I just looked at Elena, and I smiled. It wasn't a sarcastic smile, and it certainly wasn't a warm one. It was just a quiet, deeply settled expression that apparently communicated something so dark she wasn't prepared for it, because she stopped speaking mid-sentence and didn't attempt to start again. She told a mutual friend months later that the smile I gave her that night scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever shouted. I quietly asked her to leave. She practically ran out the door. I sat completely alone in the dark kitchen until 3 a.m. Then, I opened my laptop. I didn't open it to look at photos or wallow in misery. I opened it to start mapping every single account, asset, liability, access point, and operational dependency in my life. I wanted to see exactly who relied on what, who had access to what, and what the full, unvarnished financial architecture of my existence actually looked like when drawn out on a spreadsheet. Honestly, that was when I found the real betrayal. The cheating was just the appetizer. I found Marcus's name on a secondary vendor credit account that I had absolutely never authorized. He was listed as a secondary signatory on a digital document that bore my signature, except I had never signed it. I went through the last 16 months of financial records with forensic precision. The stolen amounts were small. The intervals were highly irregular. It was brilliantly intentional. It was designed to be small and irregular enough to stay completely below the automated fraud alert thresholds of our accounting software. Over the course of 16 months, Marcus had siphoned exactly $82,500 out of my company. And that was only what I had managed to find in the first hour of digging. By 5 a.m., I had 6 browser tabs open, 3 complex spreadsheets running, and a yellow legal pad completely covered in handwriting that had gotten progressively smaller and tighter as the hours dragged on. I wasn't panicking. That is the thing I really want to emphasize. There was zero panic in my body. What I felt was infinitely closer to the focused, airless, sociopathic calm that washes over you when an abstract emotional problem suddenly becomes a concrete mathematical equation. Abstract betrayal is devastating and messy. Specific stolen numbers are just a logistical problem to solve. I kept pulling the server records. Marcus's embezzlement method was surprisingly straightforward once I understood the underlying logic. He had legitimate vendor account access as part of his consulting role, which meant nobody in accounting ever flagged his logins. When legitimate invoices came in with minor, manufactured overpayments, the standard company practice was to apply that surplus as a rolling credit toward the next bulk order. What Marcus had been doing instead was manually redirecting those specific surpluses to a completely separate dummy shell account through a series of tiny corrective transfers. Individually, they looked like routine, boring reconciliation entries. Nobody reviews reconciliation entries at that microscopic granularity unless they are specifically hunting for a rat. I hadn't been hunting. By the time I mapped the full, exhaustive run of his theft, I stopped being surprised by what I was finding. Then, I seamlessly transitioned to Elena's layer of the nightmare. I pulled the master credit line authorizations first. I found a finalized document with my signature on it, explicitly approving a massive increase to the company's operational credit ceiling. I had absolutely never signed that document. I knew this with 100% certainty because that exact credit increase had been discussed internally with my finance team, and I had firmly decided against it 3 months prior. The discussion was logged in my email archives. The final decision not to proceed was clearly in writing. And yet, there was my signature on a formalized approval document dated 6 weeks after I had explicitly said no. Real, human signatures have natural variation. The pen pressure changes, the angle of the loops shifts slightly, the tail of a letter catches differently, depending on how fast your hand is moving. I had signed my name tens of thousands of times over the years, and no two signatures were ever microscopically identical. The signature on that credit document was technically proficient, but it was completely, mathematically consistent with another document I found. It looked exactly the way a signature looks when someone has obsessively practiced tracing it rather than actually living it. The second forged document I uncovered made my blood run entirely cold. It was a partial property asset transfer. It was preliminary legal paperwork that appeared to be slowly moving one of my most valuable business-held commercial properties into a jointly named marital trust structure. It had never fully completed processing. Whatever the intended endpoint was, the timeline had been interrupted by me coming home early. The signature on that transfer document perfectly matched the first forgery. Elena had spent years as a corporate compliance auditor. She was a master with complex documents. She understood exactly how financial paperwork moved through bureaucratic systems and exactly where the oversight gaps were. She hadn't been vague about her new consulting work because the work was boring. She had been vague because her actual full-time job was meticulously dismantling my assets to steal them. I sat back from the glowing laptop screen and stared at the horrifying mosaic I had just assembled. Marcus was aggressively stealing cash. Elena was quietly forging documents to steal real estate. Both of them were operating with enough brazen confidence and consistency to suggest they felt completely safe doing it. And then, I remembered the old family cloud server. I still had administrative access to a shared family Google Drive, a setup from years back that nobody had ever formally closed out or bothered to secure. I opened it, navigated to Helen's personal backup folder, and found an archived email thread from 8 months ago between my mother and Marcus. Helen's line, "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." Arthur's single-word reply from his linked account, "Agreed." Not, "Stop this immediately." Not, "What the hell are you doing to your brother?" Not, "I won't be a part of this." Just, "Be careful." My parents hadn't built the embezzlement structure. But they had absolutely known about it. They had sat down, weighed the moral cost of saying something against the financial cost of saying nothing, and actively chosen silence. Because saying something meant demanding accountability. And demanding accountability meant the immediate end of a luxurious, insulated life that I had been quietly funding for them for years. I closed the laptop at 6 a.m., and calmly brewed a pot of black coffee. While it dripped, I picked up my phone and called my overseas business attorney, a brilliant, ruthless man I had retained 2 years prior when I was exploring expansion into international export markets. He was someone completely outside of my family's knowledge or social orbit. I told him I needed to immediately begin restructuring the company's entire ownership architecture through the foreign registered holding entity we had previously discussed as a contingency during the export planning phase. He paused and asked me how quickly I needed it done. I told him I needed it done as fast as it could be executed without leaving a single legal vulnerability. He said 2 weeks, maybe less if we expedited the filing fees. Over the following 48 hours, I became a ghost operating in plain sight. I contacted a cutthroat real estate attorney and instructed them to immediately list the family home for sale. I priced it highly aggressively, competitive enough to move at lightning speed. The listing went up quietly. I systematically removed Marcus from every single company account, server, and physical access point, framing it internally to my IT department as a routine, randomized security audit, nothing that would raise immediate red flags with the wider staff. I moved every cent of my personal savings into a newly established offshore account that existed entirely outside of my family's awareness or domestic legal reach. I called the luxury wedding venue, coldly canceled the booking, and ensured the massive refund processed directly to my private card only. Then, I meticulously built the evidence file. Every single fraudulent transfer record, both forged signature documents, high-resolution screenshots of the damning email thread, and a clean, chronological timeline detailing exact amounts, dates, and IP addresses. I organized it into perfectly labeled digital folders, one for my investors, one for the extended family, one for Elena's professional network, and one for law enforcement. I saved everything to a heavily encrypted external drive. On the fourth day of my silent war, Elena came to my corporate office. She was incredibly composed. She had clearly taken the time to regroup and strategize. She walked in with the distinct energy of someone who had decided that a direct, reasonable adult conversation was the winning play. She sat across from my massive desk and talked about the lost wedding deposits, about how much social capital had already been committed, and about the tragic disruption to both of our lives. Then, she leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice to a soothing register, and said, "Liam, your parents think the best thing for everyone is to handle this privately. They suggested maybe we all attend family counseling, a structured healing process." She said it like it was a completely neutral suggestion, like she was merely relaying objective information rather than delivering a highly coordinated, manipulative message. But I had the Google Drive thread. I knew exactly how long this particular parasitic team had been in communication. I looked at her across my desk, and I smiled again. The exact same dead, hollow smile from the night she had left my house. She recognized it instantly. I watched her pupils dilate as she registered it, and I watched her brain desperately try to decide what it meant. She didn't reach a conclusion before I politely thanked her for coming in, stood up, and told her I would be in touch. She practically fled the office, looking infinitely more terrified than when she had arrived. That evening, I opened a secure travel app on a burner phone and booked 2 flights. The first flight was under my full legal name, heading to Chicago. The second flight was booked under my middle name, a name that appeared legally on my passport, but that I had absolutely never used professionally or personally in any context my family would ever recognize, heading to Charleston, South Carolina. Nobody knew about the second flight. Nobody knew about a lot of things. The final week was the most surreal, out-of-body experience of my life. I went to work every single day, answered routine emails, sat in complex client strategy calls, and handled all of them flawlessly. When Elena texted me asking if we could meet that weekend to talk properly and heal, I casually replied, "Sure, we'll sort something out." She sent back a deeply relieved-sounding response. She genuinely thought that meant progress. Marcus sent a massive, groveling apology text on Wednesday. It was 3 dense paragraphs, beautifully structured, and emotionally calibrated in a sophisticated way that absolutely did not match his usual illiterate writing style. Someone had clearly helped him draft it, almost certainly Helen. I read it once, archived it directly to the law enforcement evidence folder without replying, and went right back to what I was doing. What I was doing was finishing the execution. The offshore ownership restructure officially completed on day 9, significantly faster than the 2 weeks my attorney had originally estimated. My massive logistics company now sat legally insulated inside a foreign registered holding entity, with me listed merely as an appointed officer rather than the named domestic owner. Any future attempt by Elena to claim the business as a shared marital asset in civil litigation would now require navigating an international legal labyrinth that would take years and cost substantially more in legal fees than it could ever possibly produce. It wasn't entirely untouchable, but it was astronomically expensive enough to be functionally out of reach for people without vast resources. Which, as of that specific week, perfectly described every single person in my family. The real estate attorney called on day 10. We had an all-cash offer on the family home that was incredibly close to the asking price. I accepted it immediately. I demanded a standard contract with a brutal 30-day vacate clause for all current occupants, legally enforceable from the exact date of signing. Then began the quiet, systematic dismantling of their lives. I removed my parents from my Verizon family phone plan on a random Tuesday morning. I permanently closed the shared platinum credit card my mother had been using as her personal piggy bank for 2 years. I canceled the weekly HelloFresh grocery delivery account that billed to my card. I canceled the Netflix, Hulu, and Spotify subscriptions. I terminated the expensive insurance rider I had added to cover Arthur's truck. I canceled the HOA fee auto pay. I didn't announce a single piece of it. I didn't send a dramatic message explaining what was happening. These luxurious lifelines had simply been running effortlessly in the background because I had set them up and paid for them. Now, I stopped paying. They would discover each and every severed artery only when they tried to use it and failed. 3 days before I vanished, I called my operations manager, Sarah, my head of client accounts, and my lead logistics coordinator into my office separately and privately. I told each of them the absolute truth in strict professional terms. The company was undergoing a massive ownership restructure due to severe internal fraud. Their roles were fully secure, Their salaries were guaranteed under the new structure, and all communications should route exclusively through the updated encrypted chain going forward. I gave each of them a massive retention bonus processed directly through the new foreign entities account. These 3 people I trusted with my life. I also knew that the 4 junior staff members Marcus had spent 2 years aggressively cultivating personal relationships with would likely read the sudden shift in the wind and make their own decisions to leave. That was perfectly fine. I had already accounted for their attrition in the new budget. The final family dinner was entirely my idea. I texted Helen on Thursday and said I wanted to come over for Sunday dinner, that I thought it was finally time to talk and heal. She responded in under a minute, overflowing with heart emojis. When I arrived at the house I legally owned, she had cooked a massive, elaborate feast, the kind of intensive meal that takes most of the afternoon to prepare. Arthur poured expensive scotch before I even sat down at the table. They were incredibly careful with me. Both of them hovered in that specific, delicate way people do when they think the victim is still deciding their fate, and they desperately need the decision to go their way. We talked about forgiveness, about perspective, and about how strong families absorb difficult things and come out the other side united. I asked leading questions that made them feel heard and validated. I ate every single bite of food on my plate. I smiled. At the very end of the evening, Arthur put his heavy hand on my shoulder, looked at me with faux paternal wisdom, and said, "We'll get through this as a family, son." I nodded slowly. I hugged them both. I walked out the door, got in my car, and drove home. Update 2. I loaded exactly 2 duffel bags into my car before 4 a.m. Everything that actually mattered had been quietly staged and shipped gradually over the previous 4 days. Legal documents, encrypted hard drives, and a few irreplaceable personal items that had zero monetary value but that I absolutely wasn't leaving behind. The rest of the house, the expensive furniture, the electronics, the art, I left exactly as it was. The dishes were clean in the sink, the lights were off, and absolutely nothing was staged to look like a permanent departure. I drove to the airport in the pitch dark and caught the first flight to Chicago under my legal name. I landed, waited 2 agonizing hours in the bustling terminal, and then boarded the second flight to Charleston under my middle name. I was heading to a colleague's private guest house, arranged entirely through a secure channel that had zero connection to anyone in my family's social or professional world. Nobody had that contact. Nobody knew that name was on a boarding pass. By the time the sun was fully up and shining over the Atlantic, I was completely gone. They figured it out in fragmented pieces, which I imagine was infinitely worse than finding out all at once. Elena arrived at my house mid-morning with coffee, intending to play the loving, repentant fiancé, and found the house locked, dark, and utterly silent. She called my cell number and immediately reached a dead voicemail on a line I had already flagged for permanent cancellation. Marcus got the legal vacate notice delivered via certified mail simultaneously with my parents. It wasn't a heartfelt letter. It was standard, brutal legal correspondence. No personal note, no explanation, just the cold, formal language of a finalized property sale and a strict 30-day eviction timeline. Panicking, he immediately called the corporate office. Sarah, my fiercely loyal operations manager, coldly informed him that his consulting arrangement had been terminated effective immediately due to the new ownership structure, and that he was legally barred from the premises. The 4 junior staff members who had been close to him had already handed in their resignations that very morning rather than navigate the terrifying new corporate chain, which meant he had absolutely zero allies left answering his frantic calls internally. The Verizon phone plan died sometime around noon. Helen tried to use the Platinum credit card at a luxury grocery store at 1 p.m., and it violently declined at the register. She tried to call my number 17 times over the course of the afternoon from a borrowed phone. Arthur's text messages started out measured and authoritative, and devolved into sheer, unadulterated panic by the evening. Elena sent a sobbing, hysterical voice message to the cancelled line that absolutely nobody would ever hear. And then, the massive debt collectors started calling. 2 separate vendors Marcus had been fraudulently deferring payments to under his falsified authorizations were now in aggressive, active collection. The operational credit line I had been quietly servicing through automatic payments went completely unmaintained the exact moment I severed my bank details. And commercial credit lines do not wait patiently. They escalate ruthlessly. By the end of the first week, the collection calls to Marcus were daily. By the end of the second week, they were constant, threatening, and legally binding. Arthur and Helen, who had absolutely never managed the massive financial obligations attached to a luxury property they technically didn't own, had zero framework for what was happening to them, or how to stop the bleeding. I know all of these details because my loyal friend Priya told me later, but that comes after I landed, settled into the beautiful Charleston guest arrangement, made a cup of coffee, and opened my laptop. The master evidence folder sat on my desktop clean, meticulously labeled, and organized into 4 distinct weapons. Investors, extended family, professional network, law enforcement. I opened the law enforcement section first. My ruthless attorney had already drafted the formal criminal complaint. All I had to do was type 2 words to authorize him to file it. I read through the devastating document once, then replied to his email, "Do it." The formal criminal complaint hit the lead detective's desk on a Thursday morning. My attorney filed it with the full, unredacted evidence package attached: the fraudulent transfer records, the hidden reconciliation trail, the forged signature documents, the timeline, everything clean, chronological, and heavily annotated. When you hand financial fraud investigators a massive case that is already 90% built and gift-wrapped, they move with terrifying speed. By Friday afternoon, Marcus had received a terrifying phone call from a detective asking him to come down to the precinct for a conversation. By the following Monday, Elena had a certified letter from the exact same fraud department. I wasn't there to witness any of it. I heard about the panic firsthand, weeks later. At the time, all I knew was that the complaint had been officially filed, and that the brutal machinery of the justice system was now moving entirely on its own momentum. That was the whole point. I didn't need to stay and watch the explosion happen. I just needed to make sure the fuse was lit. The investor drops went out that same week. I had set up a secure Proton Mail alias months prior for dealing with paranoid overseas contacts. I used it now. Both of Elena's largest private investors received the exact same anonymous document, a 4-page forensic audit summary with the damning bank records attached. No emotional editorial, no narrative framing, just the cold, hard transfers, the shell account numbers, the dates, and the stolen amounts. It was clinical enough to look exactly like it had leaked from an internal corporate review rather than a personal vendetta. One investor forwarded it to his aggressive legal team within the same business day. The other called Sarah, who smoothly confirmed the company was undergoing restructuring and that an internal review had identified severe irregularities. That was all she legally had to say. It was more than enough. Their attorneys initiated a formal audit of Elena's consulting firm within the week. The extended family drop was infinitely more personal, and vastly more precise. I sent the forged signature documents and the embezzlement records directly to my Uncle David, my father's older, immensely wealthy brother. He was the kind of terrifying patriarch whose mere presence at any family gathering instantly dictated the tone for how everyone else behaved. He was respected in a way that Arthur had always quietly, bitterly deferred to. I also sent physical copies to 2 prominent cousins who had been at my engagement party, who had given tearful speeches, and who had looked me in the eye and told me they were so happy for me. I included a brief, polite note with each package. I have been advised by legal counsel to share this context with the family before the impending criminal proceedings become public record. I wasn't asking for their help. I wasn't framing it as a messy family dispute requiring their mediation. I was simply making absolutely sure that the people whose opinions carried the most weight in my parents' superficial world knew the full, unvarnished truth before the courts dragged it into the sunlight anyway. Uncle David stopped returning Arthur's desperate phone calls within 3 days. The cousins quietly, permanently withdrew from the massive family group chat. There were no screaming confrontations, no dramatic announcements, just absence. The specific kind of heavy, suffocating absence that arrives without any explanation and therefore cannot be argued with, bargained with, or managed. For Helen, who had spent decades meticulously maintaining the family's fragile social standing, that deafening silence was its own specific, agonizing punishment. The professional network drop on Elena was the quietest, and by far the most effective. Through a mutual, highly connected contact from my export expansion work, someone with zero personal connection to Elena, but a massive reach in corporate auditing and financial brokerage circles, I made absolutely sure her name was casually attached to the phrase criminal civil matter involving document forgery in all the right whispered conversations. I didn't need to distribute the documents myself. I didn't need to make unhinged phone calls. In elite professional networks built entirely on credentialed trust, dark implication moves 10 times faster than documentation. Within 2 weeks, massive corporate doors were slamming shut in her face in ways she couldn't possibly trace back to a single source. Then, Marcus and Elena did exactly what I had mathematically predicted they would do. They violently turned on each other to save themselves. The absolute second Marcus understood that Elena's forged signatures could legally position him as a co-conspirator in a massive real estate theft rather than just a separate embezzler, he started aggressively distancing himself from her immediately and publicly. He told mutual contacts she had operated entirely independently, that he hadn't known a single thing about the forged documents, that the financial side had been entirely his own isolated situation, and that the 2 crimes were completely unrelated. Elena found out he was throwing her under the bus within days. Her immediate response was to scorch the earth. She told a mutual friend, someone she desperately trusted, and absolutely shouldn't have, about all the fund redirections, about the hidden vendor account transfers, and about the horrifying fact that she had known for months and stayed quiet because she thought they were leaving together. She actually said that last part out loud. They were leaving together. As in, the master plan had been for both of them to completely drain my life, steal my commercial property, and exit with as much of my empire as they could carry. I heard this through Priya weeks later, and I sat on the porch looking at the ocean for a long time. By month 3, the entire structure of consequences was fully in place and running flawlessly without my involvement. The police investigation was highly active. Marcus and Elena were trapped in separate, terrifying legal situations that their mutual public contradictions were only making worse. The extended family's social withdrawal had become permanent enough that Arthur and Helen had completely stopped expecting it to ever reverse. The aggressive debt collection calls were ongoing. The family home sale had closed, and the new buyers had enforced the eviction. My parents had been forced to desperately scramble and find a tiny, depressing 2-bedroom rental that Arthur's municipal pension could barely cover. I was working, traveling occasionally, and rebuilding the logistics company's structure into something infinitely cleaner, leaner, and more efficient than it had ever been before. Every single week felt more like my own life, and less like the chaotic aftermath of someone else's parasitic decisions. Then, 4 months after I vanished, I logged into an incredibly old email account. It was a college-era address, barely used, kept alive mostly out of digital inertia. I logged in solely to retrieve an old tax document I had stored there years ago. There were 14 unread messages. 13 of them were automated spam. The 14th was from Helen. The subject line read, "I know you won't read this." I almost closed the tab. My hand actually moved toward the trackpad to delete it. Then I stopped, took a breath, and opened it. She had written for a very long time. I read every single word, and at the very end, after everything she said, after the brutal acknowledgement, the deep shame, and the highly specific honesty I had never expected from her, there were 3 words. I sat with them for 20 minutes. Then I made the final decision left to make in this entire saga. The email was massive. Helen had never been a person who wrote at length. Her texts were usually brief, her communication strictly functional. This was entirely different. She had clearly written it over multiple agonizing sittings, maybe over multiple days, because the emotional tone shifted slightly in places the way writing does when the author comes back to it after crying themselves to sleep and sees it differently in the cold morning light. She didn't justify a single thing. That was the very first thing I noticed. There was absolutely no architecture of excuse underneath the words, no careful positioning of blame toward Marcus or Elena to soften her own horrific role in it. She bluntly admitted she had known about the money. Not the full $82,500, not every single transfer, but she had known Marcus was actively taking from the business. And she had calculated, her exact word, calculated that saying something to me would cost her more than staying quiet. She said she told herself it was a small thing, that he would eventually stop, that I was so rich I would never notice, or that if I did, it would quietly resolve itself without her ever having to be the one who said it out loud and ruin the peace. She actually quoted her own damning email back to herself. "Be careful. He'll notice eventually." She said she had read that line again recently and hadn't been able to explain to herself how she had become the kind of monster who could write it. Not times stop, not times this is evil, just times be careful. Like the only real concern in her heart was the risk of the gravy train derailing, rather than the fact that her eldest son was robbing her youngest son blind. She said she knew Elena and Marcus had been sleeping together, and had actively told herself it was just a phase. That she hadn't wanted to see what she was clearly seeing because seeing it would require her to act, and acting would mean violently disrupting the only version of reality that worked for her. The version where I kept quietly building the empire, they kept endlessly benefiting from it, and nobody ever examined the rotten foundation too closely. She wrote, "We made you responsible for absolutely everything, and then we fully expected you to absorb the devastating cost of our moral failures too. That wasn't a family, Liam. That was dependency dressed up as love." I finally understood that the morning the sheriff handed us the vacate notice. I just didn't know how to say it until now. And then, at the very end, after all of that brutal confession, "Please come home." I sat with those 3 words for 20 minutes, not because I was actually deciding whether to go. I knew before I even finished reading the first paragraph that I was absolutely never going back. Not to that state, not to that broken dynamic, not to the pathetic version of myself that had kept the whole parasitic arrangement running just because it was easier than asking what I was actually getting in return. I sat with the words because they deserved that much respect. Because my mother had finally written something profoundly true and impossibly difficult, and I wasn't going to dismiss it without actually feeling the heavy weight of it. She was right about most of what she wrote. That was the honest, painful answer. The dependency dressed as love line was terrifyingly accurate in a way that took genuine psychological courage to put into words. I truly believed she meant it. I truly believed she was agonizingly ashamed. I believed that somewhere in the specific, humiliating collapse of the luxurious life they had built entirely around my labor, something had finally become crystal clear to her that comfort had kept blurry for years. None of that changed what going back would mean. I closed the email. I moved it to the trash. I emptied the folder. No reply. Not because I wanted her to suffer the silence maliciously, But because I had absolutely nothing left to say that the last 4 months hadn't already said infinitely more clearly than I ever could in writing. An answer would reopen a negotiation I had already permanently concluded. It would falsely suggest there was still a timeline where the outcome was different. There wasn't, and telling her that directly would have been its own specific kind of cruelty, more personal, more surgical than the silence. The silence, at least, left the shape of things slightly ambiguous. That was the absolute last kindness I had available to give her, so that was exactly where I left it. Marcus took a pathetic plea deal on the felony fraud charges 8 months after the investigation officially opened. The forensic evidence I provided was so overwhelmingly clean that his public defender aggressively advised against going to trial. He received a suspended sentence, mandatory repayment through a massive civil judgment that will garnish his wages forever, and 3 years of strict probation. The private investor lawsuit ran parallel to the criminal case and settled separately. What little assets he had left went entirely toward it. His name in every single professional context I had ever touched was permanently finished. Last I heard through Priya, he had fled to another state and was working a grueling overnight warehouse job. No startups, no consulting, absolutely no access to anyone else's accounts ever again. Elena's situation resolved through a brutal combination of a criminal plea and a massive civil liability finding. She fully cooperated with the investor audit in exchange for slightly reduced charges, which meant she handed over absolutely everything she knew about Marcus's transfers in addition to answering for her own sloppy forgeries. The legal restitution completely wiped out her life savings. The corporate compliance world had slammed its doors shut to her long before any of the legal outcomes were even finalized. Professional networks always move faster than courts. She is currently trying to rebuild somewhere else, in a completely different, lower-tier industry, suffocating under the weight of a financial and reputational reset that will take her decades to work through. Arthur and Helen are still living in that depressing 2-bedroom rental. The wealthy social world they had moved through so easily for decades has contracted in the quiet, permanent way that happens when people withdraw without announcement. Uncle David hasn't spoken to them since receiving the documents. The cousins are coldly polite at a distance when unavoidable family events require proximity, and completely absent otherwise. Helen has stopped being invited to the charity galas and luncheons she used to organize. None of that social exile was something I orchestrated directly. It was just the natural, inevitable result of a dark truth becoming known in a community where reputation had always been the only real currency. They have each other, and they have a specific, agonizingly private understanding of exactly which choices led them to a smaller, quieter, poorer life than the one they had grown so accustomed to. That heavy understanding is going to be sitting in the room with them for the rest of their lives. I am in Charleston now. I rented a beautiful apartment 2 blocks from the water. It is the nicest place I have ever lived in, not because it is massive or overly expensive, but because every single decision made inside its walls is entirely mine. Nobody else has a key. Nobody drops by uninvited to drink my beer. Nobody calls from the living room asking for money while I am trying to think. The logistics business runs flawlessly under the new offshore structure. The new operations director I hired has turned out to be vastly better at the day-to-day internal management than I ever was, which completely freed me up to focus on the high-level client relationships and expansion strategy I had been neglecting for years while I was too busy being everyone's personal financial infrastructure. I am 32. I work hard. I travel when the work calls for it. I am not in any rush to rebuild anything personal, not because I am irreparably damaged or closed off, but because for the absolute first time in a very long time, I am not operating from a massive emotional deficit. I am not giving more of myself than I have. I am not exhausting myself maintaining a fake version of reality that requires me to actively look away from what I am actually seeing. Priya texts occasionally. Nothing heavy, just the normal, casual back and forth of two people who have firmly established that they are on the same side of reality. That is more than enough for me right now. I thought, when I was sitting at that marble kitchen island at 3 a.m. running the financial map, that what I was building toward was revenge. I thought I wanted some deeply satisfying, explosive final act of destruction that would feel like cinematic justice when it finally landed. What it actually felt like was simply removal. I stepped out from under a massive, rotting structure I had been exhausting myself holding up for years. And the structure violently collapsed not because I actively demolished it with a sledgehammer, but because it had absolutely never been capable of standing on its own 2 feet. The collapse wasn't something I maliciously did to them. It was just the reality of what was always true, finally allowed to be visible to the world. Elena once told me my silence scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever said. My mother's final email was the absolute last test of that theory. I deleted it, closed the laptop, made a cup of black coffee, stood at the massive window while it brewed, and watched the street outside doing its perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning things. A woman walking a golden retriever, a delivery truck idling at the corner, seagulls on a wire doing absolutely nothing in particular. Completely, beautifully ordinary. That was exactly the point. Top comments. User 1. The line dependency dressed up as love is one of the most chillingly accurate descriptions of toxic family dynamics I've ever read. Your mom didn't love you, Liam. She loved what you provided. The fact that she was willing to let your brother steal from you just so she wouldn't have to deal with the drama of confronting him tells you everything. You didn't ruin them. You just stopped being their shield. Good on you for getting out clean. User 2. I am a forensic accountant, and the way you handled that audit and the legal restructuring is pure, unadulterated poetry. Moving the assets to a foreign holding entity before dropping the hammer was a masterstroke. Elena thought her compliance background made her smart, but she forgot the golden rule: never try to outpaper the guy who built the company from the ground up. Enjoy, Charleston, you earned every bit of that piece. User 3. The fact that Marcus tried to throw Elena under the bus the second the heat came down, and she immediately retaliated by admitting they were going to drain you and run away together. Absolute chef's kiss. Thieves have no loyalty. It's wild how quickly a family crumbles when the person funding the delusion finally walks away. The silence was the ultimate revenge. Brother faked a restraining order to steal my business. I rebranded in secret, countersued, and made them lose everything. My parents secretly broke into my house to serve me with a lawsuit, trying to steal my business to fund my golden child brother's lavish lifestyle. So, I dug up a buried $120,000 family secret, countersued them into oblivion, and watched the judge completely dismantle their lives in a matter of minutes. When I was 15 years old, standing in the freezing rain waiting for a ride that was never going to come, I made a silent promise to myself. I would never rely on anyone to save me. Not my parents, not my teachers, not some magical opportunity that might fall into my lap from the sky. Just me. That promise shaped every single decision I made from that day forward. Even if no one around me noticed or cared at the time, especially not my parents. If you asked them back then, I was just the quiet one. The invisible kid who always had his head buried in a laptop. The one who supposedly didn't understand how the real world worked. Meanwhile, my older brother, Derek, walked around our house like he was born wearing a crown. Every birthday felt like his personal coronation. Every family dinner was a performance of his supposed brilliance, charm, and endless potential. And my parents, they always clapped the loudest. My name is Julian, I am 25 now, but this absolute nightmare of a story starts a few years back when I was just turning 22. By that point in my life, I had already paid off every single cent of my student loans. Yes, all of them. I had bought my first home entirely in cash. It was nothing flashy or extravagant, just a small, quiet place in the Chicago suburbs, but it was mine. I had grown my e-commerce business, a company specializing in custom, ergonomic 3D, printed desk setups, into something I could genuinely be proud of. We were doing six figures in revenue, I had a few remote freelancers working under me, and I possessed the kind of financial freedom that most people my age only dreamed about. I wasn't flashy. I didn't post my bank statements on Instagram. I didn't buy designer clothes. I just kept my head down and worked, because I knew deep down that if I ever stopped to celebrate my success, someone would try to take it from me. It turns out, my paranoia was completely justified. Growing up in our house, effort didn't matter. Results didn't matter. What mattered was image, charm, manufactured drama, and Derek had all of that in spades. Derek is 3 years older than me, and he had always been the undisputed golden child. My parents used to joke that Derek came out of the womb with a winning smile and a corporate sponsorship. It didn't matter that he failed basic college classes, wrecked 2 separate cars before he turned 20, or once maxed out my dad's primary credit card on a spring break trip to Cabo that he wasn't even supposed to be on. Every single time, my parents found a way to brush it off, to make excuses, to protect him from the consequences of his own reckless actions. He's just finding himself, they would say, nodding sagely. He's meant for truly great things. And me? I was the backup plan. The invisible sibling who fixed the Wi-Fi and stayed out of the way. I still vividly remember one Thanksgiving dinner, not long before all hell broke loose. We were sitting at my parents' house, the turkey half carved, my mom, Barbara, already a glass and a half into her cheap boxed wine. My dad, Richard, was sitting at the head of the table. Derek had just come back from trying out some ridiculous crypto startup idea in Miami that ended predictably with him crashing on a stranger's couch and begging my parents to fly him home. My parents welcomed him back like a returning war hero. At dinner, my dad raised his glass, the crystal catching the dining room light. To new beginnings, he said, looking directly into Derek's eyes with absolute adoration. We know your next chapter is going to be a massive one. Derek smirked, leaning back in his chair, and clinked his glass against my dad's. I sat there and said absolutely nothing. No one toasted me when I bought my house. No one even mentioned the fact that I was completely debt-free. They all knew. I had told them months earlier, sent them photos of the front porch, offered to host Thanksgiving myself. I never even got a text back. But Derek moves back into his childhood bedroom with 2 duffel bags and a trail of debt collectors on his tail, and suddenly he is the triumphant phoenix rising from the ashes. I tried not to let it get to me. I really, truly did. I had spent years building my business from the ground up. I learned SEO, product sourcing, 3D modeling, customer service, and supply chain logistics. Every late night, every missed college party, every little financial win, I quietly celebrated alone in my apartment. I thought maybe, just maybe, my tangible success would finally be enough to earn a tiny sliver of respect from the people who raised me. But I should have known better. A week after that Thanksgiving dinner, my mom called me. Her tone was weird, incredibly tight, and clearly rehearsed. She asked if I could come over to the house to talk. I naturally assumed it had something to do with Derek. Maybe they wanted me to help him format his resume, find a job, or pretend to be a professional reference. I was entirely used to being the quiet fixer, the ghost behind the curtain who cleaned up his messes. But the second I walked through the front door, I knew something was deeply off. My dad was sitting in his leather recliner, arms crossed over his chest, the television muted. Derek was sprawling on the couch wearing expensive sweatpants, looking incredibly smug, like he was in on some hilarious inside joke. My mom had that nervous, fluttering smile she always used when she was about to say something she knew was going to massively upset me. She gestured toward the kitchen table. "Why don't we sit down, Julian?" I remember how slowly I moved, how the air in the room felt heavy, like the atmospheric pressure was dropping right before a violent storm. I sat down. My mom took a deep, theatrical breath. Then she said it. "Julian, we were hoping you could help your brother with a little investment." That word hung in the air like a foul smell. Investment. Then. As if I was some naive angel investor they could charm into saving their perpetually sinking ship. I blinked, staring at her. "What kind of investment?" I asked slowly. Derek leaned forward, suddenly animated. "I've got this massive idea. It's a subscription box service, but specifically for high-end gaming accessories. You know, mystery boxes. We market it directly to college kids and streamers. Low overhead, insane margins. It's foolproof." I looked at him, then turned my gaze to my parents. "And you want me to fund this?" My dad cleared his throat, sitting up straighter. "Not fund exactly. Just help him get the initial capital started. You've had a really good run, Julian. You've done quite well for yourself with your little printing hobby. It is time to pay it forward to your family." Pay it forward. The audacity of that phrase echoed in my skull, like I had been handed my business on a silver platter. Like my 3 a.m. customer support emails, my 14-hour workdays, my ramen-fueled grind through college meant absolutely nothing because I hadn't done it the right way. "I'm sorry," I said slowly, forcing my voice to remain calm and steady. "But I am not in a financial position to just throw money at a vague, untested idea with zero actual business plan." Derek rolled his eyes dramatically, throwing his hands up. "It's not vague. I've got contacts in Miami. I know people in the industry." I looked right at him. "You've been back here for exactly 2 weeks, living in the guest room because you couldn't pay rent." That was a mistake. I saw the way my mom's face instantly hardened, the way my dad leaned forward, his eyes narrowing into slits. My mom slammed her hand flat on the table. "Julian, we are simply asking you to help your brother. Family supports each other. That is how this works." I stood up, pushing my chair back. "I've supported myself since I was 18, I said, my voice rising just a fraction. "That's how I was taught, right? Because nobody was coming to save me." They didn't answer. They just glared. And I left. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured they would try to guilt trip me, maybe send a few passive-aggressive text messages about family loyalty, and then eventually move on to their next terrible scheme. That is how it had always gone in the past. But I severely underestimated how desperate things were about to get. I didn't know just how far my parents were willing to go to protect their precious golden boy. Because the next time I saw them, they were trying to completely destroy my life. Update 1. They didn't even knock. It was a freezing Wednesday night in December, and I remember that clearly because it was inventory night, the absolute least glamorous part of my business, but the most essential. Every week, I would haul boxes of 3D printer filament and electronic components out of my storage room, scan barcodes, repackage products, and prep massive orders for my fulfillment partners. That night, I was ankle deep in shipping labels and bubble wrap when I heard the distinct sound of my front door unlocking. At first, I thought I was hallucinating from exhaustion. I lived alone. No one had a spare key. Then I heard the unmistakable click of the deadbolt sliding shut again and the low murmur of voices in my hallway. 3 people. And one of them was Derek. I came around the corner incredibly fast, my heart pounding against my ribs. What the hell? My parents were standing right in my entryway. Derek was lingering behind them, smirking like he owned the damn place. And my dad, Richard, he had a thick manila folder tucked under his arm, wearing that self-righteous, furious look he used to wear whenever he lectured me about my attitude as a teenager. My mom gave me a tight-lipped, entirely fake smile like this was just a casual family pop-in, not a literal break-in. "How did you get into my house?" I asked, completely stunned. We used the key, my mom said smoothly. Like it was absolutely nothing. Like the emergency spare key I had given them 3 years ago, back when I still naively thought we had something resembling a normal family dynamic, was an open invitation to waltz into my private sanctuary unannounced. I held out my hand, my fingers trembling with rage. Give it back. Right now. She hesitated, looking to my dad for permission, then fished it out of her designer purse and dropped it into my palm like a child caught stealing candy. But it wasn't just the blatant disrespect, it was the look in her eyes. She wasn't embarrassed. She was disappointed. In me. What are you doing here? I asked, feeling more deeply exhausted than angry. Derek shrugged, stepping past me into my living room like he was touring a museum. We tried being polite about this. You slammed the door in our faces last week. So now, we're handling things the proper way. I narrowed my eyes, staring at him. The proper way? My dad stepped forward, laid the thick manila folder aggressively on my kitchen island, and slid it across the marble top. It is time we had a very serious talk, Julian. About what you owe this family. I didn't open the folder. Not yet. I was too busy trying to figure out if I was trapped in a nightmare. You are in my house without my permission. You have exactly 5 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call the police and have you all trespassed. Oh, please. My mom scoffed, waving her hand like I was being overly dramatic. You're acting like a complete stranger. Stop this nonsense. I wonder why. I shot back, my voice dripping with venom. Just read the damn paperwork, my dad snapped, nodding sharply at the folder. I reached out and flipped it open. At first, the words didn't even register in my brain. Legal language, court names, absurd numbers. A civil claim filed in their names, against me, then the specific accusations hit me like a physical slap to the face. Fraudulent withholding of family assets, misappropriation of joint family investment funds, unjust enrichment at the expense of sibling. I stared at the crisp white page, my stomach dropping into my shoes. What the absolute hell is this? My voice cracked, sharp and loud in the stillness of my kitchen. Derek stepped up, crossing his arms over his chest, looking immensely satisfied. It's exactly what you get when you lie about where the startup money came from. I looked at him like he had lost his mind. I didn't lie about anything. I built this company from nothing. Oh? Come on. Derek laughed, a cruel, grating sound. We all know you didn't build this business from scratch. You used the money Grandpa left, didn't you? My jaw literally dropped. Are you serious right now? He grinned, like a cat who had just cornered a bleeding mouse. You think I didn't notice how you suddenly got real cozy with e-commerce the exact same year Grandpa died? That's when your little side hustle blew up, just admit it. I didn't get a single cent from Grandpa's estate, I said, utterly stunned by the delusion. He left everything to Grandma. She made that incredibly clear. Yeah, and she always had a massive soft spot for you, my mom said quietly, her voice laced with bitterness. Even when Derek was the one who actually needed the financial help. I stepped back, looking at the three of them, realizing the horrifying truth. So, let me get this straight, I said slowly, enunciating every word. You break into my private home, throw entirely false, fabricated accusations at me, and what? You want me to admit to stealing money I never even touched. We just want what is fair, my dad said firmly, his voice booming. Derek has been struggling. You have clearly been profiting off family money. It is time to rebalance the scales. There it was. The mask was completely off. I had expected emotional manipulation, maybe some severe guilt trips, but this? A literal, formal lawsuit against their own son? Something deep inside my chest completely cracked. Years of being overlooked, talked down to, treated like an irrelevant background character in Derek's grand story. All of it boiled over at once. You want to rebalance the scales? I shouted, my voice shaking with raw fury. Let's talk about the scales. Let's talk about the 2 separate cars you bought him before he was even 20 years old. The way you co-signed his massive loans, paid off his credit cards, and let him move back in every single time he failed. You have given him absolutely everything. And me? I have never asked you for a single cent because you were always too proud of him to even look at me. My mom snapped back, her face red. Because you never offered to help us. Because I had to survive. I screamed back. You never believed in me. You never even asked what I was building down in my apartment. And now that it actually worked, you think I owe you the profits? There was dead silence for a beat. Then Derek muttered under his breath, you wouldn't even have a future if it weren't for this family. My fists clenched so hard my nails dug into my palms. You mean the family that is currently suing me? My dad took a threatening step forward. You can avoid all of this legal mess. If you just help your brother get on his feet with the business capital, we can drop the claim tomorrow. Clean slate. You mean hand over my hard-earned money so you don't drag my name through the mud? I whispered. He didn't answer. I picked up the heavy folder and tossed it right back at his chest. Get out of my house. Now. My mom looked like she wanted to argue, but the look in my eyes stopped her. My dad looked like he wanted to punch a wall. Derek didn't say a word, just turned and walked out with that smug, infuriating swagger that said he thought he had already won. But they hadn't won. They had just lit the fuse to their own destruction. Over the next few grueling days, the catastrophic fallout started trickling in. A formal letter from their aggressive attorney arrived first, confirming they were legally moving forward with the claim. Then came the endless calls and texts from extended family, uncles, aunts, cousins, even old neighbors I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. They were suddenly wanting to check in after hearing some concerning things. The family rumor mill was spinning at light speed, and all of it painted me as the greedy, thieving villain who stole from his own flesh and blood. I tried to stay focused on surviving. My business was still running, customer orders were still flowing. But I couldn't ignore the way everything felt entirely poisoned. Every single email notification felt like it might be a subpoena. Every family text felt like a psychological trap. I completely stopped sleeping. I started checking my front door deadbolt 3 times a night, and then, exactly 3 weeks after the break-in, I got the automated email that made the nightmare devastatingly real. It was from my primary business bank. Account frozen pending legal investigation. My heart literally stopped beating. I clicked through the portal, my fingers trembling violently. I had done absolutely nothing wrong. I paid all my taxes, kept meticulously clean accounting records, and ran a legitimate enterprise. But now, thanks to their baseless, malicious claims, I was being treated like a white-collar criminal. I called the bank in a panic. The representative was polite but incredibly firm. The freeze would stay in place until the civil dispute was legally resolved in court. Derek had said he would make things fair. Instead, he was dragging me into the mud, and my parents were eagerly handing him the rope to hang me with. I thought that financial freeze would be the worst of it. But then I found out something that made my blood run completely cold. Derek hadn't just filed a civil lawsuit for the money. He had filed a formal restraining order against me. He submitted an affidavit claiming I had physically threatened him, claimed I was deeply erratic, hostile, and a severe danger to his personal safety. I stared at the digital copy of the court filing in utter disbelief. The timing wasn't a coincidence. He was intentionally trying to portray me as violently unstable, so the civil court would immediately believe his victim narrative, not mine. It was calculated character assassination, plain and simple. A massive smear campaign built entirely on lies and funded by the exact same people who used to tuck me in at night. That was the breaking point. It wasn't about the frozen money anymore. It wasn't even about the absurd lawsuit. It was about pure principle. It was about standing up to toxic people who had used the concept of family love as a leash, expecting me to roll over and thank them while they choked me. I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to apologize. And I absolutely wasn't going to let them rewrite the entire story of my life. They wanted a brutal war? Fine. I would give them a war, and the very first shot would be fired directly at the one massive secret they thought I didn't know about. The financial skeleton buried deep in their closet. Update 2. The restraining order hearing was scheduled for a bleak Monday morning in early spring. The sun was technically out, but I barely noticed the weather. I hadn't slept a wink the night before. I was too wired, too incredibly angry, too focused on running every possible worst-case scenario on a continuous loop in my exhausted head. My lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense guy named Harrison who I found through a trusted business contact, completely assured me the case was pathetically weak. "This isn't going anywhere, Julian," he had said, reviewing the flimsy affidavit. "Judges handle family drama every day. They can smell fabricated, retaliatory nonsense a mile away." Still, I was physically shaking when I walked through the heavy metal detectors of the courthouse. I wasn't terrified of losing the restraining order case. I was terrified of what it meant that my own brother was willing to go this far. That my parents were willing to sit in a courtroom and swear under penalty of perjury that I was violent, unstable, and a danger to society. I knew in my gut they were actively coaching him on exactly what to say. Their names weren't officially on the restraining order document, but their greasy fingerprints were all over the strategy. That morning, all 3 of them showed up. Derek walked into the courtroom wearing a cheap, wrinkled blazer that didn't fit his shoulders, acting like he was the traumatized victim of some mafia vendetta, keeping his head down and refusing to make eye contact. My parents sat directly behind him in the gallery, acting like his personal emotional support team. My mom, Barbara, was literally dabbing fake tears from her eyes with a tissue. My dad scowled at me from across the aisle like I had personally ruined the family legacy. When the judge, an older woman who looked incredibly tired of everyone's nonsense, threw out the entire case just 20 minutes in, citing a massive lack of sufficient evidence and a blaringly obvious motive of financial retaliation, they acted utterly shocked. Derek even tried to stand up and speak again after the gavel heavily dropped, like he honestly thought he could charm the judge into changing her legal ruling. But it was over. The restraining order was dismissed. However, walking out of that courtroom, I didn't feel relief. I felt entirely empty, because even though I had technically won the skirmish, I knew the war was far from over. The restraining order wasn't the real attack, it was just a psychological distraction. A character hit piece designed to soften me up, drain my legal funds, and exhaust me before the actual financial lawsuit began. And honestly, it worked. Not in the court of law, but in my own head. I went home that afternoon, sat on the cold hardwood floor of my living room, and just stared at the massive, unopened boxes of uncut 3D printer filament stacked against the wall. For the first time in years, I didn't want to work, I didn't want to fight, I just sat there in the deafening silence, feeling like I had permanently lost something I couldn't quite name. Over the next brutal month, my entire life stalled. My primary business accounts remained completely frozen by the bank. I managed to move some basic operations to a secondary backup account I had at a local credit union, but the devastating damage was already done. My cash flow took a massive, unrecoverable hit, my digital advertising budget completely dried up, and my fulfillment timelines got slower and slower. Customers began to notice the delays. Some backed out and demanded refunds. One of my best, most reliable wholesale suppliers dropped me entirely, citing reputational risk after someone, likely my mother, sent them an anonymous email detailing the pending lawsuit. I tried to explain the situation, tried to fight through the mud, but the harder I pushed forward, the more I felt like I was drowning in a swamp someone else had deliberately poured over my head. I was losing my footing, not just financially, but mentally, and then came the absolute worst blow. It was a Thursday afternoon when my phone rang. My landlord for the small commercial warehouse space I rented, barely 1,000 square feet, but it had become the beating heart of my entire operation, called to tell me he was legally terminating my month-to-month lease. "There's just way too much legal noise surrounding you right now, Julian," he said, his voice flat and unapologetic. "I've got other commercial tenants in the building. I cannot afford the liability or the drama." I practically begged him. I offered to pay him 3 months of rent up front in cash. He didn't budge an inch. I hung up the phone and just stared blankly at the wall. That was the moment. Absolute rock bottom. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't cinematic, it was just quiet and incredibly cold. Like something inside my chest finally snapped loose and drifted away into the dark. I had spent 3 grueling years building something that actually worked, something entirely honest, something that was mine. And in less than 2 months, the exact people who raised me had completely destroyed it. I seriously considered folding. I thought about it every night. I even opened a Word document and started drafting a letter to my parents' attorney, agreeing to just settle. Give them 30 grand. Something low, just enough to make the nightmare stop so I could sleep again. But I didn't send it. Because that exact night, at 2 a.m., I got a random direct message from someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Her name was Chloe. She used to be my next-door neighbor when we were kids. We had played tag in the backyards, ridden our bikes through the cul-de-sac until the streetlights came on. We lost touch after her family moved away when we were in middle school. I hadn't thought of her in years, but there she was, messaging me through LinkedIn of all places. "Hey Julian," she wrote. "I saw your name brought up in a mutual family post on Facebook and did a massive double take. I remembered you from back home. I heard the insane rumors about the lawsuit. I just wanted to say, please don't let them take what you've built. You were always the incredibly smart one, the quiet one who figured things out. We all knew what Derek was. Keep fighting." I sat in the dark and read that single message over and over again, not because it magically fixed my frozen bank accounts, but because it reminded me exactly who I used to be. The quiet kid who stayed up until dawn watching YouTube tutorials on coding and 3D modeling. The kid who once sold homemade, custom-designed phone cases door to door just to prove he could. The kid who built things even when absolutely no one was paying attention. And suddenly, sitting there in the glow of my monitor, I realized a fundamental truth. My family couldn't take my brain from me. They could freeze my accounts, spread vicious lies, file frivolous lawsuits, and evict me from my warehouse, but they couldn't touch the part of my mind that knew how to build an empire from scratch. So that night, I didn't go to sleep. I got up off the floor. I went into my storage room, wiped my massive whiteboard completely clean, and started over. Rebuild. Rebrand. Destroy. I started incredibly small. I only had a few $100s in liquid cash, barely enough for a single week of targeted Facebook ads. So instead, I went entirely organic. I made Reddit posts, Instagram reels, TikTok snippets showing the behind-the-scenes struggles of 3D printing. I rebranded my best-selling ergonomic products under a completely different company name, utilizing a much cleaner, minimalist aesthetic and a highly personal, transparent brand voice. I built a brand new Shopify store using a secure VPN, routing it through a freshly registered business LLC based in Wyoming to keep my name off the immediate public registry. I stayed awake until 4 a.m. every single night. I made endless calls, wrote compelling ad copy, and learned more about back-end web optimization in 3 frantic weeks than I had in the previous 3 years. And miraculously, it started to work. Slowly at first, quietly, but it worked. My new inboxes filled with old customers asking where the original brand went, and thanking me profusely when I responded to them personally. One of those customers happened to be a mid-tier tech YouTuber who ended up featuring my new ergonomic desk setup in a massive review video. That video went totally viral. My orders literally quadrupled in a single week. Meanwhile, the malicious lawsuit completely stalled out. My lawyer, Harrison, filed an aggressive motion to dismiss. Their legal team frantically tried to amend their initial complaint. The judge pushed the discovery hearings out another full month, then another. That legal delay gave me the exact thing I needed: time. Time to financially recover, and time to prepare my absolute annihilation of their case. Because while my parents and Derek were busy spinning fabricated fairy tales to the extended family about how I had ruthlessly stolen the future Derek was supposedly owed, I was incredibly busy collecting receipts. And I don't just mean business receipts. I mean family receipts. Remember when Derek accused me of using Grandpa's inheritance to fund my business? Those tax records and estate documents weren't easy to legally obtain, but they were very, very real. My grandmother, about 6 months before she unexpectedly passed away, had mailed me a thick manila envelope. Back then, she still lived alone and handled her own affairs. Inside were the certified copies of the family trust she had legally set up right after Grandpa died. And here is the absolute kicker, the smoking gun, that would end everything. Derek had actually gotten a massive payout from that exact trust. A huge one. $120,000 in tax-free cash. It was more than enough to completely pay off his college loans, start a legitimate business, or put a massive down payment on a house. But he didn't do any of those things. He completely blew it. He blew $120,000 in under 14 months. VIP tables at Miami nightclubs, disastrous crypto investments, leased luxury cars he couldn't afford to maintain, and endless bar tabs. It was all gone. And Derek knew that. My parents knew that. But they never, ever expected that I would find out the exact dollar amount or possess the legal documents proving the disbursement. But I didn't stop there. I also dug up an old digital voicemail from Grandma. She had left it on my phone a few weeks before her heart gave out. Her voice was frail, scratchy, but incredibly clear and sharp. "I hope you're doing well, Julian," she had said. "I just wanted to call and say I am so deeply proud of you. I wish the others in this house saw what I see. Keep going, my sweet boy. And remember, do not ever let them guilt you into saving people who refuse to save themselves." I played that specific audio message on repeat the night I paid a legal service to get it officially transcribed and authenticated for court evidence. Because now, I didn't just have a defense. I had undeniable motive. I had absolute proof of their perjury. The tides were violently turning. But, I didn't tell a single soul. I stayed completely quiet. I kept building my shadow company. I temporarily moved my entire 3D printing operation into my friend's detached garage. He ran a local coffee roasting business, and let me use his insulated back room for manufacturing and shipping. I went entirely invisible for a while. No social media posts, no life updates, not even a text to the extended family members who had doubted me. I deliberately let my parents think I was losing everything. I let them tell their smug stories at church about how the truth was finally catching up to my greed. And all the while, I was watching, waiting, and perfectly preparing for the execution phase. Because soon enough, the final court date would arrive. And when it did, I wouldn't just legally defend myself, I would completely dismantle the fake reality they had built. Not just out of spite or revenge, although I won't lie, that felt amazing, but because some incredibly toxic people only learn their lesson when you stop letting them write your story, and you forcefully hand them a published copy of the real one. And trust me, I was writing every single word. They had absolutely no idea I possessed the estate file. That is what made the trap so incredibly satisfying. The certified documents from Grandma's estate, the ones tucked inside that faded manila envelope, weren't just sentimental relics. They were a financial blueprint, a damning timeline, a literal receipt. The kind of irrefutable paperwork my parents arrogantly assumed would never see the light of day. After all, Derek had torched through that $120,000 before the ink on the bank check had even fully dried. Who would remember? Who would care enough to dig? Well, me. I scanned every single page. I highlighted the key figures in bright yellow. And the specific trust fund routing numbers, the exact disbursement details, the legal stipulation that Derek had been given the $120,000 payout at age 22 under the explicit legal condition that it be used for long-term growth, education, and development. My name was nowhere on the document. I hadn't received a single penny from the estate. The absolute best part? Grandma had handwritten a tiny note on the back of the final signature page. Just 6 words in her shaky cursive scroll. "Julian doesn't need it. He builds." 6 words that completely destroyed the entire victim narrative my parents had constructed for the lawsuit. 6 words that turned Derek's pathetic sob story into what it actually was, a massive inheritance squandered, not stolen. A bright future he voluntarily set on fire. But I didn't go public with the evidence. Not yet. The civil lawsuit was still crawling forward. My parents' attorney kept filing frivolous motions to push the hearings back, trying to bleed my legal funds dry, which was entirely fine by me. Every single week that passed gave me more time to grow my new business stronger, and gave them more rope to legally hang themselves with. While they stalled in court, I started digging even deeper. Not just through legal records or bank statements, but through actual people. See, there is something incredibly interesting about small suburban towns. People love to talk. Especially when you are polite to them, and especially when you are the quiet kid they always felt sorry for. I reached out to an old neighbor, Mrs. Gable, who used to live directly across the street from us when we were growing up. She remembered absolutely everything. The exact day Derek got the massive bank check, the brand new leased Audi that magically appeared in our driveway a week later. The loud, obnoxious house parties, the screaming matches between Derek and my dad on the front lawn when the money inevitably ran out. He always wasted everything he touched. Mrs. Gable told me over a cup of tea in her living room. Your grandma, she wasn't blind, you know. She just didn't want to break your mother's heart. I didn't even have to ask her for a formal written statement. She actively offered to sign a sworn affidavit. Word got around town that I was asking questions. Soon, I had a massive digital file of direct messages, texts, and even saved photos from old high school acquaintances. Photos of Derek in Vegas, holding massive bottles of champagne. Derek on a rented yacht, tagged in an old college friend's Instagram post, wearing a Rolex and flipping off the camera. The digital timestamps on every single photo, all perfectly within the 12-month window after Grandma's trust was paid out. It painted a picture. A loud, obnoxious, completely undeniable picture of a guy who blew his fortune and was now trying to steal his brother's. But that wasn't even the deadliest angle I was working. I had one more massive card to play, one that required extreme finesse. The first person I called the next morning was Mr. Vance. He used to be our family's certified accountant back when my parents still filed their complicated taxes properly. I hadn't seen the man in almost 8 years, but he remembered me instantly. Julian, you were the quiet one, right? The polite kid who always fixed my office router. I need a massive favor, Mr. Vance, I said. I wasn't entirely sure he would agree to speak with me, but then I told him exactly what was happening. I told him about the civil lawsuit, the fabricated restraining order, the insane accusations of theft. The phone line went completely quiet. Real quiet. Your father told me you stole from the family, Mr. Vance said after a long, heavy beat. He said you were hiding something massive offshore, but honestly? I didn't buy a word of it. Why not? I asked, my heart pounding. Because I personally did their taxes the exact year they got that trust distribution from your grandmother. Your mother, Barbara, specifically told me that the $120,000 was going toward Derek's future. Seed money for a tech company, she claimed. I filed it under a specific gift transfer exception just like she legally asked me to. I gripped the phone tight. Mr. Vance, would you be willing to put that exact statement in writing, under oath? A long pause. I'll do you one better, Julian, he said, his voice hardening. Julian, I've still got the original digital files. I'll send them to your lawyer. He sent the encrypted files the very next morning. Now, I had absolute, irrefutable proof from 3 completely separate directions. Grandma's certified trust documents, eyewitness testimony from neighbors, and official IRS tax records showing Derek received massive funds they actively lied about and failed to disclose during the legal discovery phase. My lawyer, Harrison, nearly fell out of his leather office chair when I handed him the massive binder of evidence. Julian, they are absolutely cooked, Harrison said, frantically flipping through the highlighted pages, a massive grin spreading across his face. This isn't just a solid legal defense anymore. This is devastating counterclaim material. This is perjury, fraud, and malicious prosecution. I nodded slowly, staring out his office window. That's exactly the plan. But I didn't want to just win a quiet legal victory in a closed courtroom. I wanted to permanently change the narrative. So, I started laying out something else, something much more public. I had already rebuilt my brand under a new name. Different domain, different visuals, different everything. But this time, I heavily leaned into the origin story. Not the specifics of the lawsuit, I couldn't legally do that yet, but just the broad strokes of my struggle. Built from nothing, I wrote on the company's About Us page. Bootstrapped in a garage. No family handouts. No safety nets. Every single dollar earned the absolute hard way. I never named my parents. I never named Derek. I didn't have to. The internet is incredibly smart. People knew. This. Old customers returned in droves. New ones aggressively followed. Word spread rapidly. Someone started a massive Reddit thread about my company's mysterious rebrand and the obvious family drama behind it, and it caught absolute fire. This guy's work ethic is completely unreal, one top comment read. My email subscriber list tripled in a week. Revenue completely rebounded, smashing my old records. And I stayed dead quiet, ignoring the furious texts from my dad, because I was still waiting for one more piece to fall into place: Derek's next legal move. It came much sooner than I expected. I got an urgent call from Harrison one morning while I was packing an oversized order. They just filed an emergency ex parte motion, Harrison said, sounding incredibly amused. For what? I asked, taping a box shut. To immediately freeze all of your personal assets. They are officially claiming to the judge that you are maliciously hiding the stolen family money in offshore accounts. I should have been furious. I should have been panicking, sweating, screaming. Instead, I just smiled. Let them try. See, while my parents and Derek had been playing checkers, completely drunk on their own rage, entitlement, and delusions, I had been meticulously setting up a grandmaster chessboard. Every single thing I owned was now legally protected under my new Wyoming LLC structure. The house had been legally transferred to a blind trust. My car was leased under the corporate business name. Even my personal liquid savings were split between two separate accounts, both heavily shielded under holding companies. Harrison actually laughed out loud when he reviewed the labyrinth of paperwork. You have been incredibly busy, Julian. They taught me a very valuable lesson. I replied coldly. Never trust anyone. Not even your own blood. We immediately countered their aggressive emergency motion with absolutely everything we had. The IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, the certified trust documents, the exhaustive financial timeline, Mrs. Gable's sworn affidavit, and a full, undeniable audit trail of my business's organic growth from the literal day I started selling 3D printed phone accessories out of my college dorm room to the exact day I bought my house in cash. It was a surgical, devastating legal strike. But still, I wasn't entirely done, because here is the absolute truth about toxic people like Derek and my parents. They don't just want your money, they want total control. The power to shape the narrative. The ability to point their fingers and say, you owe us your life, and have everyone around them believe it. So, I planned one final, devastating move. Something incredibly public, something permanent. I scheduled a long-form podcast interview. Just a mid-sized business podcast, run by a fellow entrepreneur I had met at a convention years ago. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't full of viral sound bites. But it was raw, and it was honest. For an entire hour, I told my actual story, not the gritty details of the lawsuit, not a revenge fantasy, just the reality of my life. I talked openly about the psychological toll of growing up in the massive shadow of a golden child who could do absolutely no wrong. About building a legitimate business at 2 a.m. while the rest of my family openly laughed at my hobbies. About paying off massive student loans with side hustle money while my brother drove a car my parents paid for. About the sheer, undeniable power of being underestimated by the people who are supposed to love you the most. Sometimes, I said into the microphone, my voice completely steady, the hardest part isn't starting from absolutely nothing. It's starting from 10 miles behind the starting line, when the exact people who should have supported you were the ones actively holding you back and trying to steal your shoes. The episode aired a week later. The public response was completely overwhelming. My DMs, emails, and comments were flooded by thousands of strangers saying they saw their own painful childhoods in my words. People who had been ruthlessly cut down by their own narcissistic families. People who had to fight tooth and nail for every single inch of success. But more than that, people locally started asking questions, serious questions about the lawsuit. Questions my parents were completely unequipped and terrified to answer. Their attorney frantically called Harrison in an absolute panic. We would like to immediately revisit settlement discussions, the lawyer stammered. We're absolutely not interested in settling, Harrison replied smoothly, and hung up the phone, because now, it was way too late. I wasn't playing defense anymore. I was setting the absolute terms of their surrender. The final court hearing was coming fast. And I was completely ready. Not just with a mountain of evidence, not just with powerful allies, but with the unshakable, terrifying truth that no matter how many times they tried to forcibly rewrite my story, I still held the pen. And I was about to use it to legally end theirs. The courtroom was significantly colder than I remembered. Not physically, no, it was that sterile, incredibly stiff kind of cold. The one you feel deep in your spine when you know something completely irreversible is about to happen in the next 10 minutes. The walls were dull beige, the lighting harsh and fluorescent. There was no dramatic movie music, no shouting, just the low, anxious hum of tension as everyone took their assigned places. It had been exactly 9 brutal months since they first filed the frivolous lawsuit against me. 9 months since my parents and my golden child brother Derek decided I owed them the life he had so carelessly squandered. 9 months of venomous text messages, weaponized family gossip, and pathetic, relentless attempts to destroy everything I had built with my own 2 hands since I was a teenager. And now, the absolute reckoning had arrived. Their side of the aisle looked visibly rattled. Derek sat next to their increasingly nervous attorney in a wrinkled suit he clearly didn't know how to wear, aggressively chewing the inside of his cheek like he was trying to shrink and disappear into the wooden chair. My parents were sitting directly behind him, both dressed like they were attending a wealthy church fundraiser. My mom, Barbara, in fake pearls and a pastel cardigan. My dad, Richard, stiff in a navy blazer that didn't quite fit around his stomach anymore. They absolutely refused to look in my direction. I sat perfectly still. I was calm. Not because I wasn't nervous, my heart was beating out of my chest, but it was a strange, focused quiet. The kind of calm you only achieve when you have spent months meticulously preparing for a single moment with surgical precision. There was literally nothing left to panic about. The trap was sprung. Harrison shuffled his thick stack of papers beside me, leaned over, and whispered, "Julian, this is going to be incredibly fun." The judge, a stern, no-nonsense woman in her early 60s who looked like she tolerated zero foolishness, called the court to order. The hearing began with my parents' lawyer standing up and laying out the exact same tired, baseless argument, that I had unfairly benefited from hidden family resources, that I had maliciously misled my parents into believing I was self-made, and that Derek's entire life had been tragically derailed because I aggressively hoarded financial assets that rightfully belonged to the entire family. The words sounded so incredibly desperate, so hollow in the quiet room. And then, it was our turn. Harrison stood up, buttoning his jacket. No wild theatrics, no shouting, just cold, hard facts. "Your Honor," Harrison began, his voice echoing perfectly in the silent room. "Today, we will be definitively demonstrating three things. First, that my client, Julian, received absolutely zero financial support, inheritance, or capital from his family. Second, that the plaintiff's eldest son, Derek, actually received a massive $120,000 legal disbursement from a family trust, which he completely and irresponsibly squandered. And third, that this entire lawsuit is a malicious, fraudulent attempt to illegally extract funds from my client under false pretenses, simply because the plaintiffs failed to control their own finances or their son's reckless spending." Harrison then dropped the massive evidence folder hard onto his desk. The loud smack times made my dad physically flinch. "Exhibit A," Harrison continued smoothly. "The certified trust documents from the grandmother's estate, clearly stating that the $120,000 was solely for Derek. My client's name is entirely absent from the document. Exhibit B, the notarized, sworn affidavit and official IRS tax records from Mr. Vance, their former accountant, confirming he legally filed that exact gift as a trust distribution with explicit, written instructions from the mother, Barbara. Exhibit C, a comprehensive timeline of Derek's social media posts, travel logs, and online purchases. Everything from designer watches to VIP bottle service in Miami, lining up absolutely perfectly with the 12 months following his massive trust payout. And finally, Exhibit D, a legally authenticated, recorded voicemail from the grandmother herself, in which she explicitly states, and I quote, "Julian doesn't need the money. He builds." The courtroom went dead, terrifyingly still. You could have heard a pin drop. My parents' lawyer frantically tried to object, stammering about relevance and hearsay. The judge instantly overruled him, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. The facts stood exactly as presented. Then came the absolute final blow. Harrison pulled out a massive, bound spreadsheet. "Your Honor, we have also prepared a complete, forensic breakdown of my client's business growth over the past 5 years. All of it is entirely verifiable by the IRS. From his dorm room operation to the first massive product launch, every single dollar, every invoice, every tax return, there is absolutely no missing money. There are no hidden family assets. Just a young man who worked incredibly hard and succeeded entirely without their help." Harrison paused, letting the silence suffocate the other side of the room. "Meanwhile, we have concrete evidence that the plaintiffs and their son have consistently and deliberately misrepresented their financial situation to multiple parties, including their mortgage lender in this very court. Which is exactly why we are officially filing a massive counterclaim for defamation, tortious interference with business contracts, malicious prosecution, and severe emotional distress. I will absolutely never forget what happened next." The judge leaned back slowly in her large leather chair, took off her reading glasses, and looked directly down at my parents. "I have presided over a lot of bitter family disputes in my career," she said, her voice terrifyingly calm but dripping with absolute ice. "But this is, without a doubt, one of the most cynical, repulsive attempts I have ever seen to weaponize the legal system against a relative for sheer personal gain. Based on the overwhelming, irrefutable evidence presented today, I am dismissing all claims against Mr. Julian Davis with prejudice. You will not bring this nonsense into my courtroom ever again." Boom. Done. The gavel hit. But she wasn't finished. "As for the aggressive counterclaim," she continued, staring directly at Derek, who looked like he was going to vomit, "Mr. Davis is entirely within his legal rights to heavily pursue financial damages. And frankly, considering the blatant perjury and fraud attempted here today, I strongly believe he has a very lucrative case. Their lawyer's face went completely pale. Derek just sat there, frozen like a pathetic deer in the headlights, his mouth hanging slightly open. My mom blinked rapidly, her hands violently fidgeting with her expensive wedding ring as the reality of her utter ruin set in. My dad's face flushed a deep, terrifying purple with something caught between pure rage and absolute, public humiliation. But none of them said a single word. Not one. They were completely paralyzed. We walked out of the courtroom in total silence. Once we were safely in the bright hallway, Harrison turned to me, a massive, satisfied grin on his face. They will settle. Trust me, Julian. They literally cannot afford not to. If we take this to a jury trial for defamation, we will bankrupt them entirely. And he was absolutely right. Exactly 2 weeks later, their deeply humbled lawyer reached out with a desperate offer. They would completely cover all of my massive legal fees, issue a formal written apology drafted entirely by us, and legally sign away any rights to future legal action or contact, if I simply dropped the financial counterclaim that would ruin them. I didn't agree. Not right away, because there was one more crucial thing I needed from them: absolute, undeniable truth. I had the legally binding apology officially published. Not buried in some private, sealed letter, or hidden behind dense legal jargon in a court file. I made absolutely sure it went completely public. I posted it as a formal statement on my business's main website, shared it as an open letter on my professional LinkedIn page, and even had it featured as a follow-up on the exact same podcast that had sparked the massive wave of public support. The truth had to be entirely visible, not just for my own revenge, but for the permanent record. I honestly didn't even want their money. I just wanted inescapable accountability. The exact day the statement went live on the internet, I received over 400 emails. Strangers, old friends, former high school classmates, even a few of my old teachers, all saying the exact same thing. Thank you for finally telling the truth about them. As for my golden child brother Derek, he completely disappeared from all social media platforms overnight. Word quickly spread through the grapevine that he had hurriedly left town in the middle of the night, supposedly moving in with a distant cousin 2 states over in Ohio just to escape the sheer embarrassment. His name became something awkwardly whispered in our hometown, no longer spoken with blind admiration, but with deep, lingering pity and disgust. And my parents? They lost absolutely everything that mattered to them. They lost their precious social standing. They lost most of their inner circle of friends. People they used to arrogantly gossip with now actively crossed the street just to avoid making eye contact with them. Mrs. Gable happily reported that they stopped showing up to Sunday church altogether. There were no more neighborhood barbecues, no more pretending they were the perfect, wealthy, successful family. They didn't just lose the massive lawsuit. They permanently lost the narrative. Because I finally reclaimed it. In the long, peaceful months that followed the legal victory, my e-commerce business absolutely exploded. We doubled in size, I expanded into 3 entirely new product lines, hired a dedicated team of 5 full-time employees, and finally moved into a massive, beautiful commercial warehouse space. I even launched a small, privately funded mentorship program specifically designed for underprivileged students trying to start their own tech ventures without any family support. I officially named it the Builders Fund. I knew Grandma would have absolutely loved that. Maybe one day, years and years from now, I will find it in my heart to forgive my parents, but absolutely not yet, because real forgiveness has to be earned, and they never even tried to apologize to my face. They honestly thought they could just break into my life, threaten me, and take what I built. They didn't realize a fundamental truth: I am what I built. Top comments. User 1, Julian doesn't need it. He builds. That literally gave me full body chills. Your grandma saw exactly who both of you were. I am so unbelievably glad you absolutely nuked them in court. The absolute audacity to try and steal your company after funding his Miami club lifestyle is insane. User 2, the fact that your own mother told the accountant to log it as a tech investment to cover for his gambling and partying is actual criminal fraud. You were incredibly generous just taking the public apology and not bankrupting them with the countersuit. They deserve to cross the street in shame for the rest of their lives. User 3, this is a masterclass in asset protection and petty, but justified, revenge. Setting up the Wyoming LLC and the blind trusts while they were trying to freeze your personal accounts was a brilliant move. Keep building, man. You won the war. My family funded my wife's secret affair with my brother. So I bought their debt, foreclosed on their house, and let them beg in the rain. My parents actively financed my wife's secret hotel rendezvous with my older brother, then helped him get me fired so I couldn't afford a divorce lawyer to fight back. Today, they stood shivering in the freezing Seattle rain, desperately begging my security guards for 5 minutes with the billionaire CEO who just foreclosed on their entire lives, having absolutely no idea the man they were pleading with was me. Before I tell you exactly how I systematically dismantled their lives and took everything from them, hit that like button if you believe karma always collects its debts, and let me know where you are watching from in the comments. Now, Let's go back to where this absolute nightmare started. I am standing right now on the 50th floor of my company's headquarters in downtown Seattle. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a spectacular, panoramic view of the Puget Sound and the sprawling city skyline. It is a view that costs more per month in commercial leasing than my parents made in an entire decade. The glass is incredibly thick, completely soundproof, keeping the chaotic noise of the city completely at bay, but my eyes are not focused on the beautiful horizon or the ferries crossing the dark water. They are locked dead on the street level below. The rain is coming down in aggressive, unforgiving sheets today. It is the kind of miserable, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest downpour that soaks right through your clothes, ruins your leather shoes, and sinks deep into your soul. Down there on the concrete pavement, shivering under a useless, wind-battered black umbrella, is my older brother, Liam. Next to him is Maya, the woman I once stood before God and promised my life to, clutching a cheap transparent raincoat tightly around her shoulders, her dark hair plastered to the sides of her face, and huddled slightly behind them, looking infinitely smaller, older, and more fragile than I have ever seen them in my entire life, are my parents, Richard and Helen. They look utterly pathetic. They look exactly like the kind of people who have run out of options, run out of money, and finally run out of lies to tell themselves. They are aggressively demanding to see the owner of the massive conglomerate that just effectively ended their luxurious, fake lives. Just 5 minutes ago, the head security guard at the marble front desk in the lobby called up to my private office. His voice was hesitant, highly professional, but clearly uncomfortable, asking if I wanted to receive the frantic, soaking wet family causing a massive scene near the elevators. They were shouting about illegal lawsuits, about unfair business practices, aggressively demanding to speak to the boss. I took a slow sip of my black coffee, looked at the blinking light on my desk phone, and told the guard to lock the revolving glass doors and let them wait out there in the freezing rain. Looking down at them from this incredible height, you would think I would feel a massive rush of pure, unadulterated joy. You would think I would be laughing out loud, popping open a bottle of vintage champagne, and celebrating my ultimate victory over the people who maliciously threw me to the wolves. But the absolute truth is, I just feel a deep, cold emptiness inside my chest, followed quickly by a profound, heavy sense of relief. It took me 3 brutal years of absolute hell to build this flavor science and beverage extraction empire. 3 years of blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, and an absolutely ruthless legal strategy to get to this exact moment in time. I did not get lucky. I orchestrated this outcome. I meticulously planned every single lawsuit, every hostile corporate acquisition, and every strategic market maneuver to ensure that when the hammer finally fell, it would completely crush the very foundation of their arrogance and their bank accounts. People ask me all the time how I became so successful so quickly in such a highly competitive industry. They see the tailored charcoal suits, the luxury cars parked in my private underground garage, and the rapidly expanding business portfolio, and they naturally assume I had some massive inheritance waiting for me. They assume I had a wealthy, connected mentor who simply handed me the keys to the kingdom. They do not know that my relentless drive was forged in the absolute ultimate betrayal. They do not know that my ambition is fueled by the sickening memory of my own mother handing my wife the keys to a luxury hotel room so she could sleep with my own brother. When you lose everything in the blink of an eye, your marriage, your family, your dignity, your savings, and your entire sense of reality, you only have 2 choices in this world. You can let the suffocating grief swallow you whole, let the dark depression become your permanent address, and live the rest of your life as a bitter, broken victim. Or you can take all that burning rage, all that toxic waste they carelessly dumped on you, and use it as high-octane rocket fuel. I chose the latter. I chose to weaponize my heartbreak. I chose to build a fortress so high they could never touch me again. Standing here watching the harsh rain batter their shoulders, my mind inevitably drifts back to the very beginning of my life. I realize now, with the crystal clear, painful vision of hindsight, that the warning signs were always there, flashing right in front of my face. The blatant favoritism, the subtle cutting digs at the dinner table, the way I was always treated like a second-class citizen in the very home I grew up in. I was born into a family that viewed me not as a beloved son, but as a backup plan, a safety net they could happily trample on whenever it suited their needs. I just stubbornly refused to see it until they forced me to look at the ugly, undeniable truth. I grew up in a very average, seemingly perfect middle-class family in the sprawling suburbs of Seattle. From the outside looking in, we looked like the quintessential American dream. We lived in a 2-story craftsman house with a perfectly manicured lawn situated at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. My father, Richard, was the president of the local HOA, always shaking hands, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and playing the role of the highly responsible, upstanding civic leader. My mother, Helen, baked intricate pastries for the community bake sales, and hosted massive summer barbecues. We smiled widely for the annual holiday cards, projecting an impenetrable image of total domestic bliss to our neighbors. But behind those freshly painted front doors, my family made it painfully obvious who the star of the show really was, and it was never me. Liam, my older brother by 3 years, was the undeniable, untouchable golden child. He was incredibly charismatic, naturally athletic, and possessed this arrogant, easy confidence that my parents absolutely adored. When Liam expressed a passing interest in joining an elite, highly competitive traveling soccer league, my parents signed him up without a single second thought. They bought all the top-tier expensive gear, drove across state lines every single weekend, stayed in expensive hotels, and cheered wildly at every single game. When I, at age 12, asked to join a basic community science program because I was deeply fascinated by chemistry and flavor profiles, my mother sighed heavily, as if my simple request was an enormous, unbearable burden on the family. She looked at me, rubbed her temples, and told me that they were stretched far too thin right now, and maybe we could look into it next year. Next year came and went, and absolutely nothing happened. My childhood dreams and interests were simply collateral damage in the grand, expensive project of funding Liam's perfect life. The blatant, unapologetic favoritism hit a sickening, unforgettable peak during our teenage years. I will never forget my 18th birthday as long as I live. For Liam's 18th birthday, my parents had secretly dipped heavily into their retirement savings and bought him a car. It was not just any practical used car, it was a used BMW. They threw a massive catered party, invited the whole neighborhood, rented a huge white tent for the backyard, and paraded him around like royalty. My father gave a long, tearful speech about how Liam was destined for absolute greatness. When I finally turned 18 3 years later, I did not even bother asking for a car. I already knew my place in the hierarchy. What I received was a cheap, dry sheet cake from a grocery store, heavily discounted because the icing was smeared, and a generic greeting card that said they were proud of me. But the memory that truly cemented my complete lack of worth in their eyes was a Christmas morning a few years later. My parents always went completely overboard for Liam during the holidays. That year, Liam tore open a custom leather briefcase and an incredibly expensive vintage watch. I sat there on the living room floor in my worn-out jeans and opened a small, flat cardboard box. Inside was a multi-pack of plain white socks and a $50 Amazon gift card. My mother looked at me with a perfectly straight face, her eyes practically daring me to complain, and said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, Julian. Don't look so disappointed." I didn't let their emotional neglect destroy my future. I worked my absolute hardest in high school because I genuinely felt like I had to prove my worth to the world just to justify my existence. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs during college, one flipping burgers and smelling constantly like stale cooking grease, and another stocking heavy boxes on warehouse shelves overnight just to afford my tuition. My parents claimed they couldn't help me financially, citing the tough economy. Yet, they were somehow magically managing to pay for Liam's entire MBA program and his luxurious downtown apartment. I majored in chemical engineering with a deep focus on flavor science. It was my absolute passion. While Liam was out aggressively networking, playing golf, and partying on our parents' dime, I was in the university lab learning how to isolate chemical compounds, deeply understanding how flavor and scent powerfully tie to human memory and raw emotion. I wanted to create high-end, revolutionary extraction methods for the specialty coffee industry. During my senior year, I was working at a small boutique coffee roastery in the city. It was not glamorous, but I was surrounded by the raw materials I loved, barely making minimum wage. That is exactly where I met Maya. Maya walked into the shop one rainy Tuesday afternoon. She was stunning, elegant, soft-spoken, with a warm smile that completely disarmed my usually guarded nature. I spent a full hour showing her different complex roast profiles, explaining the intricate chemistry behind the bright acidity of Ethiopian beans and the deep, lingering chocolate notes of Sumatran blends. She didn't just listen politely, she leaned in. She looked at me right in the eyes like I was the most fascinating person in the world. No one had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in me before. We started dating almost immediately. She didn't care that I was a broke college student grinding through a minimum wage job. She admired my intense ambition. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I was somebody's absolute priority. I proposed to her 2 years later. I meticulously saved up every single spare dime from my meager junior flavor scientist salary, skipping meals to afford a beautiful, modest diamond ring. When I eagerly drove to my parents' house to tell them we were officially engaged, my mother barely looked up from her glossy magazine. She took a slow sip of her wine and said, "Well, I hope her family has money, Julian, because you certainly do not." Our wedding day should have been the happiest day of my life, but Liam made absolutely sure to cast his toxic, suffocating shadow over every single moment of it. Liam showed up late in a custom-tailored tuxedo that cost more than my entire wedding budget. He spent the entire reception heavily drinking premium liquor, dominating every conversation, and aggressively networking. But what really made my blood boil was a moment toward the end of the night. I was walking back from the restroom when I saw Liam corner Maya near the open bar. He was leaning in way too close, invading her personal space. I heard him say, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Wow, Julian really hit the jackpot, didn't he? I didn't think my little brother had it in him to land a woman like you. You could do so much better, you know." I fully expected Maya to slap his face. I expected her to walk away in total disgust. Instead, I stood frozen and watched Maya laugh. It was not a polite, uncomfortable chuckle. It was a genuine, flushed, throaty laugh. She reached out and touched his arm lightly before turning away. At the time, I forcefully brushed it off. I trusted my wife implicitly. I had absolutely no idea that the foundation of my life was already rotting from the inside out. Update 1. The first year of our marriage was good. I proudly landed a junior scientist position at a mid-sized reputable beverage company in the city. The starting salary wasn't making us rich, but it paid the mortgage on our small townhouse. I was working long, grueling hours in the laboratory, volunteering for extra projects, trying desperately to secure a major promotion so we could start a family. But right around our second wedding anniversary, things started to significantly shift. A dark, suffocating tension slowly crept into our home. It started with Liam. He began showing up completely unannounced at our place. I mean, letting himself in with a spare key mid-afternoon on regular weekdays, always dressed to the nines in his expensive designer gear. Because I was working late at the lab almost every night, I wasn't there for most of these random visits. I would come home utterly exhausted to find Liam sitting comfortably on my couch, drinking my expensive scotch, with Maya sitting entirely too close to him on the cushions. When I asked her later what he was doing there, Maya would just smile dismissively, actively avoiding eye contact, and say, "Oh, he was just in the neighborhood. Don't be so paranoid and jealous, Julian." Then Maya herself began to drastically change. She began complaining constantly and bitterly about our modest house, our aging used car, and my totally average income. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she was wearing brand new designer dresses and carrying authentic luxury handbags that easily cost more than my entire monthly mortgage payment. When I confronted her, she vaguely claimed she got an unexpected cash bonus at her administrative job. The ultimate turning point, the exact moment my entire reality permanently fractured into a million jagged pieces, happened on a rainy Thursday in late October. I had come home early because a sudden power outage at the main laboratory canceled our afternoon trials. I walked into the house, and it was dead silent. I went upstairs to our bedroom to change. As I reached into the closet, I accidentally knocked over Liam's incredibly expensive wool coat, which he had inexplicably left draped over a chair in our bedroom the night before. When the heavy coat hit the hardwood floor, a folded piece of thick glossy paper slipped out of the inside breast pocket. I picked it up, and my eyes automatically caught the embossed gold logo at the top. It was an itemized receipt for the Times Cascade Luxury Lodge, one of the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive boutique hotels in the entire region. The dates printed on the receipt were for the previous weekend, a specific weekend Maya explicitly told me she was going on a girls' wellness retreat with her younger sister, Sophie. The luxury suite was booked under Liam's name. The total was over $4,000. But what truly stopped my breath, what made the blood literally turn to freezing ice in my veins, was the payment method printed clearly at the bottom. The last 4 digits of the credit card printed on the receipt did not belong to Liam. I recognized those 4 specific digits instantly because I had personally set up the online banking portal for my parents years ago. It was my mother's premium high-limit credit card. I stood there frozen in my bedroom, the piece of paper trembling so violently in my hands that I could barely read the numbers anymore. Liam wasn't just sleeping with my wife. My parents were literally paying for the hotel room. I grabbed my car keys, ran out of the house into the pouring rain, and drove straight to Maya's sister's apartment. I hammered my fists on Sophie's door until she finally answered. When she saw the look of absolute murder on my face, all the color instantly drained from hers. She knew. I didn't yell. I just held up the crumpled hotel receipt, my voice terrifyingly calm, and said, "Tell me the absolute truth right now, Sophie, or I swear to God, I will subpoena your phone records during the divorce discovery process." Sophie immediately broke down, crying hysterically. She confessed absolutely everything. She told me Maya and Liam had been secretly sleeping together for over 8 months. They would constantly use her as a fake alibi. But then Sophie dropped the absolute crushing blow that destroyed me. She admitted, sobbing, that she had felt so incredibly guilty about the affair that she had secretly gone to my mother, Helen, 3 months ago, practically begging her to intervene and stop Liam from destroying my marriage. Do you know what my loving mother told Sophie? My mother told her to keep her mouth shut and mind her own business. My mother stated clearly that Liam was a highly successful man who could give Maya the luxurious life she truly deserved, and that I was just a poor scientist holding Maya back. I later discovered through a ruthless private investigator that my parents had quietly sold a valuable piece of rural family real estate they owned specifically to pad my mother's bank account so she could seamlessly fund Liam's extravagant lifestyle and his secret hotel hookups with my wife without raising flags. They literally sold family property to finance my utter destruction. I didn't sleep a single second that entire night. I sat in the pitch dark in my freezing car, staring blankly at the dashboard clock. I needed a bulletproof plan. I knew with absolute certainty that if I confronted them immediately in a blind emotional rage, they would instantly gaslight me. I needed to secure my personal finances first. I needed to keep my stable job, secure that impending promotion to director, and use the increased salary to hire the absolute best, most vicious divorce attorney in the city. The next morning, I drove to the beverage company headquarters, running on nothing but pure adrenaline and shattering heartbreak. I planned to go straight to HR to request an emergency advance on my salary. But my highly manipulative brother had vastly different plans for me. As soon as I walked through the heavy glass doors of the lobby, 2 large corporate security guards and a senior representative from HR intercepted me. They escorted me directly into the corner office of my boss, David. David wouldn't even make eye contact with me. He stared firmly down at his massive mahogany desk, sliding a thick manila folder across the polished wood. "Julian, we are letting you go," David muttered, his voice tight and rehearsed. "Effective immediately. Security will escort you to your desk to pack your personal belongings, and then you are to leave the premises." I stared at him, my mind completely short-circuiting. My performance reviews had been absolutely flawless for 2 years. David shifted extremely uncomfortably. "There have been several complaints about your general attitude and your recent mental stability. We are aggressively restructuring." It was a blatant, disgusting lie. It made absolutely zero sense until a few days later when a sympathetic coworker called me off the record. She let it slip that Liam had recently taken David out for an incredibly expensive steak dinner. Liam's massive logistics and packaging company was a major supplier to our lab. Liam had aggressively leveraged his massive corporate weight, explicitly threatening to pull a multi-million-dollar supply contract unless David fired me on the spot. Liam had boldly claimed I was mentally unstable and causing toxic drama. David, the pathetic coward that he was, gladly took the bribe and threw me straight under the bus. Liam hadn't just stolen my wife. He had systematically, maliciously orchestrated the total destruction of my career so I wouldn't have the financial resources to fight back against him in court. I was publicly escorted out of the building by security. I drove back to the townhouse, my chest incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying clarity. I walked through the front door, and there was Maya, standing right in the middle of the living room. She was zipping up a massive, expensive designer suitcase. She looked up at me, her face completely hardened, entirely void of any of the warmth or love I once foolishly believed she had for me. She looked at me like I was a disgusting stranger. "I am leaving you, Julian," she said, her voice dripping with absolute unapologetic disdain. "I am filing for divorce today. I want you out of this house by the end of the week." She didn't even try to hide the betrayal anymore. She knew I had been fired. She and Liam had planned this exact vicious sequence of events perfectly to leave me completely paralyzed, broke, and defenseless. She walked right past me, dragging her expensive luggage I now knew my own mother had paid for, and walked out the front door. Through the window, I watched her get into Liam's black Porsche idling by the curb. They just drove away. I stood there completely alone in the empty living room of a house I could no longer afford, with absolutely no job, no wife, no family, and almost nothing left in my bank account. The silence of the house was absolute, heavy, and deafening. But as I stood there in the absolute wreckage, something deep inside my soul permanently shifted. The weak, desperate Julian who constantly wanted his parents' approval died right there. I walked over to my cardboard box from work and pulled out my personal leather-bound chemistry notebook. It contained all my proprietary, unreleased, highly advanced formulas for revolutionary coffee extraction. I made a silent, unbreakable vow to myself. They thought they had buried me deep in the dirt, but they forgot one absolutely crucial thing: I was a master scientist. I knew exactly how to mix highly volatile elements to create an explosive, unstoppable reaction. I didn't need a family anymore. I needed an empire. And I was going to build it directly on top of their absolute total ruin. Update 2. The divorce process was an absolute, unmitigated bloodbath. Because I had absolutely no inheritance and no salary whatsoever thanks to Liam's malicious corporate sabotage, I was completely at their financial mercy. Maya hired the most ruthless, notoriously expensive divorce lawyer in the city. Her retainer was paid for entirely by my mother's premium credit card. I walked into that cold courtroom representing myself. Maya's lawyer systematically, ruthlessly stripped away absolutely everything I had ever worked for. They took the townhouse, citing my sudden lack of a stable salary. They took the meager, hard-earned savings we had meticulously built in our joint account. I walked out of that depressing courthouse on a freezing Tuesday morning with absolutely nothing to my name but my beat-up aging sedan and my leather-bound notebook. I was forced to move into a tiny, windowless studio apartment in the absolute worst, most dangerous part of town. The ancient radiator barely worked, and the sickening smell of stale cigarette smoke was baked permanently into the peeling wallpaper. I survived strictly on cheap ramen noodles and sheer unadulterated hatred. I swallowed my pride and took a grueling, back-breaking night shift job at a massive, incredibly dangerous industrial food processing plant. I spent my nights physically mixing heavy drums of industrial solvents from midnight to 8:00 the morning just to pay my exorbitant rent. But the absolute second I clocked out and dragged myself back to that terrible apartment, the real meaningful work began. I transformed my tiny, cramped kitchen counter into a sophisticated makeshift laboratory. I spent absolutely every single spare dime I earned on raw, high-grade specialty coffee beans and professional glass beakers. I worked until my eyes physically blurred and my calloused hands shook violently from pure exhaustion. I wasn't just brewing coffee, I was literally distilling my rage, my heartbreak, and my trauma into a tangible physical product. I engineered a cold extraction process that was vastly more complex, incredibly sophisticated, and undeniably superior to anything on the market. It yielded a concentrate so smooth and perfectly balanced it tasted like pure luxury. After 8 brutal months of relentless failure and hundreds of ruined batches, I finally cracked the perfect chemical code. I bottled the dark liquid in cheap glass vials, printed homemade minimalist labels at a local copy shop, and called the brand Times Apex Extracts. I started aggressively peddling my product to independent boutique owners and exclusive high-end cafes across the city. I was flatly rejected 99 times. People looked at my homemade packaging and literally laughed in my face. But on the 100th try, a highly respected cafe owner in the wealthy financial district agreed to put 5 small bottles on his front counter just to get me to leave. Those 5 bottles completely sold out in 4 hours. The very next day, he frantically called me and ordered 20 more. The week after that, he demanded 100. Word of mouth spread like absolute wildfire among the city's wealthy elite. The massive, life-altering turning point came when a highly prominent, wildly successful venture capitalist named Nolan walked into that specific cafe. Nolan bought a bottle of Times Apex, immediately recognized the unprecedented quality, tracked down my personal phone number, and aggressively demanded a business meeting. I walked into his massive glass-walled corner office wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a thrift store. I sat down, looked him dead in the eye, and gave him the raw, undeniable chemistry and the incredibly high profit margins of the product. Nolan was blown away. He immediately introduced me to Mr. Vance, a quiet, incredibly ruthless billionaire investor who controlled a massive private equity firm. Mr. Vance meticulously looked at my proprietary formulas, looked at the desperate burning fire in my eyes, and wrote me a massive seed funding check that fundamentally changed the entire trajectory of my life forever. He didn't just give me working capital, he gave me an entire fully operational manufacturing plant and a global distribution network. Over the next 3 grueling but triumphant years, Apex Extracts completely exploded. We launched a massive full line of premium ready-to-drink beverages and commercial concentrates. We got picked up by massive national retailers. We became the absolute fastest-growing specialty beverage brand in the entire country. I was making millions of dollars, investing heavily in prime commercial real estate, and building an impenetrable corporate fortress, all while Liam, Maya, and my parents smugly thought I was rotting away in a gutter somewhere. I intentionally used a pseudonym for the press and stayed completely off all social media. I wanted my massive new wealth to be entirely invisible. And while I was steadily, relentlessly climbing to the absolute peak of the mountain, Liam was actively, arrogantly digging his own financial grave. Liam had inherited his highly lucrative regional logistics company from his wealthy former father-in-law, from his first brief marriage, before he stole my wife. But Liam was absolutely not a competent businessman. He was a spoiled, deeply arrogant golden child who firmly believed massive success was his divine birthright. He spent his days playing expensive rounds of golf, taking 3-hour alcohol-fueled martini lunches, and aggressively micromanaging his best employees right into the ground. He actively alienated his biggest corporate clients with his insufferable ego. Within 2 short years of stealing Maya, Liam's logistics company was heavily, dangerously bleeding cash to maintain their absurdly lavish fake lifestyle, the brand new Porsche, the designer clothes, the ridiculously expensive international vacations they constantly posted online. Liam started secretly taking out massive, high-interest corporate loans from predatory lenders. He recklessly leveraged the entire infrastructure of the company. My parents, utterly, hopelessly blinded by their lifelong delusional worship of him, actually co-signed a massive secondary loan to bail him out. They voluntarily put the deed to their beloved pristine Craftsman house up as collateral. They actually genuinely believed he was just going through a temporary rough patch. I watched it all happen in real time through the meticulous, highly detailed financial reports of my expensive private investigators and my elite corporate lawyers. I knew exactly how much crippling debt they were in. I knew exactly which specific banking institutions held their toxic loans. And because I now had substantially more liquid capital than I ever knew what to do with, I legally created a complex series of anonymous corporate shell companies. Slowly, methodically, and completely legally, my shell companies began quietly buying up their massive debt portfolios. I bought the commercial loans holding Liam's failing logistics company hostage. I bought the secondary mortgage on my parents' suburban house. I became their sole anonymous, completely merciless creditor. They thought they owed money to massive, faceless banking institutions. They had absolutely no idea they owed every single red cent to the younger son they had casually thrown away like garbage. The trap was fully, perfectly set. The steel jaws were wide open. All I had to do was sit back and wait for them to run out of cash. And inevitably, they absolutely did. Liam missed one massive loan payment, then two, then three, then. The banks, acting entirely on my strict, merciless, legally binding orders, flatly refused any extensions or restructuring. We aggressively called in the entirety of the massive loans. We initiated the aggressive rapid foreclosure process on the family real estate. We completely froze the corporate assets and the payroll accounts. We completely pulled the rug out from under their fake plastic lives in a matter of 48 hours. Absolute total panic set in. My lawyers informed me that Liam had been frantically calling the holding company's main line for 3 days straight, aggressively demanding to speak to the CEO, screaming wildly about unfair business practices. Finally, after letting him sweat in absolute terror, I told my executive secretary to grant him a formal meeting. I specifically scheduled it for a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I wanted them to physically feel the bitter cold. I wanted them to step right into the trap of their own blind arrogance. And they walked right into it, completely blissfully oblivious to the absolute slaughter that was waiting for them on the 50th floor. The incredibly heavy solid mahogany doors to my massive executive boardroom are completely soundproofed. I was sitting quietly at the head of the massive 20-foot polished granite conference table. The room was intentionally dimly lit, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows right behind me casting my dark silhouette sharply against the gray, stormy sky. My lead corporate attorney stood quietly by the window, securely holding a thick black leather binder containing every single devastating financial document and asset seizure order we had meticulously prepared. The intercom buzzed. "Send them in," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. The double doors swung open, pushed forcefully by Liam. He marched into the room first, his supposedly expensive suit deeply wrinkled and damp from the pouring rain outside, his face flushed an angry red with absolute arrogant indignation. Maya followed right behind him, nervously clutching a wet designer handbag, looking around the incredibly opulent boardroom with wide, fearful eyes. And then came my parents, shuffling in slowly, looking exhausted and totally terrified. They didn't look at me at first because the bright light was directly behind me. I was just a dark imposing figure. Listen to me very carefully. Liam started shouting immediately, marching up to the table and slamming his hand down hard on the polished granite edge. "I don't care who you think you are or what kind of illegal predatory lending operation you are running. You cannot just illegally seize my corporate assets without a standard grace period. I am a highly respected businessman. I will aggressively drag your entire holding company into a massive, highly public lawsuit. My parents' real estate is totally, completely off limits." I let him finish his pathetic rant. I let the echo of his empty, desperate threats completely die out in the massive, silent room. The heavy silence stretched out for 10 agonizing, suffocating seconds. Then, I slowly leaned forward into the overhead light. I deliberately rested my elbows on the cold granite table, intertwined my fingers, and looked directly, piercingly into my older brother's eyes. "You do not have the money for a massive lawsuit, Liam," I said calmly, my voice incredibly steady, low, and cold as ice. "You do not even have the money to pay for the parking meter downstairs on the street." Liam completely, totally froze. His jaw physically dropped open. All the angry red color instantly violently drained from his face, leaving him looking like a pale, terrified ghost. He stumbled backward half a step, completely losing his balance, physically bumping into Maya. Maya let out a sharp, highly audible gasp, her trembling hand flying up to cover her mouth. She recognized me instantly. My mother, Helen, let out a strange, horrible choking sound, desperately grabbing my father's arm for physical support. My father just stared at me, his brain entirely unable to process the reality sitting in front of him. "Julian?" My mother whispered, her voice trembling so violently it physically cracked. "What? What are you doing sitting there? Where is the owner of the company?" I smiled at her. It was absolutely not a happy smile. It was the terrifying cold smile of an apex predator. "I am the owner, mother," I said, leaning back comfortably in my expensive leather chair, savoring the absolute shock on their faces. "I am the sole owner of the holding company. I own the private equity firm that bought out your bank. Which legally means, as of 48 hours ago, I own Liam's logistics company. I own Liam's fancy Porsche. And I hold the absolute legal deed to your beautiful pristine craftsman house." "This is a joke," Liam stammered uncontrollably, shaking his head frantically in total denial. "This is a massive, sick, elaborate joke. You are a broke, pathetic flavor scientist. You got fired for being unstable. You do not have this kind of massive corporate capital. I nodded silently toward my lawyer. He stepped forward from the shadows, calmly opening the heavy leather binder, and tossed 4 incredibly thick stacks of legally binding documents directly in front of them on the granite table. The loud slap of the paper hitting the stone echoed in the room. These are the certified legally binding financial transfer records, my attorney said, his tone entirely clinical. My client legally acquired your outstanding corporate debt 3 months ago. He also legally acquired the secondary mortgage. You are in total catastrophic default. The foreclosure and the corporate asset seizure are entirely legal, binding, and actively being enforced by local authorities as we speak. Liam looked down at the massive stacks of papers, his hands visibly shaking as he frantically flipped through the pages. He saw his own signatures. He saw my new legal corporate name at the top. The absolute crushing reality of his complete destruction finally crashed down. Julian, please. Maya stepped forward, stepping right in front of Liam, her voice suddenly entirely different. Gone was the absolute disdain and cruelty she showed me the day she packed her bags. Now, she sounded incredibly sweet, highly desperate, actively trying to manufacture fake tears. You absolutely do not have to do this to us. We are family. We made mistakes. Terrible mistakes, but we can fix this. We can work out a payment plan. I looked at her, searching my own soul and feeling absolutely nothing but total indifference. You made a very clear choice, Maya. You boldly chose the man with the Porsche. But you foolishly forgot that a car is just metal, and metal eventually rusts. You backed the wrong horse, and now you have to walk. My mother violently pushed past Maya, real terrified tears streaming rapidly down her wrinkled face. Julian, sweetheart, my beautiful baby boy, please, you absolutely cannot take our family home. We have lived there for 30 years. All your precious childhood memories are in that house. You can severely punish Liam if you want, but do not punish your own loving parents. We love you so much. I stood up slowly, planting both of my hands firmly on the table, leaning aggressively over the granite to look my mother dead in her terrified eyes. Childhood memories? I asked, keeping my voice dangerously low. You mean the precious memory of you sitting in your kitchen telling Sophie that I was a pathetic loser holding Maya back? You mean the heartwarming memory of you secretly selling your valuable rural real estate specifically to fund your favorite son's expensive hotel room so he could comfortably sleep with my wife behind my back? You actively, intentionally financed my absolute destruction, Mother. You handed them the knife, paid for the blade, and happily watched them stab me. Do not you dare stand in my boardroom and try to use the word love. My father suddenly yelled, desperately trying to summon some pathetic patriarchal authority. You are being incredibly vindictive and cruel, Julian. Blood is thicker than water. You must forgive your family. You are right, Richard, I shot back instantly, calling him by his first name for the very first time in my entire life, watching him flinch at the disrespect. Blood is much thicker. It is messier, and it permanently stains everything it touches. You consciously chosen Liam over me since the day I was born. So now you get to fully live with him. You get to figure out exactly how to survive in the real world when the golden child permanently loses all his gold. Liam suddenly lunged forward with a feral scream, aggressively grabbing the heavy legal documents and violently tearing them in half, throwing the shredded pieces across the boardroom. I will fight you to the bitter end, he screamed, spit flying from his mouth. I will hire every single ruthless lawyer in this state. I will completely destroy you. With what money? I asked quietly. That simple question stopped him cold in his tracks. He froze, his hands still raised in the air. Your corporate payroll accounts are entirely frozen, I explained slowly. Your personal premium credit cards are completely maxed out and deactivated. Your house is currently being padlocked by the county sheriff's department as we speak. You are completely, utterly destitute. You are exactly where you intentionally left me 3 years ago. The only difference is I had the incredible brains and the massive drive to build an empire out of absolutely nothing. You do not even know how to make your own cup of coffee without paying someone else to do it. Make sad. I pressed the intercom button firmly. Security, we are entirely finished here. Please promptly escort these 4 individuals off the premises. If they resist, call the police, and have them formally arrested for trespassing. As the security guards walked swiftly into the room, Maya started sobbing hysterically, sinking to her knees on the expensive carpet. My mother was wailing loudly, grabbing my father's jacket. Liam just stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at me like he was looking at the actual devil himself. Get out of my building, I said firmly, turning my back to them completely and looking out the massive window at the pouring rain. And never ever try to contact me again. The immediate fallout from that boardroom meeting was completely absolute and shockingly fast. The entire fragile, debt-ridden structure of their fake lives completely disintegrated into dust within days. The bank officially seized Liam's logistics company the very next morning, locking the doors and liquidating the physical assets. The shiny Porsche was aggressively towed right out of his driveway by the repo men before noon while his wealthy neighbors watched. My parents were formally legally evicted from their beloved pristine house by the end of the week. The absolute humiliation of the entire neighborhood actively watching the armed sheriff enforce the foreclosure notice broke my mother completely. She became a total social pariah overnight. They were forced to move into a cramped, depressing two-bedroom apartment in a highly dangerous neighborhood. To pay the new rent, my father was forced to take a grueling minimum wage night shift job as a security guard at a local drafty warehouse. But the absolute most poetic, mind-blowing twist of pure karma, the massive secondary explosion that completely vaporized whatever tiny shred was left of Liam's fragile sanity, happened about a month later. I was sitting quietly in my office when my private unlisted cell phone rang. It was Sophie, Maya's younger sister. Her voice was highly frantic and filled with a dark, twisted kind of amusement. "Julian," she said, "you are absolutely not going to believe what just happened. After everything they did to you, you deserve to know." Sophie quickly explained that about 8 months ago, Maya had excitedly publicly announced she was pregnant. Liam had been insufferably proud, aggressively bragging to everyone at the country club about his impending fatherhood. Maya had given birth to a baby boy exactly 2 weeks after my hostile corporate takeover officially stripped them of all their money. The extreme suffocating stress of losing the luxury lifestyle had caused a massive violent fracture in their already toxic relationship. Liam, terrified and broke, violently demanded to know how they were going to afford raising a child when they could barely afford groceries. In the middle of a massive screaming match in their tiny, newly rented apartment, Maya finally snapped under the pressure and confessed the ultimate, devastating truth. The baby wasn't Liam's. During the last year, while Liam was busy arrogantly running his company into the ground, Maya had gotten incredibly bored. She had started sleeping with her expensive, highly muscular personal trainer at the luxury gym Liam was paying thousands of dollars a month for. She had intentionally lied about the paternity, actively planning to trap Liam into funding her wealthy lifestyle forever. But now that Liam was totally broke, the new baby was nothing but a massive financial anchor, and she maliciously threw the painful truth right in his face just to hurt him. The woman he utterly destroyed his own younger brother to steal had done the exact same horrifying thing to him. Liam completely, totally lost his mind. He physically destroyed the small apartment in a blind feral rage, throwing furniture through the windows. The police were called by terrified neighbors. Maya immediately filed a massive restrictive restraining order against him. A quick DNA test proved he wasn't the biological father. He was publicly, brutally, completely humiliated. Everyone in their elite social circle found out the sordid details. Liam was left with absolutely nothing: no company, no money, no fancy cars, no wife, no child, and a totally ruined professional reputation. The last I heard, he was working as a low-level minimum wage dispatcher for a cheap trucking company, living in a rented filthy room, drinking cheap beer, and aggressively blaming everyone else in the world for his massive failures. My parents tried to desperately reach out to me a few times, sending pathetic handwritten letters begging for forgiveness and asking for cash loans. I simply handed them to my assistant and told her to put them directly into the industrial shredder. They made their choice a long time ago. Now they get to choke on the absolute reality of who their golden child really is. Walking away from the absolute wreckage of my old life, leaving them crying in that boardroom, was the most incredibly liberating feeling I have ever experienced. I established an impenetrable titanium boundary. The very next day, I legally dropped my father's last name entirely. I went to the county courthouse and officially changed my legal last name to Apex. I was no longer the unwanted, unloved son of a pathetic, toxic family. I was the absolute master of my own destiny. About a year after the boardroom confrontation, I attended a highly exclusive charity gala I was personally sponsoring. That is where I finally met Elena. Elena was an independent commercial architect, incredibly smart, sharp-witted, and wildly passionate about her career. We started talking casually, and I was instantly captivated. For our first few weeks of dating, I intentionally didn't tell her about my massive wealth. We just went to quiet local coffee shops and walked through city parks. She fell deeply in love with Julian the man, not Julian the billionaire CEO. When I finally brought her to my massive penthouse and explained my business empire, she genuinely didn't care about the money. She cared about the intense drive and the incredible resilience it took to build it. She was the complete total opposite of Maya in every conceivable way. We are officially getting married next spring. We are actively planning a very small, incredibly private wedding in a beautiful secluded botanical garden. There will be absolutely no toxic relatives invited. By family, I exclusively mean the family we have actively, carefully chosen. We are also actively talking about starting a family of our own soon. I have already set up a massive ironclad trust fund for our future children. But vastly more importantly, I have made a sacred unbreakable vow to myself. I will never ever treat one child differently than another. I will give them the unconditional fierce love and protection that I was completely denied by my own parents. Looking back at the absolute nightmare I survived, I realized something incredibly profound. I used to desperately wish that none of it had ever happened. But sitting here today, looking out at the massive city I completely conquered, holding Elena's hand, I wouldn't change a single agonizing second of it. The absolute unforgiving cruelty of my parents and the sickening betrayal of my brother and my wife did not destroy me like they planned, it forged me. It violently burned away every single ounce of weakness inside my soul, leaving behind nothing but unbreakable, hardened steel. They arrogantly tried to bury me deep in the dirt so Liam could shine brighter. But they didn't realize I was a seed. And from that dark dirt, I grew into a massive towering tree that now completely blocks out their sun. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mom literally sold family real estate to fund your wife's hotel hookups with your brother is the most diabolical, evil thing I've ever read on this app. Buying their debt and foreclosing on them was the ultimate chef's kiss of karma. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire city. User 2. Liam finding out the baby was the personal trainer's right after losing his entire company as proof that the universe has a sense of humor. Maya really thought she secured the bag, only to find out the bag was empty and on fire. Glad you found Elena and built a real life, OP. User 3. I actually gasped out loud when you told Liam he couldn't even afford the parking meter downstairs. The level of meticulous planning it took to buy up their debt through shell companies is insane. You literally became a supervillain to the people who created you, and I am 100% here for it. My family abandoned me in the desert as a joke. 15 years later, I walked into an interrogation room as the FBI agent investigating their fraud. The brake lights never came. My family drove away, leaving me stranded in the middle of the Mojave Desert at 16. Laughing as they said, "Let's see if she can handle it." They thought I would crawl back, broken and begging, a punchline to their cruel joke. Instead, 15 years later, I walked into a federal interrogation room wearing an FBI badge, holding the financial files for the fraudulent missing person charity my mother built using my face. I stood in the middle of a dirt road just outside the California-Nevada border at 2:14 inches the afternoon, watching the rear of my stepfather's Chevy Tahoe shrink into the blinding heat shimmer. And I kept waiting for the moment it would stop. The moment someone in that car would say, "Okay, that's enough. Turn around." The moment my mother would look through the back window and see me standing there with my backpack in the dirt and think, "Not this far. Not actually this far." The SUV curved around a bend in the road. Gone. The desert didn't care. It just pressed its suffocating heat against my face and waited. I was 16 years old. I had half a protein bar, 2 t-shirts, a water bottle that was already 3/4 empty, and a phone with exactly 6% battery that I'd used to take exactly one photo before the screen went dark. The photo was of the SUV's rear license plate. I don't know why I took it. Some instinct, some primal reflex that understood before my conscious brain did that what had just happened was not a joke with a punchline coming, that the punchline was me, that I was already living in the aftermath of an atrocity. I sat down in the alkaline dirt next to my backpack, the one Greg had thrown out of the SUV after I complained that his son, Liam, had poured an entire can of warm Coca-Cola into it, soaking my clothes, my private journal, and the library book I'd been reading. I sat there in the silence, and I did something I'm not proud of and have also never apologized for. I cried for exactly 12 minutes. Then I stopped. I stopped because the water I was losing to tears was water I could literally not afford to lose if I wanted to survive the afternoon, and because something had fundamentally shifted in my chest in those 12 minutes. Something had settled, cooled, and hardened into a geometric shape I didn't have a name for yet. I picked up my sticky, ruined backpack. I started walking. Let me tell you who I was before that road because it matters to understand what the road made me. My name, my legal name, the one that appears on the federal credentials I carry now, is Maya Vance. Vance was my father's name, the father who died of a sudden brain aneurysm when I was 8. The father who was quiet, methodical, and careful, who kept a glass jar of butterscotch candies on his oak desk and called me his chief investigator because I would spend entire Saturday afternoons at the local library looking things up just because I wanted to know how the live world worked. After he died, my mother, Sarah, became someone I didn't entirely recognize. Not immediately. Grief does its corrosive work in stages, but gradually, over the 3 years between his death and her marriage to Greg Sterling, she became a woman who needed a room to be looking at her at all times. Greg gave her that. Greg was loud, large, and had the specific, exhausting gift of making everyone around him feel that his attention was a scarce resource being generously distributed. My mother mistook that overbearing quality for strength. Greg had a son, Liam, exactly 1 year older than me, which meant we were in the same high school, which is its own particular brand of psychological cruelty that I will not dwell on. Liam had his father's gift for aggressive attention seeking without his father's basic social competence, which made him dangerous in the specific way that a smaller fire in a confined space is sometimes more dangerous than a large fire in an open field. My cousin Chloe was my aunt's daughter, 3 years older than me, and had wanted to be an indie documentary filmmaker since she was 14. She had a high-end Sony mirrorless camera she'd gotten for her birthday and carried it everywhere with the specific self-importance of a person who is confused recording events with actually understanding them. She laughed at almost everything Liam did, which sounds warm until you understand that the laughter was a form of permission she gave herself. If it was funny, it wasn't cruel. If she was laughing, she wasn't complicit. I had lived in this blended family for 5 years by the summer I was 16. I had learned its exhausting rhythms and its specific, targeted cruelties. I learned which battles were winnable, which were merely tolerated, and which were simply absorbed until they became part of the invisible landscape of what your daily life was. I was not, by any metric, a difficult teenager. I was quiet, hyper-observant, self-sufficient, got straight A's, and stayed out of the way. Greg interpreted my quietness as standoffish arrogance. My mother interpreted it as a stubborn ingratitude for the new life she had provided. Liam interpreted it as an open invitation for torment. The vacation to the Southwest was supposed to be a bonding trip. Greg's grand idea. A road trip through California, Nevada, and Arizona. The Mojave, the Grand Canyon, the Hoover Dam. My mother presented the itinerary at dinner like she was conferring a royal title upon me, and I said thank you, and I genuinely meant it. That is the part that still gets to me sometimes when I'm lying awake in the dark. I was actually grateful. I desperately wanted it to be good. I should have known from the very first morning that it wasn't going to be. The first sign came on day 2 outside R.Studio. We'd stopped at a crowded diner for breakfast, and I'd ordered a black coffee. I'd been drinking coffee since I was 14, a habit I'd developed from reading late into the night. Greg had made a loud, performative comment about it to the waitress. Nothing explicitly abusive, just a look exchanged with my mother. A small, shared, mocking smile. She thinks she's so grown up, our little intellectual. I told myself it was nothing. Just road trip irritability. The Tahoe was crowded, the air conditioning made a grinding noise, and Liam had already done 4 things that morning that had required me to consciously bite my tongue and choose not to react. The second sign came on day 3. We were at a desolate rest stop near Needles, and I went back to the car to get my journal while the others were looking at a tourist map. When I came back, Chloe had her Sony aimed at me from about 20 feet away. I stopped walking. "What are you filming?" I asked, shielding my eyes from the glare. "Just the barren scenery," she said smoothly. But she didn't lower the lens. I looked at Liam. He was leaning against the fender, smiling at his phone with a predatory stillness. I sat down at the picnic table. I told myself Chloe filmed literally everything. It wasn't specific to me. The third sign was the Coca-Cola. We were back in the SUV, 3 hours into the day's brutal drive, somewhere on a nameless desert road with jagged rock formations on both sides and a sky that was the specific, blinding blue of places that don't apologize for their hostility. I was looking out the window when Liam leaned across the back seat with a freshly opened, full can of Coke and upended it directly into my open, unzipped backpack. He did it with the focused, deliberate casualness of someone who has decided that the entertaining aftermath is entirely worth the act. My private journal, my only clean clothes, the library book which was a vintage hardcover on forensic science I'd borrowed from a mentor who had trusted me with it all ruined in seconds. I finally snapped. I said something. I don't remember the exact string of words, but I know I kept my voice dead level, which with Liam was always the absolute wrong choice because level voices read to him as a challenge to his dominance. I addressed Greg, not Liam, because Greg was supposedly the adult in the vehicle. I demanded we pull over so I could clean it out. Greg told me to stop being a dramatic brat and cool off. I didn't back down. I told him his son was a destructive sociopath. Greg slammed on the brakes, the tires skidding in the dirt. He put the SUV in park, got out, marched to my door, yanked it open, grabbed my dripping backpack, and hurled it into the desert dust. "Get out and get it, then," he barked. I stepped out into the crushing heat to retrieve my bag. The second my boots hit the dirt, Greg slammed the door shut and got back into the driver's seat. My mother looked at me through the tinted passenger window. The designer sunglasses she wore on that trip were massive and dark, the kind that function as a physical barrier of non-participation. Her voice, muffled through the glass, was the exact tone she used when she had decided that a situation was entirely my problem to manage. "Maybe a few hours out here will teach you not to ruin everyone's vacation, Maya." Liam's head appeared in the window above hers. "Let's see if she can handle it." He smirked. He was grinning the way he always grinned, the way of someone who had never once in his privileged life experienced a physical or emotional consequence. Chloe's camera was already up, pressed against the rear glass. I could see the tiny red recording light blinking. I stood there. I waited for the door to unlock. The SUV shifted into drive and pulled back onto the road, kicking up a cloud of white alkaline dust. I waited. The brake lights never came. Here is what the Mojave Desert did and did not do to me. It did not kill me. That is the foundational fact. The concrete pillar that everything else in my life is built upon. What it did was instruct me. The first hour, I walked east along the cracked asphalt. Then I realized I didn't actually know where east led, and reversing my path seemed equally futile. The second hour, the heat found a terrifying new register. It was not the aggressive, dry heat of midday that you can pace yourself against, but the heavy, suffocating heat of late afternoon that sits on your shoulders and compresses your lungs like a physical weight. I found partial shade under a jagged sandstone overhang, sat with my back against the burning rock, and made myself drink the remaining water slowly, a very specific, agonizingly measured amount. The way you portion a vital resource when you have absolutely no idea how long it needs to last. My phone died completely. The protein bar was gone by hour 3. I found the rusted cattle fence at dusk, a weathered wooden post and barbed wire line running perpendicular to the road, and I followed it because fences mean land use, and land use means property, and property means people. I don't know exactly how many miles I walked before my legs simply stopped receiving signals from my brain. I remember the cracked earth being very close to my eyes. Then I remember it being directly under my cheek. I came back to consciousness with cool water spilling into my mouth. The woman pouring it from a dented, insulated thermos was small, heavily tanned, and in her late 60s, with silver-streaked hair tied in a bandana and the specific, unhurried quality of someone who has been useful in life or death emergencies before and finds panic completely unnecessary. Her name was Martha. I learned later that she ran an off-grid animal sanctuary and homestead a few miles from where she found me, and that she had been checking her perimeter fence line on her evening ATV round when she spotted something near the post that was the wrong shape to be a coyote or a rock. That wrong shape was me. Martha's cabin was small, meticulously clean, and smelled of dried sage and strong black coffee. She gave me water, then a salty broth, and then water again. She didn't ask me a single question until the second day. And when she finally did ask, her voice was the voice of a pragmatist who wants actionable information, not a dramatic story. "Where is your family, girl?" I told her all of it, start to finish. The butterscotch candies, the camera, the Coke, the brake lights. Martha listened without interrupting, her calloused hands wrapped around a ceramic mug. When I finished, she was quiet for a long, heavy moment. "Can I use your landline?" I croaked, my throat still raw. "I want to call the police." She nodded and pushed the phone across the wooden table. The officer who arrived on the third day was a county sheriff's deputy named Miller. He was in his late 30s, 15 years on the force, with the particular, exhausted manner of a man who has decided that most domestic situations can be resolved with heavy sighs and a clipboard. He arrived at Martha's door in the late morning, and when I came out from the spare bedroom, he looked at me with an expression that I didn't understand at first. It wasn't relief. It wasn't the expression of someone who has just located a vulnerable missing child. It was something significantly more complicated. Annoyance mixed with caution. "Maya Sterling?" he asked. "Maya Vance," I corrected. He checked his clipboard. "Your mother filed a report 2 days ago in Nevada." A pause. He tapped his pen against the metal clip. "She says you threw a violent tantrum, assaulted your stepbrother, and ran away into the desert after an argument. Left voluntarily, refused to get back in the vehicle." I stared at him. The air in the cabin seemed to thin out. "That's not what happened." "Can you tell me what did happen?" he asked, his tone dripping with practiced neutrality. I told him. I detailed the abandonment. He wrote things down slowly. He asked to see the backpack, the still sticky, Coke-soaked canvas bag, and I showed it to him. He asked about witnesses. I told him about Chloe's camera, the blinking red light. He nodded, his face remaining a careful, unreadable mask. He took my official statement, said someone from social services would be in touch, and drove away. 2 days later, Deputy Miller came back. "Your stepfather provided a sworn statement," he said, looking at his clipboard again. It seemed to be a defensive mechanism he used when he didn't want to look a victim in the eye. "He says you'd been having severe behavioral and psychiatric issues throughout the entire trip. Your cousin provided digital video evidence. The footage shows you screaming at the family, throwing things, and acting erratic before the incident." "Before," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. "What does the video show after?" Miller was quiet for a moment. He shifted his weight. "The footage ends there," he said flatly. I understood it all in that exact second. Not the full, sprawling, grotesque shape of it that would take years to uncover, but enough. The footage ended there because Chloe had digitally edited it. Because they'd had 3 full days to coordinate their timelines. Because Greg had made phone calls to his expensive lawyers, and my mother had cried on cue for the local authorities, and the false narrative was already perfectly constructed and reinforced by the time I was found alive. My mother knew exactly where I was, I said, my hands trembling slightly. She knew I was alive out here, and she didn't come back for me. Miller looked at his clipboard one final time. "I'm going to recommend a formal welfare check," he said. "And I'd suggest you contact Child Protective Services to discuss your housing options, because your parents are hesitant to take you back given your unpredictable behavior." He turned and left. Martha watched his cruiser kick up dust from her kitchen window. "He won't help you," she said, not unkindly, just stating a geographical fact of life. "No," I agreed. "What will you do?" she asked. I sat back down at her kitchen table. I looked down at my hands. They were perfectly steady, which surprised me less than it would have a week earlier. The crying girl was dead. The desert had burned her away. "I'm not going back," I said. "Not ever. Not to any of them." Martha looked at me for a long time, her sharp eyes assessing my core. "Then you'll need to build something entirely new from the ground up." "I know." She poured 2 fresh cups of coffee. She put one in front of me. "Start with what you're naturally good at," she advised. I thought about my father's oak desk. I thought about the library, looking things up simply because I craved the truth of how systems operated. I thought about 5 years of being the invisible person in every room who noticed the micro-expressions, the lies, and the shifting power dynamics before anyone else did, but said nothing because speaking up had a cost I hadn't yet learned how to afford. "I'm good at finding things," I said softly. "And I'm extremely good at being patient." Martha nodded slowly, taking a sip of her dark coffee. "Those," she said, "are the 2 most dangerous weapons a woman can possess." Update 1. I won't compress the next 15 years of my life into a single paragraph because those years don't deserve compression. They were 15 years of grueling, unglamorous work, actual poverty, and agonizing choices. But they belong to me in a way that nothing my family ever touched could. What I will tell you is the trajectory. I officially aged out of the California foster care system at 18, which sounds bleak, and it is. It is bleak in the specific way that bureaucratic systems designed to save people are also designed with an abrupt exit point that drops you onto a sidewalk in San Bernardino with $400, a trash bag of clothes, and a bus pass. But I had a high school diploma I'd obsessively completed through an independent study program while living with a foster family, and a glowing letter of recommendation from a county social worker named Elena Rostova, 20 years in child welfare. The kind of woman who wrote letters that sounded like clinical case files but meant it as the highest form of maternal care. That letter helped me secure a partial academic scholarship to the University of California, Riverside. I majored in criminal justice. I minored in forensic accounting because I had discovered during my sophomore year that financial records tell stories in the exact same way that physical blood spatter does. Money has its own unique fingerprints, its own undeniable chain of custody, its own way of shining a blinding spotlight on exactly where a liar has been trying to hide their sins. I graduated summa cum laude in 3.5 years. I worked as a forensic auditor for a mid-sized firm for 2 years, building my resume. I applied to the FBI at 24. I survived the grueling physical and psychological battery of the academy at Quantico at 25. I was assigned to the white-collar and financial crimes unit in the Los Angeles field office at 26, which felt like the universe winking at me, deploying its specific sense of geographic irony. I was 31 years old when the file crossed my heavy wooden desk. The file had been automatically flagged by a sophisticated federal algorithm that monitors large-scale grant disbursements for specific irregularities and shell company layering. The grant in question was a massive federal community development block grant. $2.8 million distributed over 4 years to a nonprofit consortium ostensibly doing affordable housing and victim advocacy work in Southern California. One of the primary consortium partners receiving the bulk of the funds was a registered 501c3 nonprofit called the Finding Maya Hope Foundation. I read that name twice. Then I took a slow, deep breath and read it again, syllable by syllable. The way you read a medical diagnosis when your brain is violently insisting that the doctor has made a clerical error. Finding Maya Hope. My face, my legal name, my disappearance. My mother had founded it in the autumn of the exact same year I was abandoned. Barely 8 weeks after Deputy Miller filed his report, while I was living in Martha's spare room, eating canned soup and learning how to forge a new identity, Sarah had started it as a missing and endangered teen advocacy organization. That sounds legitimately charitable until you understand that the missing teen it was named for was never actually missing in the way my mother tearfully described to the press. And that my mother had known I was alive and well within a year of my supposed disappearance, as the financial records would soon undeniably prove. I sat with the thick manila file for a long time. I watched the LA smog drift past my office window. Then I picked up the folder, walked down the hall, and went straight to my supervisor. His name was Special Agent in Charge, SAC, Robert Miller, no relation to the deputy, a 5-year veteran of the Bureau, a financial crime specialist, and the kind of man who reads a volatile situation through the spreadsheets long before he reads it through the suspect's eyes. I need to formally disclose a massive conflict of interest, I said, keeping my voice perfectly level. I placed the grant file on his desk. I placed my own classified personnel file directly beside it. I pointed to the name in the federal grant record, and then to the name on my birth certificate and my background documentation. Miller put on his reading glasses. He read both documents in silence. He looked up, his brow furrowing. This foundation, It's named for you. Yes, sir. And I believe there is systematic, multi-million-dollar fraud embedded in its grant structure. You believe the structure warrants a full-scale federal investigation. I know it does, I said. But by protocol, I cannot be the one to run it. Miller leaned back in his leather chair, steepling his fingers. He was quiet for a full minute, the only sound the hum of the HVAC unit. Vance, who knows the psychological profile of this specific family better than you do? I looked at him, unwavering. Nobody runs a federal investigation on their own immediate family. It's a goldmine for defense attorneys. No, he agreed softly. But, nobody knows the exact entry points and blind spots better, either. Here is how we play this. You officially disclose the conflict in writing. You document every single interaction. You work strictly alongside a senior lead investigator who has zero personal connection to the subjects, and you act solely as a subject matter resource and forensic consultant. He tapped the file. This is your call, Maya. But I would much rather have you inside the tent telling us exactly where the structural holes are, than outside it reading the reports. I looked out the window at the sprawling Los Angeles skyline, thinking of the cracked desert earth. Assign me a co-lead, I said. Someone senior, someone ruthless. Done. I picked up the file to leave, but paused at the door. One more thing, sir. There is a piece of raw digital footage from a consumer Sony camera, recorded in the summer 15 years ago, that I believe is still in existence. I need a federal subpoena and a search warrant for it. Miller looked at me, a sharp glint in his eye. Write the probable cause affidavit. I wrote it that exact night, 14 pages, single-spaced, heavily cited, with specific dates, names, geographic coordinates, and factual assertions that I had been carrying securely in my memory for 15 years. I wrote it with the particular, terrifying fidelity of a person who understood from a very young age that their version of events was the only version, and needed to be kept pristine. Update 2. The covert investigation ran for 14 grueling months. My co-lead was Senior Special Agent David Thomas, 30 years with the Bureau, a white-collar crime savant who had the specific, calming quality of making massive, labyrinthine financial frauds feel like simple middle school arithmetic. He was methodical, emotionally detached, and completely fair. He had absolutely no opinion about my family beyond what the bank statements and wire transfers told him, which is exactly the anchor I needed. What the documents told him was staggering. The Finding Maya Hope Foundation had received, over 15 years, approximately $4.8 million, in charitable civilian donations, federal HUD grants, and state housing funds. Of that, approximately $1.9 million was meticulously documented as legitimate program expenditure, mostly low-level awareness campaigns and small grants to other charities, just enough to keep the IRS auditors asleep. The remaining $2.9 million had been systematically bled out. It moved through a complex series of nested consulting arrangements, dummy vendor relationships, and inflated invoices into offshore and domestic accounts directly connected to Greg's private real estate development company, Chloe's boutique media production firm, and a luxury property management LLC operated solely by Liam. Greg's development company had received $410,000 in strategic consulting fees from the foundation. He had produced, as deliverables, 4 PDF reports that Thomas's cyber team found were 90% plagiarized from publicly available HUD documentation. Chloe's media company had received $260,000 for documentary production and public awareness services. Her actual work product was a series of highly dramatized, emotionally manipulative online videos about my tragic disappearance that had received, in total, maybe 150,000 views across a decade. Liam's Property Management LLC was the crown jewel of the fraud. He had received $1.1 million in affordable housing funds routed directly through the foundation's federal block grant. The apartment units he'd supposedly built with those funds were legally listed as low-income affordable housing in the grant compliance documentation. In reality, Thomas's team discovered Liam was renting them out at premium market rate, and in some gentrified neighborhoods, significantly above market rate, pocketing the massive difference. My teenage face had been plastered on their glossy fundraising posters. My legal name was etched into the foundation's 501c3 tax filings as the named beneficiary of the charitable mission. 15 years of tearful donations from innocent people who genuinely believed they were helping a grieving mother find her lost, vulnerable daughter. The final nail in the coffin came from a terrified former bookkeeper named Elena Suarez. She had abruptly left the foundation's employment in 2022 and had, it emerged, secretly kept copies of internal financial ledgers on an encrypted flash drive out of her own paranoia. Elena provided devastating sworn testimony to Thomas's team. She confirmed, with documentation, that my mother had secretly hired a private investigator in 2011, just 3 years after my abandonment. The PI's report unequivocally confirmed that I was alive, well, and enrolled at UC Riverside under my own name. My mother had paid the PI $10,000 in foundation funds to keep quiet. She had not reported this miraculous discovery to law enforcement. She had not updated the foundation's tragic public materials. She had simply buried the report and continued aggressively fundraising on the premise of her eternal, unresolved grief for over a decade. Furthermore, a retired county supervisor, the man who had been Deputy Miller's boss at the time, provided a sworn, immunized statement. He confessed that Greg Sterling had called the department 3 times in the week following my disappearance, using his political connections to apply intense internal pressure not to escalate my case beyond a standard voluntary runaway classification. The supervisor had been new to his role, intimidated by Greg's wealth, and had allowed himself to be managed. He described it in his statement as the single greatest moral failing of his law enforcement career. The search warrant for Chloe's raw video footage was executed at her Los Angeles townhouse in February, during the investigation's 13th month. The external hard drive was found in a fireproof safe, meticulously labeled in Chloe's looping handwriting, "Summer trip, raw, do not delete." She had kept it for 15 years. A sick trophy, or perhaps a subconscious insurance policy. Agent Thomas and I watched the extracted footage together in a soundproof bureau conference room on a rainy Tuesday morning. Thomas took copious notes. I just watched. There I was, 16 years old. Dust on my jeans from where I'd caught myself when the backpack hit the alkaline ground. My voice on the camera was not the unhinged, psychotic screaming that Chloe's edited, police-provided version had implied. It was measured, tight, and deeply upset in the specific, exhausted way of someone who has been pushed far past a threshold they've been successfully managing for years. The Tahoe's engine roared, and the SUV drove away, leaving me in a cloud of dust. But the camera didn't stop. The footage kept recording for 23 more minutes inside the moving car before Chloe finally set the device down on the seat. We listened to the audio. Greg's voice at the 16-minute mark, sounding slightly nervous. "Jesus, it's over 100 degrees out there. Should we go back and get her?" My mother's voice, answering immediately, without a single microsecond of hesitation. "No, keep driving. Not until she's scared enough to actually respect us." Then Liam, laughing, "What if she wanders off and tells some cop we dumped her?" My mother's voice again. The same voice I'd heard say, "Maybe this will teach you through the tinted glass." The same voice that had appeared on local news broadcasts, breaking with theatrical, agonizing grief. It was calm, icy, and absolutely certain. The voice of an apex predator who had done her sociopathic calculus and arrived at her answer. Who the hell would ever believe her over us? Thomas slowly put his pen down on the legal pad. He looked sideways at me. My face was completely, terrifyingly still. I had meticulously prepared for this exact moment. I had known, on some deep, cellular level since I was 16, that this recording existed. And I had decided, long before I ever stepped foot in this room, that I was not going to give those 23 minutes a single drop of emotion more than they had already stolen from my life. "That's enough," Thomas said quietly, reaching for the remote. "Yes," I said, my voice like steel. "It is." Update 3. The federal interview room had a bolted steel table, 3 redundant digital recording devices, and a high-definition camera bolted to the ceiling. It smelled like industrial floor cleaner and recycled, sterile air. I had been in rooms exactly like it dozens of times to break embezzlers and fraudsters. I had never been in one where the suspects sitting across the table shared my DNA. I walked in wearing my tailored navy suit, my sidearm holstered, and the gold badge I'd earned with 15 years of blood and grit that had started on a dirt road in the Mojave. Agent Thomas walked in beside me, carrying the massive binder. I stood at the head of the table and simply watched their faces process the reality. My mother's breath hitched so sharply it sounded like a gasp for air. She looked older, of course she did. 15 years of maintaining a lie ages the skin, but the looking older was also something deeply specific to this exact second. It was the visceral way a human face collapses when the foundational mythology it's been living on is abruptly violently vaporized. Greg went completely translucent from the forehead down, his jaw dropping slightly. Chloe stared at the linoleum floor the absolute second I walked in, her shoulders hiking up to her ears, and she refused to look up. Liam stared at me. His expression rapidly cycled through several stages: confusion, recognition, rapid calculation, and then something that was almost but not quite genuine fear. Liam had never fully internalized the concept that other people's existence wasn't a subplot in his movie, and my presence in this room, in this position of absolute authority, was registering to his narcissistic brain as a personal insult. "Maya?" my mother whispered, her voice trembling perfectly. "My legal name is Special Agent Maya Vance," I said, my voice echoing off the concrete walls. I sat down deliberately across from them. Vance was my father's name, the man who actually loved me. I legally restored it the day I turned 18. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. I had watched those exact tears on the evening news from Martha's worn sofa when I was a teenager. I had watched her produce them on cue for the cameras. Seeing them now, in this sterile room, had exactly the effect on me that I had anticipated. Absolutely none. It was like watching a bad actress forget her lines. "Oh my God, Maya, we thought you were dead," she sobbed, reaching a hand across the steel table. I didn't blink. I didn't move my hands. "No, Sarah, you didn't." She froze, her hand hovering in the air. "Elena Suarez provided sworn testimony and bank records proving you received a private investigator's report in 2011 explicitly confirming I was alive, well, and enrolled at UC Riverside," I stated, my voice devoid of any inflection. "You paid him $10,000 of charity money to bury it. You didn't report it to law enforcement. You didn't update the foundation's materials. You continued aggressively accepting fraudulent donations for over a decade after you knew your daughter was breathing." She opened her mouth, her face turning a mottled red. "Maya, you don't understand, the foundation was doing good. I am not here to have a mother-daughter reconciliation." I cut her off, my tone absolute zero. "The federal prosecutors are here to discuss your indictment." Greg leaned forward, trying to summon the blustering, dominant energy he had used to terrorize our house. He had the desperate expression of a man who has spent 15 years as the loudest authority in every room he's entered and cannot recalibrate quickly enough to the fact that he has zero power here. "Listen here, you little brat. You have absolutely no idea what really happened out on that road. You were hysterical. You were a danger to yourself. We had to. You are. I have the original, unedited footage," I said. The silence that followed was so absolute it rang in my ears. Chloe violently flinched. Her metal chair actually scraped backward against the floor. The lead prosecutor, Assistant U.S. Attorney Janet Flores, 14 years in federal prosecution, a woman who ate white-collar criminals for breakfast, pressed play on the encrypted laptop at the end of the table. The room watched 16-year-old me standing in the blinding dust as the Tahoe curved away down the desert road. Then the footage kept rolling. 16 minutes of driving. Greg's voice, "Should we go back and get her?" My mother's voice, cold as ice, "No, keep driving. Not until she's scared enough to actually respect us." Liam's voice, "What if she wanders off and tells some cop we dumped her?" My mother's voice again, sealing their fate, "Who the hell would ever believe her over us?" The audio clicked off. The room felt like a vacuum. My mother closed her eyes, not in grief, but in the specific, sickening way of a criminal who has just realized that the corpse they believed was safely buried in the basement has been sitting in the living room the entire time. Greg stared at the blank wall, completely hollowed out. The aggressive loudness had drained out of his posture entirely, which made him look physically smaller, older, and pathetic. I had not anticipated that, and I felt absolutely nothing about it. Liam muttered something under his breath, a curse, low, ugly, and venomous. Chloe was openly sobbing into her hands. And I want to be extremely precise about Chloe's tears, because they were fundamentally different from my mother's. They were real, but they were not for me, they were for herself. For the hard drive she'd stupidly kept for 15 years, the digital monument to her own complicity that she had held onto for reasons even she wouldn't be able to explain cleanly to a jury. Real tears are not legal absolution, but they are a different category of pathetic. AUSA Flores closed her laptop with a sharp snap. I looked at each of them, one at a time, taking my time. My mother, Greg, Chloe, Liam. I had thought, for 15 years, that this exact moment would feel like something massive. That the crushing weight of a decade and a half of trauma would require a massive, explosive emotion to match it. It didn't. It wasn't explosive. It was simply accurate. The way a balanced ledger is accurate. The way an intact chain of custody is accurate. The way a piece of digital footage with pristine metadata is accurate. "You left me on that road expecting the fear to break me down and make me smaller," I said, standing up and buttoning my suit jacket. "Congratulations. You made me a federal agent instead." I turned and walked toward the heavy door. Behind me, I heard Liam's chair aggressively scrape the floor, some final, dying reflex of his ego. Defiance, contempt, the arrogant smirk that had been his face's resting position since he was a teenager and had never been punched hard enough to leave. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. Because I heard it happen. I heard the smirk finally, completely collapse in the quality of his silence. In the panicked absence of the next arrogant thing he was going to say. In the specific, airless quiet of a man who has completely run out of room to run, and knows it. I walked out, and let the heavy steel door click shut behind me. The federal indictments were unsealed in March. It was a media bloodbath. My mother, Sarah Sterling, was charged with 22 counts of wire fraud, making false statements to federal investigators, and gross misappropriation of charitable funds. Facing a mountain of irrefutable digital and financial evidence, she entered a guilty plea the following November in exchange for a reduced sentence. She was sentenced to 4.5 years in federal prison. Greg Sterling was charged with federal grant fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, and obstruction of justice in connection with the original sheriff deputy's sworn statement. His high-priced lawyers took it to trial. The trial ran for 9 agonizing days. The jury deliberated for barely 4 hours. He was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 8 years in federal prison. Liam Sterling was charged with affordable housing fraud, tax evasion, and misappropriation of federal HUD funds. The $1.1 million in diverted housing money formed the center of a massive restitution order that included the immediate seizure of all properties developed under the fraudulent grant. The buildings were ordered transferred to a legitimate, court-supervised affordable housing nonprofit. Stripped of his assets and his father's protection, Liam received a sentence of 5 years. Chloe entered a cooperation agreement almost immediately. Her testimony about the hard drive's chain of custody, she could account for its exact location in her safe for all 15 years, which established beyond a shadow of a doubt that the audio had not been tampered with, was considered substantial assistance by the prosecution. Her sentence was suspended in favor of 4 years of strict probation, 1,000 hours of community service, and the permanent surrender of all digital materials related to the documentary she had been producing about my disappearance. The film, which she had pretentiously titled Maya, A Desert Secret, was destroyed. Martha flew out from California to Los Angeles for the sentencing hearings. She sat in the gallery on the day my mother entered her guilty plea, looking small, tough, and quiet in a beautiful turquoise blouse. Afterward, we had dinner at a quiet steakhouse near the federal courthouse. She ordered a medium rare ribeye and told me about her rescue horses and how her new perimeter fence line was holding up against the coyotes. I asked her once, over that dinner, whether she'd known when she found me half dead near her barbed wire fence with my cheek in the dirt, whether I was actually going to be okay. Martha looked at her wine glass for a long moment. "I knew right away you were going to be something formidable," she said softly, meeting my eyes. "The okay part was entirely yours to decide. I still visit her in the Mojave twice a year. I bring premium coffee, the dark roast kind my father would have approved of, and she makes incredible meals, and we sit at the exact same wooden kitchen table where I sat for the first time at 16, with steady hands and a cold decision forming in my chest. I still work financial crimes for the Bureau. I still hunt down what the numbers are trying to hide. I'm better at it than I was, and I'm significantly better at it than most, and I know exactly why. It's because I understand, from the deepest, darkest inside, what it looks like when a narrative is being artificially built for an audience instead of told for the truth. I know the exact difference between a document that states what actually happened, and a document meticulously designed to make you believe a lie. I know, because my own family spent 15 years doing it with my face, my name, and my ghost. They needed me gone to run their tragic story. What they didn't calculate what Greg, Sarah, and Liam, in their absolute, arrogant certainty that no one would ever believe a discarded teenage girl had not once considered, is what happens when the girl they abandoned to die in the desert decides to become the exact person who investigates that kind of certainty. The desert didn't make me angry. Anger is messy. Anger makes mistakes. The desert made me precise. There is a massive difference between the two. I learned it on a dirt road, parched and abandoned, waiting for brake lights that never came. And I have been profoundly grateful for that brutal lesson every single day of my life. My parents sabotaged my medical school scholarship to protect my sister's ego. So I exposed their fraud to my billionaire grandpa, and he annihilated Dad's empire. My parents secretly submitted fraudulent financial documents to destroy my medical school scholarship so I'd be forced to attend my twin sister's mediocre college. So, I exposed their fraud to my ruthless grandfather, and he publicly annihilated my father's empire before I delivered the final, humiliating blow on a stage in front of hundreds. I'm Julian. I was 18 years old when my parents systematically tried to destroy my future because my twin sister, Chloe, wasn't as academically gifted as I was. Before I tell you about the incredible moment of public humiliation that finally shattered their control and set me free, let me give you the background. It all detonated on a rainy Thursday afternoon in April. The air in our house was thick with a suffocating, nervous energy. It was mail day, not just bills and junk mail, but the heavy, stiff envelopes from universities across the country, the envelopes that held the coded messages of our futures. Chloe and I were both vying for spots in competitive pre-med programs. It was the path our parents had laid out for us since birth. She was perched on the very edge of our expensive, uncomfortable living room sofa, her knee bouncing a frantic rhythm against the velvet cushion. My mother, Beatrice, was fluttering around the room, pretending to dust already spotless bookshelves, her eyes darting toward Chloe every few seconds. My father, Arthur, was hidden behind the wall of his financial newspaper, a fortress of silence. But I noticed he hadn't turned a single page in over 15 minutes. When the familiar squeak of the mail truck echoed down our obsessively manicured suburban street, Chloe shot up as if she'd been electrocuted. She got to the mailbox first. It was an unspoken rule in our house, Chloe always went first. She returned, shuffling through the stack, her lips moving silently as she sorted. "Okay, 2 for me," she announced, her voice trembling slightly. She ripped one open with practiced flair. A slow smile spread across her face. Oak Ridge College. I'm in. A collective sigh of relief swept through my parents. Oh, Chloe, sweetheart, that's just phenomenal. My mother cooed, rushing over to envelop her in a suffocating hug. My father actually lowered his newspaper to give a tight, approving nod. One down. The family honor was secure. Chloe opened her second letter. Wait. Rejected from Vanguard. Her tone was flat, devastated. Vanguard Institute of Medicine, V.I.M., was the absolute pinnacle. Oak Ridge was a fine school, but it wasn't a bragging right at their country club. She then looked at me, her expression shifting to something dark and defensive. She held out a single, pristine white envelope. Embossed in the corner was the official gold seal of the Vanguard Institute of Medicine. My absolute dream. My long shot. I took it from her outstretched hand. My own palms were slick with cold sweat. I retreated to the armchair in the far corner of the room, needing a pocket of space in the suffocating atmosphere. My fingers trembled as I slid them under the flap. I pulled out the single, heavy sheet of paper. The first word I saw in bold, elegant type was, "Congratulations." A huge, goofy grin split my face. I couldn't stop it. It felt like the sun had just burst through the clouds inside my chest. I got in, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I cleared it, trying again louder. I got in. I got into Vanguard. I looked up, my face beaming, expecting a shared explosion of joy. A we did it moment. This was a huge win for the family name, right? Wrong? So incredibly wrong. The room had gone utterly, unnervingly silent. My father's newspaper was back up, a shield of total indifference. My mother's celebratory smile had evaporated, replaced by a mask of strained concern directed solely at Chloe, whose face had crumpled as she stared at her own thin rejection letter from the exact same institution. My mother finally broke the silence, her voice a travesty of forced brightness. Oh, well, she said, her eyes flitting toward me for a millisecond before locking back onto Chloe. At least one of you got some good news today. It wasn't a congratulations, it was a damage report. My life-altering achievement was framed as nothing more than a consolation prize for my sister's disappointment. My success was an inconvenience they now had to manage. That night, after a dinner eaten in near total silence, I tried to talk to Chloe. I knocked on her door. "Chloe, you okay? Just leave me alone, Julian." Her voice came back, muffled and thick with bitter resentment. Defeated, I headed to my own room. I thought the worst of it, the acute awkwardness, was over. But as I passed the top of the stairs, I heard their voices low, conspiratorial tones drifting up from my father's locked study. I froze, melting back into the shadows of the hallway. It will be a complete and utter disaster for Chloe's psyche if she has to watch Julian succeed at that level first. My mother's voice was a venomous hiss. She's so fragile right now, Arthur. Seeing him at a top-tier medical school, while she's just at Oak Ridge, it will crush her. My father's reply was colder, stripped of all emotion. It was the voice he used for hostile corporate negotiations. I agree. It's an unacceptable outcome. We have to do something. I backed away from the stairs, a chill creeping down my spine that had nothing to do with the drafty hallway. Do something. What in God's name did that mean? I didn't have the answer then. But that quiet, menacing promise was the opening salvo in a war I never knew I was supposed to fight. A war for my own future, waged against my own flesh and blood. To really understand why my achievement was treated like a declaration of war, you have to understand the soil it grew in. My family wasn't just a family, it was a monarchy, and Chloe was the chosen heir. I was, at best, a member of the court, and at worst, a court jester whose only job was to make the princess feel better about herself. This wasn't a new development. It was the bedrock of our entire childhood. Chloe was the sun, I was a minor planet caught in her gravitational pull. She was vibrant, social, and effortlessly charming. I was the quiet one, the observer, the kid who would rather take apart a broken toaster than be the center of attention. Our parents interpreted this difference not as personality, but as a hierarchy. She was the one to be showcased, I was the one to be managed. Every milestone was carefully orchestrated to ensure Chloe's ego remained intact. Take our 10th birthday, for example. I had been obsessed with biology for months. All I wanted was a high-powered microscope. I had circled one in a catalog of beautiful, professional-grade starter model and left the catalog on the kitchen island for weeks. Chloe, in a fleeting phase, had decided she was into jewelry making. On our birthday morning, the living room was filled with gifts. Chloe's pile was a mountain of brightly wrapped boxes. Mine was a small, modest hill. She tore into hers, revealing expensive beads, silver wires, a professional kiln, my parents oohing and aahing at every reveal. Then it was my turn. I opened my gifts, clothes, a new backpack, some novels. All nice things, but no microscope. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried not to let my disappointment show. And one more for the birthday girl, my dad announced, pulling a large, heavy box from behind the sofa. It was the microscope, my microscope. He presented it to Chloe with a grand flourish. She looked at it, completely bewildered. A microscope? What am I supposed to do with this? My mother knelt down, her smile perfectly practiced. Well, honey, we know Julian loves this stuff. We thought it would be a fun thing for you two to do together. You can be the project manager. The message was clear as glass. My interests were only valid if they could be presented as a gift to her, a tool for family bonding that she would ultimately control. I spent that night teaching a completely bored Chloe how to focus the lens on a piece of onion skin, my heart a lead lump in my chest. She used the microscope exactly twice before it became an expensive stand for her necklaces in the back of her closet. This pattern repeated endlessly. The most defining moment was the regional robotics competition in the 8th grade. I'd spent 3 months meticulously building a working solar-powered rover. It had independent suspension, a motorized scoop, and a tiny camera. It was my absolute masterpiece. I won first place. I remember the weight of that heavy gold medal around my neck, a feeling of pure, unadulterated pride. Chloe had entered a hastily made papier-mâché volcano that barely fizzed. When her name wasn't called for any of the top prizes, the waterworks began. They weren't the dramatic sobs of real hurt, but the low, hiccuping, tactical tears she had perfected. They were a weapon, and my mother was her prime target. My mom found me by my project booth, her smile tight and strained. In front of my science teacher, in front of my peers, she whispered, "Julian, darling, look at your sister. She tried so hard. You know how sensitive she is. It would be such a kind, generous thing for you to let her wear your medal for the photos. It's just a piece of metal after all. Being a good brother is more important." The pressure was immense. All eyes were on me. Being a good brother meant erasing my own achievement. Refusing meant being the villain who made his sister cry. With trembling hands, I took the medal off my neck and handed it to her. The tears vanished instantly. My mother beamed. "That's my sweet boy." I didn't feel sweet, I felt invisible. My only true refuge was in the world of academics. It was logical, it was fair. The laws of physics didn't care who your parents liked more. It was in my AP biology class that I found a real ally, Dr. Sterling. He was a retired neurosurgeon who taught high school biology because, as he put it, he wanted to shape minds before they got ruined by the ego of medical school. He was sharp, intimidating, and he didn't suffer fools. And for some reason, he saw me. He saw the extra research I did, the questions I asked that went way beyond the curriculum. One afternoon, he kept me after class. The room was empty, smelling of whiteboard markers and formaldehyde. "Julian," he said, leaning against his heavy oak desk. "You have a mind for this. A real intuitive grasp of complex biological systems. It's not something you can teach. You either have it, or you don't." He paused, his eyes searching my face. "Tell me something, your parents, are they fostering this?" I felt a flush of heat creep up my neck. They want us to be doctors," I mumbled, the us hanging heavily in the air. "Doctor?" Sterling nodded slowly, a deep, sad understanding in his gaze. "I see, the royal we." He reached into his worn leather briefcase and pulled out a thick, intimidatingly dense medical textbook, Netter's Atlas of Human Anatomy. This was my companion through my first year of med school. "It's yours now. Don't tell your parents. Don't tell anyone. Just read it. Absorb it. Let it be our secret." And that book became my holy text. I would spend my lunch hours hidden in a dusty study carrel in the back of the school library, absorbing every page. My parents, meanwhile, were sinking a small fortune into elite private tutors for Chloe. Tutors who would arrive in expensive cars, tutors my mother would boast about at her tennis club. "Chloe is working with Dr. Vance from the university," she'd say loudly. "He thinks she has tremendous promise." I wasn't jealous of the tutoring itself. I was gutted by the blatant disparity in investment. They were betting on her. I was expected to figure it out entirely on my own. It was Dr. Sterling who pushed me to apply to Vanguard Institute of Medicine. I thought it was a joke. "They don't accept kids like me," I'd argued. "What? Kids who are brilliant but don't have a cheering section at home?" He countered with a wry smile. "Sometimes, Julian, that's exactly who they're looking for. Talent like yours has to carve its own path. Never, ever depend on the good graces of others to validate your worth. Your worth is inherent. Remember that." My other anchor was my older brother, Liam. He was 4 years my senior and had escaped to a college on the opposite side of the country the second he turned 18. He saw our family with the crystal clarity of distance. The summer before he left, he sat me down in his empty bedroom. "Jules," he said, his voice deadly serious. "I'm going to give you some advice, and I need you to listen. Mom and Dad have a massive blind spot named Chloe. They will always manage situations to protect her feelings, even if it means throwing you under the bus. You have to protect yourself." He leaned in closer. "Start a file. A secret one on your laptop. If they say something important, write it down. If there's a weird conversation, document it. Date, time, exact words. Sounds paranoid, I know. But data doesn't have feelings. Data is just the truth. And one day, you might need the truth on your side. It felt deeply cynical, like a spy movie, keeping a dossier on my own parents. But the look in his eyes was so urgent that I did it. I created a hidden folder named Insurance. For years, it sat there mostly empty, until now. After hearing them in the study that April night, my heart hammering against my ribs, I powered on my laptop. I opened the insurance folder and created a new text file. Date, April 14th. Time, approx 10:45 p.m. Subject, parental discussion regarding Vanguard acceptance. Overheard mother and father in the study. Mother stated my success would be a disaster for Chloe's psyche. Father stated, we have to do something. Implication, they intend to interfere with my enrollment at VIM to protect Chloe's ego. It was the first brick in the wall I would have to build to protect my own future. They had made their first move in the shadows. Now, thanks to Liam, I was ready to start turning on the lights. Update 1. The weeks following that night were a masterclass in psychological warfare. My parents didn't confront me directly. That would have been too honest. Instead, they waged a campaign of strategic neglect, designed to wear me down. Every time I brought up Vanguard, or a housing form I needed signed, or a question about the financial aid portal, the conversation would be deftly suffocated. My mother would suddenly remember an urgent phone call, or get a pained expression and sigh, Julian, please, can we not talk about all this college stress right now? It's been so hard on your sister. My father would simply become deaf, his attention consumed by a non-existent spot on the wall. They were trying to make my future so inconvenient to discuss that I would simply give up. Chloe leaned into her role as the fragile victim perfectly. She would sigh dramatically whenever I walked into a room. If I mentioned a book I was reading, she would murmur just loud enough for our parents to hear, it must be nice to be so naturally smart without having to try. It was a performance, and my parents were her captive audience. The inevitable explosion came at Sunday dinner. This was my father's preferred stage for family pronouncements. To make matters worse, my mother had invited her sister, Aunt Clara. Clara was a licensed family therapist, and my mother wielded her professional title like a shield, as if having a therapist eat our roast beef automatically made our toxic dynamic healthy. My father placed his knife and fork on his plate with a deliberate clink that silenced the room. Julian, he began, his voice dangerously calm. Your mother and I have been doing a great deal of thinking, and we've decided, we think the best path forward for the family is for you to attend Oak Ridge College. I stared at him, my fork frozen halfway to my mouth. Oak Ridge? Why would I go to Oak Ridge? I got into the best medical program in the country. Oak Ridge is an excellent school. My mother interjected, her smile brittle. And the most important thing is that you and Chloe can be together. You can support each other. It's a built-in support system. Support her. I translated the words in my head. What she means is, I'll be her built-in tutor. Her academic life raft. I don't need a support system, I said, forcing my voice to remain perfectly even. And neither does she. She got into Oak Ridge on her own. Me going to Vanguard doesn't change that. Don't be deliberately obtuse, Julian. My father's voice gained a hard, jagged edge. This isn't just about academics. This is about family solidarity. Your sister is going through a moment of profound disappointment. A good son, a good brother, would choose to stand by his sister, not abandon her to chase some pretentious brand name. Abandon her. I couldn't believe the gaslighting. I'm not abandoning her, I'm going to college. How is my success selfish? It's selfish because you are putting your own ego above the emotional well-being of this family. My mother cried, her voice cracking with manufactured hysteria. All of our friends at the club, they'll all be asking, where are the twins going? What are we supposed to tell them? That one ran off to an Ivy Tier school and the other one didn't? It makes it look like there's something wrong with her. With us. So, that was it. Not Chloe's feelings. It was their image, their social standing. My success was a public relations nightmare they needed to bury. Aunt Clara cleared her throat, sensing her cue. Now, Beatrice, Arthur, she said in her infuriatingly placid therapist tone. Let's try to hold space for Julian's feelings here. This is a tremendous achievement, and it's valid for him to feel proud. My mother's head whipped around, her eyes narrowing into slits. Clara, with all due respect, you are our guest. This is a private family matter. Aunt Clara wilted instantly, picking up her water glass and effectively removing herself from the line of fire. So much for professional intervention. I felt a surge of cold, absolute fury. I looked directly into my father's eyes. I am going to the Vanguard Institute of Medicine. He held my gaze, his eyes like chips of ice. Fine, he said, the word dropping like an anvil. That is your choice. But choices have consequences. If you choose to turn your back on this family, then you can choose to pay for your prestigious education yourself. As of this moment, you are completely cut off. Not one dime from me or your mother. Not for tuition, not for housing, not for a single textbook. You want to be an adult? Let's see how you handle it. He expected me to crumble. He saw an 18-year-old kid with a part-time job at a hardware store and no savings. Checkmate. But he didn't know about my secret weapon. He didn't know I had spent hours researching financial aid, Pell Grants, and student loans. I met his icy stare. Okay, I said, my voice shockingly steady, I'll handle it. The flicker of stunned disbelief in his eyes was the only victory I claimed that night. But the real attack, the one that proved this wasn't just about control, but outright sabotage, came 2 weeks later. It wasn't a threat delivered over dinner. It was a silent, digital assassination attempt. It started with an email from the Vanguard Financial Aid Office. The subject line read, "Urgent update, regarding your financial aid package." My heart pounded as I opened it. The email informed me that due to recently updated financial information provided by your family, my eligibility for the Vanguard Need-Based Grant was being re-evaluated. It stated that my expected family contribution, EFC, had significantly increased, and therefore, my $45,000 a year grant would likely be eliminated entirely. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Updated financial information? My dad's commercial real estate business was booming. What were they talking about? I spent an hour in a panicked haze searching online. Had his company tanked? Nothing. Then, Liam's voice echoed in my head. Data is power. I dialed his number, my hands shaking so badly I dropped my phone twice. Liam, it's me. They did something. I read him the email. He was silent for a long moment. Then he swore, a sharp, violent word. Those absolute bastards, he breathed. Jules, they didn't lose money. They lied. What do you mean they lied? There's a loophole, he explained, his voice a mix of fury and chilling, analytical calm. Parents can submit a professional judgment request to a financial aid office claiming a sudden, drastic change in circumstances. Job loss, high medical bills, or massive business deductions. Dad is self-employed. He probably submitted an amended Schedule C, showing massive, fabricated business losses for the current quarter. They're deliberately tanking your financial aid package from the inside. The sheer, calculated malice of it took my breath away. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a premeditated, strategic strike designed to make my dream financially impossible. They weren't just refusing to help, they were actively, secretly working to destroy me. Why? Was all I could whisper. Because if you can't afford Vanguard, you have to come crawling back to them, Liam said grimly. You have to accept their terms. You have to go to Oak Ridge. They're taking all your other choices away. Jules. This is war. I hung up the phone and ran to the bathroom, dry heaving into the sink. My body convulsed from the sheer shock and betrayal. After a few minutes, I splashed cold water on my face and looked at my reflection. My eyes were bloodshot, my face pale. But behind the fear, I saw a flicker of something else. A hard, diamond-cold anger that burned away the panic. I walked back to my room, sat at my laptop, and opened the insurance folder. I saved a PDF of the email. I documented the phone call with Liam. I was no longer a son. I was a plaintiff building an airtight case against my own blood. The next morning, I made the most terrifying phone call of my life. I called the Vanguard Financial Aid Office. I was an 18-year-old kid about to accuse my wealthy, powerful parents of committing federal fraud against a top-tier university. When a polite woman named Mrs. Vance answered, I took a deep breath. Good morning, I said, forcing my voice to drop an octave to sound older. My name is Julian Evans. I'm calling about a re-evaluation of my financial aid package. I explained the situation as clinically as possible. I didn't use the word sabotage. I said, I have reason to believe that the updated financial information the university received via the professional judgment request is entirely fraudulent. My initial aid offer was based on my parents' official tax returns, which I have physical copies of. To my knowledge, their financial situation has not negatively changed. In fact, my father's firm just closed a major plaza development. Mrs. Vance was quiet. I could hear the frantic clicking of a keyboard. Julian, this is a highly unusual and delicate accusation. Legally, since they filed the paperwork, we have to process it. My heart sank. The legal wall. However, she continued, the integrity of our aid process is paramount. Please hold. The hold music was a tinny classical piece that grated on my raw nerves. Each second felt like an hour. But the voice that returned was not hers. It was a man's, deep and authoritative. Julian, this is Dr. Mehta, the Director of Admissions and Financial Aid. I pulled your file. I remember your application personally. Your essay on CRISPR technology was one of the most insightful I've read this decade. We want you at Vanguard. His voice was incredibly validating. Given the severity of your claim, and the fact that you are legally 18, I am personally placing a temporary freeze on any changes to your package. The grant you were offered is secure for now. We will require a formal, notarized statement from you to permanently seal the file against further parental amendments. I had won the battle. The grant was safe. But it only covered half the cost. The rest was a vast, terrifying ocean of debt I had no way to cross. My father's threat to cut me off was still a loaded gun pointed at my head. I knew my next move. Update 2. That Saturday, I drove 2 hours out of the city to my grandparents' estate. Margaret and Winston Evans were cut from a completely different cloth than my father. My grandfather had built a massive manufacturing and real estate empire from a single machine shop. They were pragmatic, razor-sharp, and valued grueling hard work above the flimsy currency of country club social standing. They had always been kind to me, but distant. Today, I was going to force them to see me. I didn't show up crying. I didn't show up complaining. I showed up wearing a suit, carrying a leather briefcase Liam had mailed me. I sat them down in their sun-drenched library, the room smelling of old paper and lemon polish. I'm not here to complain about my father, I began, my voice clear and steady. I'm here to present a business proposal. I opened the briefcase and laid everything out on the mahogany table. My acceptance letter to Vanguard, the fraudulent financial aid email, the W-2s and tax documents I had quietly copied from my father's unlocked home office, the insurance file detailing the conversations. Then, I presented a detailed, line-item spreadsheet. I had calculated everything down to the penny: tuition, double occupancy dorm fees, meal plans, textbooks, even a budget for laundry and subway passes. I am not asking for a gift, I said, looking my formidable grandfather directly in the eye. I am asking for a loan. I have drafted a legal contract here. It proposes a 6% interest rate, and stipulates a repayment plan beginning 6 months after my medical residency ends. I am asking you to be my angel investors. My grandfather, Winston, a man who routinely negotiated $100 million deals, picked up my spreadsheet. He studied it without a word, his face a stern, unreadable mask. My grandmother, Margaret, who had managed the company's books for 40 years, read my homemade loan contract, her lips pressed into a thin line. The silence was deafening. If they said no, my dream was dead. Finally, my grandfather placed the paper down. He looked at my grandmother, exchanging a long, silent look that contained 1,000 unspoken words. Then he turned his piercing gray eyes to me. Your father, Winston said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, always had a weak spine. He cared more about the shine on his shoes than the dirt on his hands. He forgot that a man's worth is what he builds, not what he pretends to be. My grandmother folded the contract and pushed it back across the table. We will not be your investors, Julian, she said. My stomach plummeted through the floor. Because an investment implies a risk, she continued, a small, sharp smile touching the corner of her lips. And you, my dear boy, are not a risk. You are the surest bet in this entire room. She paused, letting the relief wash over me. We will not give you a loan. We will, however, be establishing the Julian Evans Educational Trust. It will be funded tomorrow to cover your entire educational and living expenses for the next 8 years of your medical training. The funds will be dispersed directly to you, under your sole legal control. Think of it as an advance on your inheritance. An investment in a legacy of competence, rather than the legacy of appearances your father is so desperate to maintain. I was floored. Utterly speechless. I just stared at them, my mouth agape. My grandfather stood up, walked over to the antique telephone on his desk, and dialed a number from memory. Marcus, he barked into the receiver. Listen to me. I am instructing you to immediately liquidate my entire equity position in the Kensington Plaza project. Yes, all of it. I want it done by market close on Monday. No, the market fundamentals are fine. My personal priorities regarding my son have shifted. That's all you need to know. Make it hurt. He hung up the phone. He hadn't yelled. He hadn't threatened. In a single, calm, 60-second phone call, my grandfather had just pulled $12 million of vital funding out of my father's most prestigious, career-defining commercial real estate project. It was a declaration of war, fought not with angry words, but with the cold, brutal, world-ending language of capital. A message my father would understand perfectly. Update 3. The first year at Vanguard was like stepping out of a suffocating, black and white movie into glorious Technicolor. For 18 years, my world had been a claustrophobic stage where I played a supporting character I never auditioned for. Here, I was just Julian. I was surrounded by brilliant people who didn't know my sister, didn't care about my parents' country club, and only cared about the work. I found my tribe immediately: Maya, a whip-smart girl from rural Oregon, and Elias, a hilariously cynical guy from Chicago. We bonded over a disastrous organic chemistry lab where we nearly set a fume hood on fire. Academically, I was thriving. The years I'd spent teaching myself from Dr. Sterling's stolen textbook gave me a massive advantage. I found a new mentor in Dr. Eris, a brilliant, no-nonsense researcher who offered me a coveted spot in her lab studying CRISPR applications for Huntington's disease. I was doing real science. Meanwhile, the silence from my parents was absolute. My father's prized Kensington project had completely stalled after my grandfather pulled the funding, becoming a massive public embarrassment in his social circles. According to Liam, the atmosphere at home was apocalyptic. They had tried a few last-ditch efforts: a guilt-laden voicemail from my mother, a terse email from my father offering to reconsider his stance if I apologized. I deleted both. Their power over me was gone, and they were terrified of it. I thought it was all over, but the universe had one last, spectacular act of karma in store for me. In late May, I received an email informing me I had been selected as the sole recipient of the Dean's Award for First-Year Research Excellence. It was a massive honor, and it came with a presentation at the prestigious, black-tie annual Vanguard Gala. Out of a deeply ingrained, frankly stupid sense of familial obligation, I emailed my parents to tell them. I expected them to ignore it, but I underestimated their obsession with appearances. This was a command performance. They had to show up, dressed in their finest, and play the role of the proud, supportive parents to quell the rumors spreading through their social circles about their estranged son. The night of the ceremony was surreal. The grand ballroom of the downtown hotel was dripping with crystal chandeliers, filled with the intellectual and financial titans of the medical world. I saw my parents near the back, holding champagne flutes, their faces arranged in masks of pleasant interest. My father in his tailored tuxedo, my mother in a tasteful designer gown. They looked like perfect strangers playing a part. When my name was called for the research award, I walked up to the massive stage, shook the dean's hand, and accepted the heavy glass plaque. I looked out into the crowd and saw my parents clapping politely, their smiles as brittle as spun glass. They had done their PR duty, but the night was far from over. The dean returned to the podium. And now, his voice boomed through the sound system. It is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker. He is a pioneer in neurosurgery, a Vanguard alumnus, and a dedicated philanthropist. Please welcome Dr. Robert Sterling. My head whipped around so fast my neck cracked. Dr. Sterling. My high school biology teacher. He walked onto the stage, exuding calm, unshakable authority. He scanned the audience, and for one brief, electric second, his eyes met mine. He gave me a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. A secret message just for me. He began his speech, speaking of innovation and the future of medicine. Then, his tone shifted, becoming deeply intimate. But the greatest challenge for any brilliant student, he said, his gaze sweeping over the room of wealthy donors, is not always found in a laboratory. Sometimes, the most daunting obstacle is simply surviving the people who are supposed to protect you. A hush fell over the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my parents. They were no longer smiling. This year, I launched the Sterling Foundation Scholarship, he continued, his voice ringing with passion. It is a full-ride, 4-year endowment designed to champion a student who has faced down profound adversity and simply refused to be denied their destiny. In reviewing the applications, one story seized our attention. A young man with staggering intellect, who wrote not of poverty, but of a silent, psychological war fought within his own home. The air in the ballroom was so thick you could choke on it. I dared to glance at my parents. Their faces were ashen. Stark white. Their smiles were completely gone, replaced by identical masks of dawning, inescapable horror. Dr. Sterling hadn't used my name yet, but he was painting a vivid, undeniable portrait of their abuse for a room full of the exact elite peers my parents spent their lives trying to impress. This young man's parents actively conspired to submit fraudulent financial documents to this very university to destroy his scholarship, simply because his brilliance was inconvenient to their preferred family narrative. Dr. Sterling's voice echoed like thunder. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He fought back with nothing but the truth and an unbreakable spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever recipient of the Sterling Foundation Scholarship is Mr. Julian Evans. Silence. For one heartbeat, the world stopped spinning. Then, the applause erupted. It wasn't polite clapping. It was a roar. A thunderous, rolling wave of sound. The entire hall surged to its feet in a standing ovation. Maya and Elias were screaming my name. My grandparents, who had flown in without telling me, were on their feet, my grandmother weeping openly. The spotlight found me, pinning me in its blinding glare. As I walked up to the stage to shake Dr. Sterling's hand, I looked out into the sea of faces and found my parents. They were standing. They had no choice. The entire room of billionaires, deans, and elite doctors was standing, and they were trapped. They were clapping, their hands moving in jerky, mechanical motions. Their faces were frozen in a grotesque, agonizing parody of pride. They were trapped in a public nightmare of their own making, forced to participate in the deafening public worship of the very sun they had tried to break. Dr. Sterling grasped my hand firmly. He leaned in close, his voice a fierce whisper. You carved your own path, Julian, now go blind them with your light. That was my victory. It wasn't a quiet argument in a living room. It was a symphony of public, undeniable, absolute destruction of their false image. Later that night, my phone buzzed. It was my father. I swiped to answer, feeling nothing but cold calm. Julian, his voice was hollow, stripped of all its booming authority. It was the voice of a man utterly defeated. That was Quite a spectacle tonight. Your mother is inconsolable. That man. He made us look like monsters. Ass. He told the truth, Arthur, I replied, my voice even. He just did it in a ballroom instead of a courtroom. He was silent. He wanted me to scream, to rage, to give him an opening to call me hysterical. I denied him the battle. What do you want, Dad? I asked. I want my family back. I want things to go back to how they were. That's never going to happen, I said, with absolute finality. The dynamic where my worth is a sacrifice for Chloe's ego is dead. The parents who forged federal documents to ruin their son's life are dead to me. If you ever want a relationship with me, it will be on my terms. As an adult, you will respect me, or you will never speak to me again. I didn't wait for his answer. I just hung up. The silence in my dorm room wasn't lonely. It was the sound of total, absolute peace. Update 4. The final closure. It's been a few years since that night. I'm now in my residency, working grueling 36-hour shifts, and I have never been happier. My parents' social standing never recovered. The story of what they did became legendary gossip, and my father's firm quietly downsized after my grandfather permanently cut ties with him. But the final piece of understanding came from an unexpected source, my Aunt Helen, my father's estranged sister. We met for coffee last year, and she slid an old photograph across the table. It showed a young, timid version of my father standing next to a taller, charismatic boy who looked just like him. That's your Uncle Jonathan, Helen told me softly. He was the golden child. Valedictorian, star athlete, brilliant. Your father spent his entire life in Jonathan's shadow, feeling like a worthless disappointment. Jonathan died in a car crash at 20. Your father was devastated, but I think he was also relieved. The shadow was gone. She looked at me with profound sadness. When he saw you, Julian, he saw Jonathan. Your natural brilliance terrified him. And when he looked at Chloe, he saw himself. He rigged the game because he swore he would never let his daughter feel the way he did. He became the monster he hated to protect her. It didn't excuse a single thing he did. But it finally made sense. The anger I carried cooled into a deep, weary pity. As for Chloe, she actually failed out of Oak Ridge her sophomore year. Without me to serve as her scapegoat, she collapsed under the weight of expectations she could never meet. She called me one night, sobbing real, ragged tears admitting she couldn't do it. For the first time, I didn't feel resentment. I just felt pity for a girl who had been lied to her whole life. I spent hours on the phone, teaching her how to study. She eventually switched to nursing, a field she actually loves, and she is thriving. Last week, I received a handwritten letter from her. Julian, I am so sorry. I loved being the favorite, and I let them use my feelings to hold you back because it benefited me. I finally see it all. You refusing to give up your award wasn't you trying to humiliate me, it was you finally refusing to erase yourself. I am so incredibly proud of the man you've become. Love, Chloe. I stood by the window of my apartment, looking out at the city lights. Power isn't something people can give you or take away. Real power is the quiet, unshakable belief in your own worth, built brick by painful brick in the dark. And once you build it, no one can ever tear it down. My 315-pound fiancé told me to lose 28 pounds for our wedding. I asked if he'd diet too. He laughed. Grooms don't have to. I set my ring down. Mason was at a work conference 5 years ago. His confidence and humor made me laugh until my stomach hurt. He was large, but I didn't care. I believed that how someone treated you mattered more than their body. When we started dating, I was 145 pounds. I wore size 6. Mason repeatedly praised my beauty. He couldn't think I'd desire him. 3 years together led to engagement. Mason proposed at our first date restaurant. He dropped down on one knee and cried, saying he wanted to make me happy forever. I said yes because I loved him and thought he loved me as I was. The wedding planning began quickly. Mason had all kinds of opinions. He wanted a specific venue, caterer, and band. He preferred navy and gold. He requested guests I had never heard of. I let him make most of the selections since he was so eager and I wanted him to have his dream wedding. Then we hired the photographer. Mason spent 5 hours researching photographic packages online. Studying sample wedding albums was like studying for an exam. He created spreadsheets comparing pricing, styles, and editing choices. I loved that he wanted to capture our special day. After we paid the deposit, Mason sat me at the kitchen table. He wanted to discuss something essential. He contemplated how we might seem in the images. He wanted our wedding album to be something we'd always be proud of. I concurred. I also desired that. Mason advised me to reduce weight. He stated the camera added 8 pounds, and he didn't want me to look overweight in photos. He recommended 28 pounds. He claimed the wedding was 9 months away, so I had time to start immediately. He stated he studied diets and gym memberships for me. I sat there trying to comprehend what occurred. I asked him to repeat. He repeated it as if it were the most reasonable request. I was told he wanted me to appear good. He stated decreasing weight would help me glow on my wedding day as brides should. Just because he loved me and wanted the best for us, he stated. Mason was also asked about losing weight. He chuckled. He laughed like I joked. Different, he said. He stated grooms didn't have to bother about images like brides. He said everyone would look at me regardless, so I should try. Because tuxedos flatter all body shapes, he believed he would look good in one. I noted his 315 pounds. I said I weighed 145. By any measure, I wasn't the one who needed to lose weight in our relationship. A defensive Mason. It seemed I was missing the point. Not for health, he said. It was aesthetic. He said brides should look a certain way, and I wasn't. He stated his mother concurred. He mentioned his mother thought I could tone up before the wedding. Asking when he discussed my body with his mother. He stated they discussed it 10 days ago while looking at my old images. He stated his mother noticed I had gained a few pounds since we started dating, and felt the wedding would motivate me to get back in shape. I hadn't gained weight. I weighed the same when we met. I ran 4 miles every morning. I practiced yoga 3 times a week. Nothing had changed about my body but Mason and his mother's perception. I didn't shout. No tears. I stared at this man I had committed to marry and realized I didn't know him. Mason got another question. I inquired if he would marry me if I didn't lose weight. He paused. I learned everything from that hesitation. He promised to marry me but may be disappointed. He wanted to be proud of his bride. He hoped I wouldn't be selfish. My engagement ring was removed and placed on the table between us. Mason glanced at it in confusion. He inquired about my activities. I'm losing weight. He appeared bewildered. Asking how much. I mentioned 195 pounds. He realized I was talking about him after a few seconds. He stared at that ring like it was new. The diamond reflected kitchen light on the table, creating miniature rainbows. I watched his face change from uncertainty to panic as he processed what I said. He opened his mouth twice before speaking. I'd never heard him speak with such a tight, biting voice, up half an octave. He inquired whether I was serious. Right now. I told him I had never been more serious about anything on earth. I needed him to leave our apartment tonight so I could think straight without him attempting to get me to lose 28 pounds. He reclined so hard that his chair scraped the floor. He claimed his name was on the lease beside mine. He said this was his home and he wouldn't leave. I rose up and took my handbag off the counter. The microwave bowl held my keys as usual. I held them and found them heavier than usual. Mason called after me as I approached the door, asking where I was going. I ignored him. I opened the door, walked down the hallway and got to my car. Driving to Brooks' place took 25 minutes but felt like hours. Every light felt endless. My steering wheel hands shook. Mason stated the camera added 8 pounds and he wanted to be proud of his bride, so I repeated that. The lyrics stuck in my head like a tune. I arrived at Brooks' parking lot around 9 p.m. I sat in my car for a minute before moving. Because I wanted exercise, I took the stairs instead of the lift to her 4th floor flat. She opened the door in pajamas and an old college sweater when I knocked. She looked at my face and left without saying anything. She dragged me inside and shut the door. Her apartment smelled like the farmer's market vanilla candles she always bought. She led me to the couch and left for the kitchen. I heard her filling the kettle and starting the stove. She returned with 2 mugs and a box of tea bags and sat next to me. I couldn't stop talking once I started. I told her Mason's comments regarding my weight, photos, and his mother's support. When I asked if he'd marry me, I told her about his uncertainty. I advised her to remove the ring. Not once did Brooke interrupt. She listened and refilled my tea mug. My phone buzzed on the coffee table and my neck was stiff the next morning on Brooke's couch. The screen showed 21 Mason missed calls. I scrolled through 12 apology to accusation texts. One message said I overreacted to a simple request. Another claimed he was boosting my performance. A third said his mother wanted our best. My fists were against my eyes as the phone lay face down on the table. Returning from her bedroom in jammies, Brooke requested coffee. Despite not drinking coffee, I agreed. She gave me a cup with "Nevertheless" in white letters, printed in French. I held the warm coffee and studied my phone like it would explode. Mason sent 4 more texts while I watched. The first said to talk like adults. The second called me childish. His mother was upset, the third said. I put my phone away and drank coffee. We had scrambled eggs and toast for breakfast at Brooke's kitchen table. I had no idea what to do when she asked. She made a napkin list with a junk drawer pen. Typed bank account first, then landlord and lawyer, possibly after assessing your needs. She double underlined the last. She advised me to open a bank account before Mason mishandled our money. She suggested discussing the lease with the landlord. She advised me to decide what I wanted before Mason's explanations and apologies exhausted me. I felt my chest shift as I viewed her list. I realized I had shrunk completely to please Mason and his mother. Let him pick the venue, caterer, musician, and colors. I laughed at bad jokes. Seeing his conviction, I agreed to things I didn't want. I stopped shrinking. After I assured Brooke I was done shrinking, she squeezed my hand across the table. Returning to flat at 11:30 a.m. moment I knew Mason would work. I was nervous turning my key even though his car wasn't in the parking lot. I left the unit unchanged. Dinner dishes remained in the sink. My engagement ring was on the kitchen table when I left. I pondered the ring. Sunlight shrank the diamond. How could I find it lovely? The bedroom closet held 3 suitcases, which I removed. I packed 9 or 14 days of clothes first. Then I brought my laptop, running shoes and bedside family photos. I took my yoga mat and favorite coffee mug from the corner and kitchen cabinet. Taken my bedtime books and college journal. I looked around the flat again and realized how little was mine. Mason's old furniture. His mother picked the wall art. Only 3 suitcases held my belongings. The ring on the table was ignored as I buttoned the zipper and left. Mason's car entered the parking lot as I filled the second bag. He parked next to me and left before I closed my trunk. I said I was getting things when he asked. He suggested adult discussion. I said we could talk after I processed his request. He came and said I was unreasonable. After thinking about it all night, he realized he may have said things wrong but made a good point. He advised brides to look their best. He promised to help me succeed. Never wanted to lose 28 pounds, I told him. I told him I only wanted to think away. He blamed thinking. He said I overthought a simple conversation and made it theatrical. The explanation would help me understand his love, he said. Entering my car, I closed the trunk. Mason spoke through my locked parking lot window. Not hearing the words, I could see his mouth moving. I started the car and left my parking spot while he stood there. Harper, my sister, called me that afternoon, and I told her everything. She was quiet after I spoke. She promised to arrive at Brooke's apartment in 3.5 hours by car. I told her not to, but she insisted. Her extended cab pickup arrived 3.5 hours later. Her hug was too intense to breathe. She then asked if I still had the apartment key, which I did, and said great because we were going to get the rest of my stuff. Mason's car was gone again when we took her truck to the apartment. Harper didn't probe or ask. Recently, she packed boxes. She stole my winter clothes and kitchen supplies from the closet and cabinets. She packed my desk, bookshelves, and 4-year-old yard sale lamp. She whispered about men who think women exist to look nice in photos. She said nerve, mother, and 315 pounds can go to hell. I felt less weird leaving because of her outrage. I thought I wasn't overreacting. I waited at the busy bank on Wednesday morning. The woman behind the counter asked how she could help and I said I needed a new bank account. My information was requested from her computer forms. She didn't ask why I opened a new account or where the money came from. She handled paperwork easily. I got 55% of our savings in my new account. The screen number was smaller than I wanted but larger than I feared. Signing the documents was scary but right. I received my temporary checks and debit card over the counter from the agent. I left the bank feeling accomplished. That felt like independence but I didn't know what. Mason dropped by Brooke's apartment Wednesday night without warning. He knocked while I ate leftover Chinese on her couch. Brooke called me by name through the peephole. My head shook as she nodded. She opened the chain-locked door. Mason requested a private gap conversation. Brooke said I would call him when I was ready. So respect my space. Mason volume increased. He called this stupid and said my friends manipulated me. He said Brooke was turning me against him. Brooke told him to leave because that didn't work. Mason mumbled something else I couldn't hear. A powerful kick-like thud followed. Brooke locked the door and went to the couch. He allegedly marked her doorframe with a kick. We heard his footsteps slow as he left. I visited the landlord in her first-floor office Thursday afternoon. A woman in her early 60s wore chained reading glasses. She asked what happened after checking my lease on her computer. I told him my fiancé and I broke up and one had to leave. She nodded like she'd heard the tale 100 times. My lease had 5 months left, but she apologized. She said Mason and I were legally responsible for rent until then. She suggested finding someone to take over 60% of the lease if we wanted to leave early. New tenants need her approval, but she'll work with us. I thanked her and went upstairs with purpose. Looking for someone to take over my lease. I had something to focus on instead of feeling stuck between my old and new lives. I tried being normal at work on Monday. I received coffee at my desk from Grant at 9:30 a.m. and asked about lunch. No seemed odd, so I said yes. We sat by the window at the sandwich shop 3 blocks from the office. Grant asked about wedding preparations and I felt sick. He saw Mason and me at the December corporate Christmas party. Mason kept me all night and announced his marriage. A sandwich helped me pause before responding. Grant was told wedding stress was manageable. Even I thought my voice was fake. Grant nodded, mentioning a project due next week. I liked his non-information request. Walking back to work, I realized how many co-workers knew Mason and asked questions I couldn't answer. Phone buzzed Wednesday afternoon meeting. Mason texted me that his mother wanted to discuss this misunderstanding. He suggested she refocus us. I stared at the message until someone asked about the quarterly report, then pretended to listen. Rereading the text in the bathroom after the meeting. I knew who advised weight loss. That wasn't Mason's plan. My body was discussed with his mother for months. Before reconsidering, I blocked her number. I didn't need her explanations or manipulation. Mason texted 4 more times asking why I wasn't answering his mother. I focused on work with my phone face down on my desk. Wedding planner contacted Wednesday morning. She asked about final guest counts in a confident tone. Closed my office door before telling her we were canceling. She lost her voice's joy. This happened after she admitted understanding. We would lose most of our deposits, she said. We exceeded 75 days for a full refund from the venue. Always over half the caterer kept. The band kept deposit. Only the photographer would refund us minus a processing fee. While she spoke, I mentally calculated quickly. More than $9,500 was lost. I begged her to cancel everything. She apologized and emailed the documents. After hanging up, I sat at my desk sick about the money but knowing it was worth it. The $9,500 cost to end a conditional acceptance marriage seemed fair. Thursday night, Brooke suggested I see a professional. She said friends were fine, but I needed real help processing. She had already scheduled sessions with Claire Bennett, a therapist who accepted my insurance the following week. I booked the appointment while Brooke was on the phone to avoid convincing myself otherwise. The following Wednesday's session started at 3:30. Her downtown office had a lavender-scented waiting room. She was younger than expected and had knotted brown hair. She asked me about my ideal marriage. I mentioned our wedding, house, and potential children. Claire listened uninterrupted. I was asked how Mason would affect my daily life. When I spoke, I realized I'd imagined trying to meet changing standards to stay insecure. My marriage would have been spent worrying about my weight, beauty, and worth. Claire wrote something in her notepad and asked how I felt. I regretted almost choosing that life. I got voicemail Friday afternoon. Mason texted me his mother's number. In the work parking lot, I listened in my car. Her voice was vehement. She called me selfish and immature for rejecting a good man over advice. He deserved better than someone who couldn't take criticism, she said. She said I erred greatly. She sounded almost sweet when discussing my relationship comfort. She warned Mason months ago that I'd let myself go after the wedding if I wasn't careful. She said she was just preventing it. The message lasted 2:30. It took 2 listens to understand how someone could think this way. Mason asked me to lose 28 pounds after months of her criticizing me, calling me comfortable and predicting I'd gain weight. I deleted the message and got mad. I told Brooke about the voicemail over coffee Saturday morning. In anger, she said things about Mason's mother that made me laugh for days. She disclosed what a mutual friend told her. Mason claimed I left him without warning over a minor wedding planning dispute. His version made me sound unstable. As the victim, he pretended to be surprised. My face heated up. Brooke asked me to be honest. I agreed immediately. More thought followed. Claire suggested I focus on my healing rather than managing others' stories in our session. I avoided Masonic arguments. Even though Brooke thought that was smart, she would tell anyone who asked that Mason lied. Sunday afternoon, Brooke called with good news. Her boyfriend knew a renter. He needed a place to take over my half of the lease 6 weeks later. The landlord was notified by phone. She mentioned checking the new tenant's credit, but it sounded good. I texted Mason that I found a tenant for my half of the lease. Calls were made immediately. Speaking loudly and furiously. He said I was leaving home. I abandoned us, he said. He said I wasn't trying to bargain. I patiently awaited his silence. When he made my dress size a love condition, I told him he left us. Not fair, he said. I said fair and hung up. Despite shaking hands, I felt good about defending myself. Because I couldn't sleep Monday night, I looked through old laptop photos. Mason and I dated 5 years ago when I found these photos. The work conference where we met, our 4th date at a baseball game, and the beach weekend 7 months later all had one. I looked the same. Same face, body, and size. I hadn't gained weight, making his request insulting. He didn't react to change. He was preemptively controlling me to prevent me from falling short of his standards. He may have always had these thoughts and waited until we were engaged to say them. Regardless, it proved my choice was right. After closing my laptop, I slept in bed. Mason texted Wednesday to meet for coffee to divide our things. A coffee shop near my office was my Thursday afternoon meeting spot. He was sitting at a back table when I arrived. After seeing me, he stood up to hug me, but I sat down quickly. He sat down and began talking immediately. He said he didn't mean it my way. He said he was nervous about the photos because weddings were expensive and he wanted perfection. We paid $3,400 for the photographer, so he wanted good photos. Never meant to hurt me, he said. He said I overreacted. He spoke non-stop for 20 minutes. I gazed at him silently. He paused and asked if I would respond. I told Mason asking your partner to lose weight for photos wasn't nervous. Malice disguised as concern. I said his inability to comprehend that disqualified us from marriage. His face reddened. Other customers looked over at his loud voice. He wondered why I was punishing him for caring about our wedding. He said he wanted to make us special. I was unreasonable and stubborn, he said. I got up while he was talking. After leaving the coffee shop, I drove away. He sent me texts, but I didn't read them. I stopped arguing with someone who didn't understand. A conference organizer message arrived in my work email Monday morning. The annual professional development conference was 6 weeks away. Mason's name appeared 4 rows below mine in the attendee list. My stomach twisted. I signed up for this conference 8 months ago when we were still together planning our future. I wanted to cancel my registration after thinking about staying in the same hotel for 4 days. I started a new email to request reassignment but stopped halfway through. Mason took 5 years of my life and shaped every decision. He would not steal my career opportunities. I deleted my message and wrote another. Mason and I worked in related departments, so I asked the organizer if we could be in different workshop tracks to benefit our company. Within an hour, the organizer said she would minimize overlap. I was relieved and proud that I stood up for myself instead of hiding. I saw Claire that afternoon for therapy. I explained the conference situation when she asked how I was handling the separation. I then mentioned my concern. My thoughts kept returning to the wedding planning and Mason's every decision. Claire asked me what I chose for the wedding. Sitting there, I tried to remember. The architecture drew him to the venue. The caterer was his choice because he wanted a specific menu. He chose the band after hearing them at his cousin's wedding. He chose navy and gold because they were his college colors. Family and coworkers dominated the guest list. His mother advised me on what would photograph well when I chose my dress. Claire asked my wedding wishes. I realized I was clueless. I never considered it because Mason was so excited about everything that I followed his plans. Claire noted the pattern. He said, Mason made decisions for us without actually consulting me, and I accepted it because I thought that was what compromise looked like. Compromising meant both parties contributed. Mason decided and I agreed because disagreeing felt difficult. I left therapy feeling like someone had turned on a light in a room I had been sitting in for 5 years. I could finally see all the furniture I had been tripping over in the dark. Harper called that night to say she found a micro 1-bedroom apartment available immediately. The kitchen was a hot plate and a mini fridge, and the bathroom was so small you could sit on the toilet and wash your hands in the sink. The rent was $250 more than my half of the current apartment, but it was available now and it was mine alone, so I told Harper I would take it. She picked me up Saturday morning with her truck and we loaded my clothes, books, kitchen supplies and the small desk I brought into the relationship. Since the building had no elevator, Harper helped me carry everything up 4 flights of stairs. We spent the afternoon setting up my new space. I put my bed against the wall and my desk under the window and hung my clothes in the barely sized closet. Harper and I went to Home Goods to buy curtains. I stood in the curtain aisle looking at beige, gray, white and navy options. I saw bright yellow curtains with a sunshine pattern that Mason would have hated and his mother would have said were too loud. I bought them immediately. Harper helped me hang them, and the whole apartment looked different. Brighter. Happier. Mine. I looked around at this small expensive space that I had chosen without considering anyone else's opinion and felt free for the first time in years. My name was called while I was reading labels in the pasta aisle at the grocery store near my new apartment on Sunday afternoon. Nolan, Mason's best man, stopped his cart next to mine and asked how I was doing. I said I was fine and tried to move past him, but he stepped in. He said Mason was really torn up about the breakup and was not eating or sleeping and spent most of his time sitting around looking miserable. He suggested I give Mason another chance because everyone makes mistakes and Mason loved me. I looked at Nolan and wondered what Mason had told him about why we broke up. Nolan looked uncomfortable and said Mason mentioned wedding planning disagreements. I told Nolan that Mason demanded I lose 28 pounds so I wouldn't look heavy in our wedding photos. He said he didn't know that. I said Mason should be torn up about what he said to me, not about facing consequences. Nolan was quiet for a moment, then he said he was sorry and he didn't realize that. He said he would have reacted the same way I did if someone told him to lose weight for photos. I appreciated his honesty. I told him I needed to finish shopping and he moved his cart out of my way. I met Brooke for coffee Wednesday morning before work. She looked at me with an unreadable expression and said she heard something from another friend and wanted to tell me. No one in their friend group knew why Mason's previous girlfriend left because she stopped showing up to events and Mason said they grew apart. Brooke always thought it was weird how quickly that relationship ended, so she wondered if Mason did something similar. After searching through Mason's old photos, I found Lauren, his ex, on social media, who lived 3 towns over. I looked at her profile for a long time, deciding whether to contact her. It felt strange to contact someone I didn't know to ask about her relationship history, but I wanted to know if Mason had a pattern of this behavior or if I was special in bringing it out. I introduced myself and said I was engaged to Mason until recently. I asked if she would be willing to talk about their relationship and hit send before I could change my mind. Lauren responded the next day. We agreed to have lunch Saturday at a restaurant halfway between our towns. I arrived first and sat at a window table. Lauren arrived 12 minutes later and I recognized her from her photos. She sat across from me and we ordered food. Then she asked what happened with Mason. I told her about the weight loss demand, his mother's involvement, and how he laughed when I asked if he planned to lose weight. Lauren nodded like none of this surprised her. She said Mason behaved similarly with her. At first he was wonderful and supportive, then he started making comments. He said her job was not prestigious enough and she should look for something. He said her friends were holding her back and criticized how much time she spent with her family. He then commented on her appearance, saying she should wear more makeup, dress more casually, and lose a few pounds and tone up. He always wanted her to be the best version of herself. Lauren said she tried for 7 months to change her hair, buy new clothes and join a gym, but he always found something else to improve. She left when she realized the point was not improvement. The point was control. I drove home from lunch with Lauren feeling validated and sad. Her story proved I wasn't crazy or oversensitive. Mason had done this before, criticizing women and passing it off as care. I felt sad that I wasted 5 years on someone whose behavior was so predictable. If I had known about Lauren earlier, maybe I would have seen the signs sooner and left before we got engaged, planned a wedding, and built a life together that I now had to take apart. I called Sienna from my car and told her about Lauren. She listened and then changed my perspective. She said recognizing the pattern now saved me from wasting more years. Some people stayed in relationships like this for decades because they never got confirmation that the problem was real. I had proof that leaving was the right choice, which was worth celebrating even though it hurt. 1 month later I checked into the hotel Thursday afternoon and saw Mason across the lobby talking to an accountant. My stomach dropped, even though I knew he would be there. I had prepared for this moment, but seeing him made it too real. I headed for the elevator to avoid him, but Grant, who worked in my department and we had met at company events, asked if I wanted coffee before the first session. I agreed because being with someone was better than being alone. Grant ordered 2 lattes at the hotel coffee shop and didn't mention Mason, or ask about my personal life. He just talked about work projects and conference sessions. His casual kindness made me feel less alone. I realized I had been so focused on Mason, the wedding, and the breakup that I forgot I had other people who cared about me. The first day of sessions went well because the organizer kept her promise to separate Mason and me. I didn't see him again until the networking break Friday afternoon, when I saw Mason walking toward me. Grant blocked his path before he reached me. I watched Mason explain a work project to Grant, who was his colleague, and I was grateful. Grant kept Mason busy for 15 minutes talking about budget reports and timeline adjustments. After their conversation, I moved to another part of the room and found Grant near the refreshment table. I thanked him and he shrugged, saying, "Everyone deserved colleagues who had their back." I realized I had more support than I thought. After the conference Sunday night I checked my mail and found a travel company envelope with a payment notice for Mason's honeymoon package which was scheduled for 10 weeks. I was so focused on what I lost when I left Mason that I didn't notice what I still had. The package was non-refundable and the entire $6,800 cost was due in 45 days. I called Mason immediately and he answered on the third ring. I asked him why he never canceled the honeymoon and he said he forgot about it with everything else going on. I told him he needed to handle this. Mason said we should both pay half since we both benefited from booking it originally. I told him I wasn't paying for a honeymoon that wouldn't happen because of his behavior. He said I was being unreasonable. I hung up and called the travel company. The representative said Mason could make changes or cancellations. She said they would send the account to collections if payment was not received by the due date. I texted Mason the deadline and told him to handle it, but he did not respond. I scheduled a lawyer appointment the next week to fix Mason's financial mess. My early 60s lawyer listened as I explained the honeymoon, wedding deposits, and security deposit from our old apartment that Mason still owed me half of. She looked at our old lease, the honeymoon booking email trail, and screenshots of Mason's texts claiming I owed him for wedding cancellations for 20 minutes before looking up. She suggested writing a clear division of debts to offset what Mason claimed I owed against what he actually owed me. The security deposit was $1,350 and Mason never paid me back his half when we moved. That covered most of what he said I owed for the venue deposit. She typed a document right there listing every shared expense and who was responsible. Following her work, Mason owed me $450 more than I owed him, so the wedding venue was split evenly since we both signed that contract. The other deposits were divided similarly by who signed what paperwork. I paid her fee and left with copies of everything in a folder. Claire noticed something in my communication about wedding planning in our next therapy session. Claire asked me what I wanted for the wedding, and I couldn't think of a single detail. She also asked if I was grateful that Mason wanted to marry me. Sienna asked what I meant by someone like him. I said Mason was confident, funny and successful, and I sometimes wondered why he picked me. Claire pointed out that I was also confident, funny and successful. She asked how it felt different. I realized I had been performing gratitude for being chosen. Mason made me feel like I should be thankful someone wanted to marry me, so I didn't advocate for what I wanted for fear of appearing difficult or ungrateful. Claire asked if I deserved wedding opinions. I replied, of course. Hearing myself say it made me realize I hadn't acted like I believed it. She said this pattern probably appeared in other areas of our relationship. I thought about all the times I agreed to things I didn't want or stayed quiet when Mason made decisions without asking. The wedding was the biggest example of how I shrank to please him. That week, I ran 5 and 6 miles because 4 felt easy and signed up for unlimited monthly classes at an advanced yoga studio across town. The classes were harder than I was used to, and I liked shaking my muscles and breathing hard and knowing I was getting stronger. Running every mile felt like shaking off Mason's shame. He wanted me to change my body to meet his standards, but I was changing my body for myself. I told the yoga studio instructor I was training to feel like myself again, and she smiled like she understood. After class, I saw someone taking up space without apologizing in the mirror. I didn't tell many people why Mason and I broke up, but Brooke told her boyfriend, who told someone else, and the story spread. 4 mutual friends stopped responding to my texts and unfollowed me on social media. I assumed they were siding with Mason, didn't believe me, or thought I was overreacting to his request. Others said they always thought his treatment was off. A book club member wrote a long message saying she was glad I got away from Mason because he often spoke over me in groups. A gym friend said Mason made comments about other women's bodies when I wasn't around, which always made him uncomfortable. 3 weeks later I met 4 college friends for coffee downtown. I trusted them to be honest, so we ordered drinks and sat at a corner table. I asked if Mason had ever said anything weird about my appearance. Mason made jokes about my appearance, saying I should try a new hairstyle or ask if I was really going to eat dessert or mention that certain colors were not flattering on me. She said, they all laughed uncomfortably at the time because they did not know what else to do. Another friend said, Mason once commented that I was lucky to have him because most guys his age wanted someone younger and thinner. She almost said something but was afraid of causing. The third friend said she considered pulling me aside several times but didn't know how to bring it up without sounding interfering. I sat there realizing the red flags were obvious to others even though I tried to hide them. They apologized for not saying anything sooner. Mason wrote me a long email 4 days after that coffee meeting with the subject line, "We need to talk," about everything he did right in our relationship and how I was throwing it away over one mistake. He listed all the nice things he did for me over 5 years. He remembered driving 7 hours to pick me up when my car broke down, the surprise birthday party he threw for me 3 years ago, every gift he bought, every vacation we took, and every time he supported me through something difficult. He said he made one comment about wanting me to look my best for our wedding and I was using it to destroy everything we built together. He said I was unfair, unreasonable and selfish, and that if I loved him, I would forgive this one mistake and return to him. I read the email 3 times, wrote a response explaining why his request was a symptom of how he saw me, deleted it, and wrote a different response about our relationship's cycle of control. After deleting that, I wrote a third version with 2 sentences saying I was not coming back and he needed to respect my decision. I was about to send it when I called Claire, who asked me to read her the email. She was quiet and said his email was manipulation to make me doubt my decision. A letter arrived at my new apartment 9 days later. She said he was rewriting history to make himself the victim and that silence was the clearest boundary I could set. I thanked her and deleted all 3 drafts without sending them. The envelope's handwriting was unfamiliar, but inside were 3 pages of stationery with flowers. Marlene wrote that I was breaking her son's heart and ruining his life, saying Mason was a good man who deserved a wife who appreciated him. Women should be grateful for male attention and willing to maintain themselves to keep it, she said. Her generation understood that marriage required compromise and sacrifice, but my generation was too selfish to make relationships work. She said I would regret this decision when I was older and alone and realized I had wasted my chance at a family. She said Mason told her I refused to discuss his concerns about the wedding photos, proving I did not love him. I read 2 pages before stopping because it revealed more about her values. I didn't care what she thought of me, my choices, or my generation, so I threw the letter away without finishing it. The following month, a work friend got married, and I almost didn't go because I was afraid it would hurt to watch someone else get married when my own wedding was in 10 weeks. After RSVPing yes and buying a gift, I put on a dress and drove to the garden ceremony. The bride looked radiant and happy and her groom looked at her like she was perfect. He cried when she walked down the aisle. During the vows he said he loved every part of her and could not wait to spend his life making her as happy as she made him. I was glad not to marry Mason, and confident I made the right choice. At the reception, I danced with other guests, ate cake, and celebrated love that looked like love should. I felt fine driving home that night. Grant invited me to lunch the next week. We talked outside at a sandwich shop near the office in the cold about his ex who constantly criticized him, telling him to dress better, work out more and be more social. After that relationship he took 3 years to rebuild his confidence and still heard her say he wasn't good enough. Sharing our experiences made me feel less alone. Grant said the hardest part was realizing how much he had changed to please her. I assured him I understood that feeling as we finished our sandwiches and returned to work. I was glad to know someone else understood. 7 months after the breakup, Mason arrived at my apartment building as I returned from a run. He said he had been in therapy and understood what he did wrong. He said his therapist helped him see how his weight comments were harmful and controlling. He asked if we could try again, promising he had changed and would never make me feel that way again. I wanted familiarity and an apology, but I also wanted to believe people could change, missed our good times, and was tired of being alone. I looked at him standing there and remembered everything. How he laughed when I asked if he would lose weight, his mother's letter about maintaining myself, and 5 years of shrinking to fit what he wanted. I told Mason I appreciated that he was working on himself, but I wasn't interested in getting back together. He looked at me like I spoke a different language and said I was unfair by not giving him a chance to prove he was different. His voice got louder. He said he went to therapy for me and I owed him a chance. His anger showed he had not changed. Mason tried to hug me goodbye, but I stepped back. The hurt on his face almost made me feel guilty, but then I remembered I wasn't responsible for his emotions anymore. He left without a word. I closed the door and sat on my floor, shaking my hands and body, but my mind was clear. I texted Claire that I held my boundary and it felt terrible and right at the same time. She replied with a proud face emoji and said that was growth. 7 months after the breakup, the lawyer completed the final paperwork to divide our shared assets. He spread the documents across his desk and showed me where to sign. Everything was itemized and fair. The savings account was split in half. The furniture we bought together was divided by who kept what. The security deposit from our old apartment calculated and allocated. I signed my name on every page, feeling like closing a door. I left that office financially independent from Mason, with less money than if we stayed together. Our combined incomes had made life easier, but I had more peace than I had in years. The trade was worth it. I drove home and transferred half of the savings into my personal account. Seeing that number in my balance made me feel like I was building my own life. 1 month later, my manager called me into her office and told me the directors liked my conference work. I took the new job immediately because the raise was big enough to buy a better apartment or start saving for things I wanted. That night, Brooke and Harper and I celebrated at our favorite restaurant with appetizers, dessert and wine. Brooke kept saying she knew I would get it. Harper raised her glass and said she was proud of me. Grant stopped by my desk the next morning to congratulate me and say he told management about my conference work. Several directors asked him about me. I thanked him for believing in me and realized I was building a professional reputation unrelated to any relationship. My career and success were mine, and nobody could take them away. I booked a solo vacation with some of the wedding money. Mason always wanted to go places together, and his idea of vacation involved tours, schedules, and restaurant reservations made weeks in advance. I booked a cabin near Rocky Mountain National Park with no plan, except to do what felt right each day. The first morning, I made coffee and sat on the porch watching the sun rise over the mountains. Nobody asked me what I wanted to do or suggested activities. I hiked a trail I found on a map at the visitor center for 5 hours, stopping to take photos or breathe. Every decision was mine: where I ate breakfast, how I spent my afternoons, and when I went to bed. Hiking different trails each day, reading 4 books, and eating at restaurants without worrying about others' preferences felt like finally breathing fully after years of holding my breath. I returned from vacation feeling lighter, more myself, and I realized I hadn't checked Mason's social media in over 9 days. I sat by a fire outside my cabin on the last night and felt settled like I hadn't in 5 years. I opened the app out of curiosity and saw he hadn't looked at my profile in weeks. His mental space had shrunk to almost nothing as I filled it with my own hobbies, friendships, and career goals. I joined a downtown coffee shop book club and took a pottery class on Tuesday nights. I planned outings with coworkers and built a life that reflected who I was instead of who others wanted me to be. Claire and I discussed ending therapy at our next session because she said I was doing so much better and I could see it too. I left Mason 7 months ago and wondered if I made the right choice. Now I know I did. Claire said I learned to set boundaries and trust my instincts, which will help me in every relationship. I wanted to see her less often, so we agreed on monthly sessions instead of weekly. In early spring I started casually dating again. Just coffee dates and park walks, and noticed changes in my behavior immediately. I stated my preferences clearly. I ended dates early without apologizing or explaining when something felt off. I went on a date with a man who spent the whole time talking about his ex-girlfriend. Harper called me one Saturday morning and asked if we could meet for breakfast. I finished my coffee and told him I didn't think we were a good match. He seemed surprised, but I believed in my instincts. We had good omelets at a place near her apartment. She told me she was proud of how I handled everything with Mason, and that watching me leave a bad situation gave her courage to set better boundaries in her own life. Her boss had been taking advantage of her for months, asking her to work late without extra pay, answering emails on weekends, and making her feel guilty when she said no. Harper told him she would no longer be available outside her scheduled hours. Her boss was upset, but he accepted it. She said, seeing me choose myself helped her realize she could do the same. That said something. 10 months after the breakup, I ran a half marathon after 14 weeks of training, 4 weekday runs and 2 Sunday longer runs. I pushed myself each week, getting stronger and clearer. Race day was cold and sunny and hundreds of runners lined up. The gun went off and we started moving. The first few miles felt easy. My legs were fresh and my breathing was steady. Around mile 8 my legs started to hurt, but I kept going. Mile 11 was hard. My body wanted to stop, but I told myself I could do 2 more miles. I finished at 13.5 miles and someone put a medal around my neck. My legs were shaking. My lungs were burning. I felt amazing. Crossing that finish line showed how far I had come. I carried myself 13.5 miles on strength I built for myself, not to impress others or look good in photos. I was proud of what I accomplished. 3 weeks after the half marathon, Grant invited me to a barbecue at his apartment building. He said some friends were getting together and I should come meet them. I brought a bottle of wine and was nervous walking up to his apartment building. Grant opened the door and introduced me to 7 people sitting around his living room. They were warm immediately and asked about my running, job and hobbies. Nobody commented on how I looked or what I ate when we went to the patio for burgers. One woman mentioned training for a triathlon and asked if I wanted to join her running group. While eating potato salad and drinking beer, a guy told stories about his terrible dating experiences that made everyone laugh. I realized this was what normal felt like. People who didn't think bodies were topics for public discussion and cared about what you did and thought instead of how you looked. I went home that night lighter. 1 month later, Lauren texted me to see how I was doing. I stared at her name on my phone for a minute before responding. We agreed to meet for coffee on Saturday morning. I arrived early and ordered a latte. Lauren arrived looking healthy and happy. We hugged and sat down, and she asked about my life since the breakup. I told her about therapy, the promotion, and the half marathon. She nodded and said she was proud of me for leaving. She told me about her 7-month therapy after Mason. She joined a book club and started painting again. She learned to recognize red flags early. Then she met someone new. Someone who never suggested she'd change anything about herself and loved her exactly as she was. She showed me photos of her engagement ring. Her face lit up when she talked about her partner. In early summer I moved into a larger 1-bedroom apartment because the promotion salary allowed me to afford more space and a better neighborhood. I spent 14 days decorating it the way I wanted, including buying a bright blue couch because I loved the color. I chose furniture to create a reading nook by the window and hung art that made me smile without worrying if guests would like it. The apartment was mine alone, so I didn't have to worry about Mason or his mother's opinions. I was proud of my yellow curtains and blue couch when I came home from work 11 months after the breakup. Mason sent a text saying he was dating someone new, which made my stomach drop. I read it twice and felt nothing, no anger, no sadness, just a mild sense of closure. I typed a polite response wishing him well and preferring to keep our interactions professional. I deleted his number from my phone because we were done. I was building something new. Brooke's birthday party was on a warm June Saturday. She rented a rooftop downtown and invited 45 people. I wore a dress I bought because I loved it. Grant was talking to Harper, and some of my running group stood by the bar. I grabbed a drink, joined conversations, laughed at jokes, and made plans for dinner next week. Halfway through the party, I realized something. I was happy with my life. Not just okay or healing, but happy with what I was building. Brooke asked what was funny because I was smiling so much. I told her I was just happy. She hugged me and said she could tell. Claire asked me what I learned from this experience at our last regular session in July. I thought about it for a minute and told her that love should not require me to change my body or voice. The right person would celebrate who I am instead of criticizing who I am not. I learned that I am worth that kind of love, to trust my instincts when something feels wrong, and that leaving a bad situation takes courage, but staying in one takes even more. Claire smiled and said I had done important work. She said I could call her if I needed support, but she thought I could handle whatever came next. I left her office feeling ready. I scrolled through my phone's photos of Mason and me at restaurants, parks and parties from August. I expected to feel sad, but I felt grateful. Grateful I discovered his conditional love before we got married. Grateful I had the courage to leave when I saw who he was. Grateful for the 14 months of growth that taught me to value myself. Those 5 years were not wasted. They taught me what I didn't want, and the difference between someone who loves you and someone who loves controlling you. I closed the photo app and deleted the album. At a September dinner party, my running group friend invited me to her house for food and games. When I arrived, I saw a stranger helping in the kitchen. My friend introduced us and he asked about my running, seeming genuinely interested in my half-marathon training. He talked about his job, family and plans to hike the Appalachian Trail for 2 hours without mentioning my appearance. It felt easy and equal, which I had forgotten was possible. After the party he asked for my number. I gave it to him, curious about the outcome. 4 days later, he texted me to dinner. I stared at the message, excited and nervous, but not afraid. I knew red flags now and trusted myself to walk away. That self-trust was the best thing I got from leaving Mason. I said yes and suggested a restaurant. We made plans for Friday night. I put my phone down and smiled. This felt different and right. 14 months after taking off my engagement ring, I was training for a full marathon. I ran 4 times a week and did strength training 3 times a week. My body was strong and my mind was clear. I booked a trip to Iceland in October to see the northern lights and hike through lava fields. Work was going well. I got another small promotion and more responsibility. I was building a life where I took up space without apologizing and where my worth wasn't tied to how I looked in others' photos. I remembered the night Mason asked me to lose weight and how small he tried to make me feel. I considered taking off that ring and choosing myself. I was prouder than ever of who I was becoming.